Chapter 2282. In this world, there were genes, oddities, sealed artifacts, runes, Taoism, major thousand realms. Zhang Yi's identity alternated between the young sword grandmaster and the beautiful Yellow Springs queen. He traversed between reality and illusion, searching the past and the future. The hidden history would eventually be revealed, and the dead gods would soon be resurrected. This is a book written by a friend. If anyone is interested, please support it. Venerable Gu recommends The Strange City of Rebirth, currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 2283. Giant Sun Immortal had instructed Heavenly Lord Baizu, as long as there was a possibility, he had to dig out all of Fang Yuan's blood path Immortal Gu. But Heavenly Lord Baizu could not say that now. He mentioned 10 Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan got the information and sneered. These Immortal Gu included Bloodline Immortal Gu, Blood Asset Immortal Gu, Blood Skull Immortal Gu, and Blood Qi Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan had Bloodline Immortal Gu. This Immortal Gu originally belonged to Wu clan. When Fang Yuan disguised himself as Wu Yihai, Wu clan used Bloodline Gu to test Fang Yuan's authenticity. Later, it was deceived by Fang Yuan and became his. It was not difficult for Giant Sun Immortal to obtain this information. Blood Asset Immortal Gu also belonged to Fang Yuan. This was a Gu created by the previous land spirit of Lengia by combining some of the blood path Gu recipes in Jewel Yellow Skies. Fang Yuan obtained it from Lengia sect. Right now, this blood asset Immortal Gu had already risen from rank 6 to rank 8, becoming one of the core Immortal Gu of 4 element square regret blood refinement pool. It was also one of the 4 elements. It had great significance. Blood Skull Immortal Gu was also in Fang Yuan's hands. Fang Yuan originally had the rank 4 Blood Skull Mortal Gu. He had used it to raise his aptitude. But Blood Skull Mortal Gu had a high price. To raise a Gu master's aptitude, he had to kill enough blood relatives. Back on Qingmao Mountain, to raise his aptitude, Fang Yuan almost slaughtered the entire Gue village. At Gu Immortal level, the value of Blood Skull Gu, which could raise aptitude, fell sharply. To many Gu Immortals who fought alone, Blood Skull Gu was of little value. But to a force, Blood Skull Gu was extremely important. Fang Yuan thought, he himself would not benefit from the Blood Skull Gu, but other people could use it. The 500 years of memories of his previous life told him that the Blood Skull Immortal Gu true inheritance had been destroyed due to the changes in heaven and earth. Thus, before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, when he helped many Gu Immortal seeds undergo immortal ascension, he used natural inspiration to ask for a more incomplete Blood Skull Immortal Gu recipe. Next, through his own deductions, he obtained Blood Skull Immortal Gu's recipe. According to this Immortal Gu recipe, Fang Yuan easily refined Blood Skull Immortal Gu. As he expected, Blood Skull Immortal Gu's effect was to raise aptitude. Because it was an Immortal Gu, it was effective on Gu Immortals. The drawback was that he still needed to slaughter his own kin. The higher the Gu Immortals' cultivation level, the larger the scale of slaughtering their kin, to the point where they would need to slaughter the Gu Immortals' kin. As for Blood Qi Immortal Gu, it was in Fang Yuan's hands. Demon Immortal Qi Ju obtained the Blood Qi Immortal Gu true inheritance. He had once transacted with Fang Yuan and obtained the relevant Immortal Gu recipe from Fang Yuan. After Demon Immortal Qi Ju died, Fang Yuan refined it. His current rank was not high, it was only rank 6. Other than that, Fang Yuan had other Blood Path Immortal Gu. For example, Bloodstain Gu, Blood Vow Gu. These 2 Blood Path Immortal Essence were created by Eastern Sea's Blood Path Demonic Immortals, Ding Yen and Ding Qi. One was used for investigation, while the other was used for information path. Fang Yuan did not obtain these 2 Immortal Gu recipes from Ding Yen and Ding Qi, but he knew that these 2 Immortal Gu were destroyed. Using natural inspiration, he asked for a more complete Immortal Gu remnant recipe. Along with his own deductions, he refined it. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth, Baizu, I have a large number of blood path immortal goo. Fang Yuan said to Heavenly Lord Baizu. Heavenly Lord Baizu quickly praised, Lord Fang Yuan plans for a rainy day, you have great foresight, as a refinement path venerable, you are the #1 refinement path venerable in history. I am filled with admiration. Fang Yuan chuckled, if you want to trade for blood path immortal goo, then use the primordial domain extraction method to exchange. Before Heavenly Lord Baizu came to find Fang Yuan, he had been instructed by Giant Sun Immortal. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal had told him about the primordial domain extraction method. From Giant Sun Immortal's point of view, Fang Yuan's desire for the primordial domain extraction method was obvious. Didn't he see that in jewel yellow skies, Fang Yuan's primordial domain was still stored here? Fang Yuan had not extracted it yet, it could basically be determined that there was no primordial domain extraction method. Thus, this method was the greatest bargaining chip to purchase blood path immortal goo, it could be used well. As expected, Fang Yuan immediately suggested this primordial domain extraction method. Giant Sun Immortal was not wrong. Heavenly Lord Baizu was secretly excited, the unease in his heart also dissipated greatly. He purposely remained silent for a while before replying to Fang Yuan, primordial domain extraction method? Heavenly Lord Baizu purposely showed a difficult expression. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, don't play tricks, since you were sent here by Giant Sun Immortal, did Giant Sun Immortal not take care of you? Heavenly Lord Baizu's heart shook, he quickly straightened his posture, Lord Fang Yuan is wise and mighty, you have great insight, please forgive my offense. Fang Yuan lightly grunted, then used the primordial domain extraction method to purchase one of my blood path immortal goo. What? Heavenly Lord Baizu was shocked, Fang Yuan was so greedy, he almost did not dare to believe it. Lord Fang Yuan, I think the primordial domain extraction method is extremely valuable, I can safely exchange it for 10 blood path immortal goo. Heavenly Lord Baizu quickly said. Fang Yuan sneered, you are asking for too much, you are actually so greedy. Heavenly Lord Baizu, Fang Yuan did not need any primordial domain extraction method, he played around with Heavenly Lord Baizu while refining advanced refinement goo. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, dozens of rivers were flying in the sky. Each river was filled with all kinds of immortal materials. The rivers converged at times, and separated at other times. In this refinement of rank 9 advanced refinement goo, Fang Yuan mainly used the water refinement method. The core immortal goo of 4 element square regret blood refinement pool, rank 8 water refinement immortal goo, had been injected with immortal essence since the start of the refinement, almost without stopping. Heavenly Lord Baizu slowly recovered and started to lower the price. Lord Fang Yuan, you must know that I am extremely sincere. The primordial domain extraction method is extremely rare, you must know that. To you, this primordial domain extraction method is extremely valuable, it is what you need the most now. And just 10 blood path immortal goo are not important to you at all. You are a refinement path immortal venerable, can't you refine any immortal goo with just a thought? Fang Yuan sneered, his attitude quickly turned cold. Back then, I transacted primordial domain with Giant Sun Immortal, shouldn't he have given me the primordial domain extraction method? Now that I can't extract the primordial domain, I have yet to settle the score with him, but he actually shamelessly wants to sell this thing? I am a grand refinement path venerable, can't I deduce a rank 9 refinement path killer move to treat the primordial domain as an immortal material and extract the primordial domain? Heavenly Lord Baizu quickly said, Lord Fang Yuan, please don't be angry. Shut up. Fang Yuan continued, go back and tell that Giant Sunday. I am refining blood path immortal goo to make things difficult for him. He wants to cultivate blood path as well. I will continue to refine more blood path immortal goo. Unless he first takes out the primordial domain extraction method and gives it to me, so that I can see how much sincerity he has. Heavenly Lord Baizu did not dare to speak anymore, he sighed and contacted Giant Sun Immortal. After Giant Sun Immortal learned of this, he immediately scolded, "Fang Yuan, you are so arrogant, you dare to threaten me like this. Heavenly Lord Baizu, you are also a trash. Cowering like this, don't you know that you are negotiating with Fang Yuan on my behalf?" Heavenly Lord Baizu could only say, "Lord Giant's son, it is my fault. I do not have Huang Jin bloodline, my ability is shallow." "Enough." Giant's son Immortal interrupted him, "Precisely because you do not have Huang Jin bloodline and your ability is shallow, I am giving you these opportunities to temper yourself and increase your ability." Heavenly Lord Baizu, Giant's son Immortal continued, "Continue negotiating with Fang Yuan, the primordial domain extraction method. I will absolutely not give it away. Tell Fang Yuan that among the three venerables, his progress is the slowest, and he has the least immortal essence. Advise him to judge the situation and cooperate with me, there will be great benefits, it can make up for the gap. A wise man should be able to see the situation clearly." Heavenly Lord Baizu asked again, then, "Lord Giant's son, how many blood path immortal goo can the primordial domain extraction method be exchanged for?" Giant's son Immortal was silent for a while. Hearing Heavenly Lord Baizu's words, Fang Yuan's plan was to deduce a rank 9 killer move using the Refinement Path Venerable's foundation and extract the primordial domain. Although this method was time-consuming and laborious, it was indeed feasible. This way, the price of the primordial domain extraction method could not be so high. But as for the price, in Giant's son Immortal's opinion, the more the better. Thus, he reprimanded Heavenly Lord Baizu, "How many blood path immortal goo can be exchanged for will depend on how hard you work and how loyal you are to my longevity heaven. Go, I will wait and see." Heavenly Lord Baizu felt extremely gloomy, he was under huge pressure and contacted Fang Yuan again. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, there was a problem with the Refinement Path Immortal Materials processing. Fang Yuan was currently dividing the rivers and getting rid of some of them. Heavenly Lord Baizu smiled, "Lord Fang Yuan, I really cannot give you the primordial domain extraction method. But since you feel 10 blood path immortal goo is too much, how about 8? Fang Yuan did not have the mood to talk with Heavenly Lord Baizu, he immediately scolded, "Little Baizu, I am a grand venerable, why would I bargain with you? Do you think I am a commoner?" Heavenly Lord Baizu scolded inwardly, he quickly said, I wouldn't dare. Fang Yuan added, "Put aside the primordial domain extraction method, since you want to purchase blood path immortal goo, take out more primordial domain." This, Heavenly Lord Baizu wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Fang Yuan, "What are you staring blankly for, can you make the decision? Go back and ask for instructions." Heavenly Lord Baizu was furious, he, a grand rank 8 goo immortal, had actually become a messenger. And both sides of the messenger were venerables, he could not afford to offend them. He could only swallow this anger and go back to look for Giant's son Immortal. As expected of Fang Yuan, such a greedy person. Giant's son Immortal smiled. He indeed had a large number of primordial domain with him, but these primordial domains had little value to him, after all, he did not have the sovereign immortal body. Right now, Giant's son Immortal mainly cultivated luck path and also cultivated blood path, it was already his limit. But these primordial domains could be used by Giant's son Immortal to nurture his subordinates. It is not impossible to use them to transact with Fang Yuan. Giant's son Immortal pondered for a moment before informing Heavenly Lord Baizu of this decision. Heavenly Lord Baizu contacted Fang Yuan again. "Lord Fang Yuan, Lord." He tried many times, but Fang Yuan ignored him. Heavenly Lord Baizu, at this time, in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, dozens of rivers merged together, creating countless waves. In the vast water flow, a brand new advance refinement goo slowly rose. It was at rank 9 level. P.S. All the typos and bugs in section 277 to 285 have been corrected. Chapter 2284. Rank 9 Advance Refinement Goo. Fang Yuan looked at it carefully and found that the immortal goo looked no different from the rank 8 immortal goo. However, the truth was, it had undergone a qualitative change. This was Fang Yuan's second rank 9 immortal goo. It was a huge help to Fang Yuan. 4 element square regret blood refinement pool would also become a rank 9 immortal goo house because of this. Rank 9 immortal goo house. Such an immortal goo house could be counted on one hand in the history of humanity. Celestial Court's Heaven Overseeing Tower was the most famous one, but with the destruction of rank 9 Fate goo, it was no longer one of them. Once I finish modifying it, rank 9 Advanced Refinement goo can be placed in 4 element square regret blood refinement pool again. This immortal goo house would also undergo a qualitative change. If there is an immortal goo house ranking, it will definitely be at the top. Fang Yuan assessed internally. If it was before, 4 element square regret blood refinement pool might be on par with Divine Emperor City, but once it became a true rank 9, it would definitely suppress Divine Emperor City. After all, Divine Emperor City did not have rank 9 immortal goo. Of course, Fang Yuan had to modify 4 element square regret blood refinement pool so that it could match rank 9 advanced refinement immortal goo. Fang Yuan was a refinement path venerable, a refinement path supreme grandmaster. It was not difficult for him to modify this. Fang Yuan temporarily put down advanced refinement immortal goo and inspected himself. As he had expected, because he had a second rank 9 immortal goo, the net of heaven path Dao marks left on him by obscured heavenly secret were expending twice as fast as before. This showed how much help rank 9 advanced refinement goo would bring to Fang Yuan. It had a huge significance and could influence many things in the future. It would be much easier for Fang Yuan to refine rank 8 immortal goo in the future. Thankfully, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal have expended a lot of immortal essence. They need to use it to refine natural Dao marks. They will not investigate like before. This greatly reduces the pressure of obscured heavenly secret. Fang Yuan was very clear that this was the limit of the killer move obscured heavenly secret. If Fang Yuan wanted to refine the third rank 9 immortal goo now, obscured heavenly secret might be able to help him conceal it in the early stages, but in the later stages, it would not be able to conceal it. The killer move's power would be completely depleted. So, should I refine or not? If I were to refine a third rank 9 immortal goo, which one should I refine? Fang Yuan calmed down and analyzed the current situation. He was now facing internal and external troubles. First of all, the sovereign immortal aperture was not stable. Because of the non-conflicting Dao marks, abnormal situations occurred frequently, and the entire immortal aperture's ecology was very unstable. Because of the severe losses in Crazed Demon Cave, there were too few goo immortals in the sovereign immortal aperture. They could only barely maintain stability. Next were calamities and tribulations. To become a supremacy, one had to undergo a tribulation. Among the 3 venerables, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had conflicting Dao marks. Their immortal aperture's time flow could not be altered using time path methods. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, accelerated Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus twice when he was refining it. Because of this, He Chun Chio's time path clone's time path foundation was almost completely destroyed. For a period of time, Fang Yuan could not change the sovereign immortal aperture's time flow. If he tried again, it would trigger a chain reaction and cause abnormal situations to erupt, forming terrifying calamities and tribulations that engulfed the entire sovereign immortal aperture. This was because a time path killer move that could change the entire sovereign immortal aperture had to be of high rank. To be effective, it had to be engraved or altered by many time path Dao marks. The sudden change of time path Dao marks would cause a chain reaction in the sovereign immortal aperture, causing changes that Fang Yuan could not deduce clearly, resulting in huge losses. If it caused losses, the losses would be huge. Fang Yuan had used landscape as before with the year essence pool to recover, but he could not use it now. Because the year essence pool's water of the river of time had only been rapidly poured in recently. The essence of this method was still time path Dao marks. The chaotic time path Dao marks would cause abnormal situations to erupt. Using any time path killer move would only add fuel to the fire. To reduce this concern, I need to at least create the first ring of time path Dao veins. The third concern was the sovereign immortal body's food. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body was formed from sovereign immortal fetus goo. It needed to consume immortal apertures of the same rank to feed it. Right now, Fang Yuan's cultivation level had risen to rank 9, he needed to consume rank 9 immortal apertures. In this aspect, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable were Fang Yuan's food. But the difficulty of this was extremely high. Of course, Fang Yuan was not unprepared. He had plotted against the revived Paradise Earth in Crazed Demon Cave. Before Paradise Earth died, he was only a hair's breadth away from rank 9, his corpse still had a rank 8 immortal aperture. This rank 8 immortal aperture could be considered quasi-rank 9. And because it cultivated Heaven Path, this immortal aperture displayed a special ability, it could actually form its own body and was very stable. Normally speaking, after a Goo immortal died, their immortal aperture would become unstable, it would fall into the world and open its entrance, absorbing a vast amount of heaven and earth chi to form a blessed land or grotto heaven. But Paradise Earth's quasi-rank 9 Heaven Path immortal aperture was very special, it was very stable. If there is no other way in the future, I will split a part of my soul and use Paradise Earth's body to create a heavenly venerable clone. Then, I will let this clone undergo tribulation and become a Heaven Path Venerable, before annexing his rank 9 immortal aperture. Paradise Earth's corpse was Fang Yuan's food. Of course, this was a bit extravagant. If possible, Fang Yuan still hoped to have a heavenly venerable clone to help him at all times. The three concerns were the sovereign immortal aperture, calamities and tribulations, and food. Other than that, Fang Yuan also had external threats. The external threats were venerables. Fang Yuan had secretly refined 2 rank 9 immortal goo, this was his greatest advantage now. But the other venerables also had advantages. The number of Dao marks refined by Giant Sun Immortal was definitely the highest among the 3 venerables. In his territory, he could fight 1 against 2 and hold the upper hand. The amplification of external Dao marks was huge. And even though Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was inferior to Giant Sun Immortal in this aspect, the number of Wisdom Path Dao marks refined was clearly higher than Fang Yuan's. Furthermore, Fang Yuan could guess that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was definitely modifying her killer moves. Fang Yuan had almost no achievements in this aspect. He had 2 newly refined rank 9 immortal goo that were still warm, but he did not have a single rank 9 killer move. Fang Yuan's attainment in deducing killer moves was also far below Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. If the 3 venerables fought now, Fang Yuan's 2 rank 9 immortal goo would not be able to provide any direct help. The 2 venerables had something that Fang Yuan was envious of. Giant Sun Immortal had longevity heaven, while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had celestial court. The 2 venerables had headquarters, as long as they hid in them, they would have a huge amplification, they would have the might of a true Dao Lord. Even if the other 2 venerables cooperated sincerely, they would not be able to do anything. This was an undefeatable position. No matter how the situation collapsed, as long as they had this headquarters, they would have a foothold and hope of counterattacking. But Fang Yuan did not have such a thing. The sovereign immortal aperture was unstable to begin with, how could he use it as a battlefield? His foundation in this aspect could not compare to the other 2 venerables. After all, the 2 venerables had become venerables in their previous lives, while Fang Yuan was not even a rank 8 Goo immortal in his previous life. The main reason was that in Fang Yuan's previous life, Fate Goo was still around, Providence had purposely arranged for it, the venerables made arrangements, Fang Yuan could not go against heaven. Thus, if Fang Yuan lost, he would have no place to settle down. Fang Yuan thought about it for a long time but could not make a decision. There was a crucial point in front of him. Whether he chose to refine or not, it would have a huge impact on his future plans. For example, if he chose to refine a rank 9 immortal goo that could be used in battle, Fang Yuan might have to personally attack and suppress the other venerables, expending their immortal essence and expanding his own immortal essence advantage. If he did not refine, the obscured heavenly secret could still last for some time. Using this time, Fang Yuan could secretly accumulate more advantages. It was up to Fang Yuan now. Insufficient information, Fang Yuan sighed deeply. Unlike the battle in Crazed Demon Cave that had just ended, the venerables had developed for some time, their trump cards and methods had changed. The situation was not clear, it was not easy to make such a decision. Another advantage of choosing a direct confrontation was that he could forcefully obtain information. But Fang Yuan was suppressing two venerables at the same time, it felt a little unreliable. The other side had a headquarters, and if the two venerables were forced to work together, could Fang Yuan deal with them? As the confrontation between the three venerables continued to drag on, the importance of information became more obvious. Fang Yuan was not proficient in this aspect. Information Path was best at gathering information, Fang Yuan had never had a good achievement in this aspect. This was not to say that he had not grown in this aspect. Even though Li Xiaobai had high hopes placed on him in the past, he was only one of Fang Yuan's chess pieces now. Fang Yuan's current foundation was still effective in probing ordinary goo immortals or super forces. It was just that his information path attainment could not keep up with his development. Now that he was dealing with two venerables, he was very weak in this aspect. Giant Sun Immortal was probing him, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was deducing him, but Fang Yuan could not retaliate in this aspect. While Fang Yuan was thinking deeply, Western Desert's situation was changing rapidly. Wan Shao, Wan Hao Guang, Sun Wang, Wan Zihong, Zhou Xianxia, and the rest came to Shao clan's headquarters Blessed Land. Everyone, I know the reason for your visit. Fang clan has gone insane, their entire clan has fallen into the demonic path, they are the shame of Western Desert's righteous path. My Shao clan is willing to cooperate with Wan clan to recover their lost land. Shao Yi Hu, as the representative of Shao clan, immediately expressed his intentions. Wan clan's group thus successfully formed an alliance with Shao clan. After some discussion, Wan clan was willing to cede Visualization Oasis, Fragrant Wind Flying Island, Black-Yellow Earth Pool, and other resource points. Shao clan sent Shao Yi Hu and several other Shao clan experts. At the same time, the Celestial Court would provide funds to replenish the Immortal Yuan Stone. Furthermore, the Celestial Court guaranteed that if Heaven Refining Demon Venerable acted personally, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would definitely defend Western Desert's righteous path forces. With Zhou Xianxia and Wan Zihong's active participation, a Western Desert Righteous Path alliance targeting Fang clan was rapidly forming. Literature Museum. Chapter 2285. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Western Desert. Mermaid Immortal Yuzi's face was pale as she looked at the flying sand cave in front of her, gasping for breath. The arrangement is finally complete. Yuzi muttered. The Rockman Gu Immortal Xianxia thanked her. Yuzi cultivates water path, it is truly difficult for you to arrange this kind of earth path resource point. But it's impossible for me to succeed if I were to do it alone. Rockmen were most proficient in earth path. This was the innate talent of their race. Originally, Xianxia and Guabai had agreed to complete this kind of earth path resource point arrangement mission together. But not long ago, Fang Yuan ordered several Rockman Gu immortals to be sent out of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Xianxia had no choice but to wait for others to cooperate with him. In the end, it was Yuzi who came. Although Yuzi was a water path Gu immortal, she was still a rank 7 Gu immortal. With Xianxia as the leader and Yuzi as the support, the two worked together and spent close to 10 days before they finally arranged this resource point and completed the mission. Seeing Xianxia thank her, Yuzi quickly said some humble words with a very polite attitude. She actually had her own plans. Flying Sand Cave, this kind of resource point, can be used as an earth vein node. After this kind of resource point is arranged, Lord Feng Yuan's clone will personally come to set up an immortal formation and turn this resource point into an earth vein node. This is a good opportunity for me to meet Lord Feng Yuan. Ever since Yuzi saw Feng Yuan's main body, her fighting spirit had been shaken. But after this period of time, she had thought it through. She did not have any extravagant hopes of getting together with Feng Yuan's main body, she placed her attention on Feng Yuan's clones. As long as she could get on Feng Yuan's good side and become one of Feng Yuan's fiancés, the merfolk status would immediately be stabilized like an immovable mountain. Moreover, with this relationship, the merfolk's development would be greatly guaranteed. It was because of this that Yuzi accepted this mission and cooperated with Shi Sanbai. A figure suddenly appeared in the horizon. "It's Lord Wu Shuai," Shi Sanbai said respectfully. "It's coming, it's coming." Wu Shuai is Feng Yuan's Dragonman clone. Yuzi's heart raced as she encouraged herself. The future of the merfolk race would depend on her to fight for it. Yuzi hurriedly swept her eyes over her attire. This time, she wore a rare pearl necklace that could constantly emit the fragrance of the sea breeze. Her colorful dress accentuated her slender figure, and her bright and spotless fish scales gave off a pure and flawless feeling. Yuzi nodded in satisfaction in her heart, and then she gathered her spirits and spun her beautiful eyes while revealing a faint smile on her face, and she tried her best to reveal her beautiful and moving side. Shi Sanbai was dumbfounded. He instantly understood the mermaid immortal's plan. When Wu Shuai arrived above the flying sand cave, Yuzi said softly, "Greetings Lord Wu Shuai." This voice caused Shi Sanbai to shiver, and he hurriedly bowed in greeting. Wu Shuai nodded lightly. He glanced at the two of them before activating an investigative killer move to inspect the flying sand tunnel. After inspecting it 3 times, Wu Shuai said in satisfaction, "Not bad, you have arranged this flying sand tunnel very well." Saying so, Wu Shuai mobilized Immortal Goo, and many immortal materials to set up the immortal formation. Yuzi carefully sized up Wu Shuai. He had a broad body and handsome face. His tall nose bridge and firm lips made him look like a peerless warrior. His dragon eyes were amber in color. He had a pair of golden coral-like dragon horns on his forehead, and his body was covered in pure golden dragon scales that shone brightly. It was closer to the beauty of merfolk. Lord Feng Yuan is truly peerless in beauty. Yuzi praised in her heart. The beauty that Feng Yuan's main body gave her was a kind of shock, a feeling that she could only worship and look up to. It made Yuzi feel ashamed of her inferiority. And Wu Shuai's heroic appearance moved her heart. Several hours later, Wu Shuai finished setting up the immortal formation. Lord Wu Shuai has amazing methods indeed. Setting up the immortal formation is as easy as blowing off dust. Yuzi immediately praised. Wu Shuai smiled. "I cannot make a conclusion yet, it depends on the actual effect. Step back and pay attention to your safety." The first activation of a newly created formation was rather dangerous. If the killer move collapsed, the Goo Immortal would suffer a backlash. If the immortal formation collapsed, not only would the Goo Immortal suffer a backlash, it would also cause the surrounding environment to change. After all, the formation was closely connected to the surrounding environment. Especially the formation of this kind of resource point. Once it collapsed, the huge amount of Dao marks in the resource point would change, and the damage would be huge. This was even more so in the environment of the sovereign immortal aperture. This was all from experience. There had been several failures in setting up the immortal formation, causing chaos in the Dao marks and the environment to change. The loss of resource points was a small matter, but there were also terrifying abnormal situations. Wu Shuai carefully activated the formation. He cultivated enslavement path after all. The reason why he could set up the formation was because he shared his formation path attainment level with his main body. Thus, once a flaw appeared in the formation, it would be hard for Wu Shuai to deal with it with his methods. He was not a formation path Gu Immortal after all. The Immortal formation started to activate, there were no accidents for the time being. Wu Shuai's gaze was like a torch, he did not relax. After a few breaths of time, Yu Zi could not endure it anymore. She boldly approached Wu Shuai and said with a worshipful expression, "Lord Wu Shuai, this immortal formation seems to have no problems." Wu Shuai did not look at her, he frowned slightly and sniffed. "What is this smell?" Yu Zi's expression turned joyful, she was just about to pretend to be shy and say that this was the fragrance of pearls. But right at this time, there was a loud sound. Large amounts of stench gushed out of the flying sand cave. The surrounding 10 li was filled with an incomparably foul stench. Yu Zi's expression was pale, she almost vomited on the spot. Her pearl fragrance was completely drowned, and the pure white pearl necklace was completely dyed black. Wu Shuai laughed heartily, "Don't worry, this is the stench of the earth's lungs." This flying sand cave was moved here, but the methods used were not up to standard, causing the poisonous air to accumulate in the cave. But now, it's all good. My great formation has automatically expelled it, and all the hidden dangers are gone. Congratulations, Lord Wu Shuai. Shi Sanbai quickly cheered. Yu Zi forcefully endured the stench and also praised, "This is all thanks to Lord Wu Shuai's outstanding methods." She boldly moved closer, trying her best to attract Wu Shuai's gaze. But right at this time, lumps of sand and rocks shot out from the flying sand cave. These sand and rocks were filled with moisture, they were not dry because the stench of the earth's lungs was still filled with a foul stench. Clumps of sand and stones flew into the air, and then immediately fell on the surrounding desert, making pitter-patter sounds. It was like she was having diarrhea. Yu Zi looked at the sand and rocks in the air, her heart was like dead ashes. In this situation, no matter how dazzling she was, Wu Shuai would not feel moved. After the sand and rocks shot out for a while, it became normal again. Large amounts of fine and dense dry sand spewed out from the flying sand cave. The sand flew high up into the sky, about 100 feet above the ground. Then, like a drizzle, it sprinkled down. These were flying sand, they were immortal materials, they were very light. Even though they were only rank 6 immortal materials, there was a lot of them. Under the effect of the formation, the flying sand cave had already become one of the earth vein nodes. Wu Shuai nodded in satisfaction, saying with a joyful tone, "This way, the sovereign immortal aperture's earth vein has already completed the second circle." Before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, even though it was also the second circle, there were very few nodes back then, how could it be as large as now? I absolutely believe that this world will get better and better. Yu Zi echoed with deep sympathy. Wu Shuai took a glance at her before turning back to look at Shi Sanbai, before flying away. Yu Zi and Shi Sanbai quickly sent him off. Only when Wu Shuai vanished into the horizon did Yu Zi retract her gaze and sigh deeply, she could not conceal her deep disappointment. Shi Sanbai smiled internally, he knew the mermaid's intentions but did not look down on her. The mermaids had already stayed in the sovereign immortal aperture for some time, this period of time was neither long nor short. The mermaid Gu Immortals' performance could be said to be very conscientious, almost all the Gu Immortals acknowledged them. The weak relied on the strong to survive, this was a wise survival strategy in Shi Sanbai's opinion. He did not have any enmity, after all, the rock men were all males, there was no competitive relationship between them. Thus, Shi Sanbai pretended not to know. Next, I will continue to set up an Earth Path resource point. Fairy Yu Zi, are you willing to continue working with me? Shi Sanbai naturally hoped to cooperate with Earth Path Gu Immortals, but the sovereign immortal aperture was really lacking in manpower. After all, Yu Zi had worked with him before, they had some tacit understanding. Yu Zi inquired about it in detail before tactfully rejecting Shi Sanbai with a difficult expression. The following Earth Path resource point could not bear the burden of the Earth Vein node, it also meant that without seeing Fang Yuan's clone, Yuzi would not have much motivation. Shi Sanbai was quite understanding and suggested, "In my opinion, Fairy, you should take a good rest." Yuzi immediately felt strange. Only one thought appeared in her mind: Gu immortals in the sovereign immortal aperture can rest? Yuzi had lived here for some time. She had already realized that the Gu immortals here were all workaholics. What was rest? Now, this was the first time she had heard the word rest from the Gu immortals here. Shi Sanbai smiled and said, "This is just a little bit of my personal experience. The mission board is not empty, there are endless missions, and we lack manpower. Most of the time, we are not proficient in them, but we have no choice but to complete them. Fairy, you cultivate water path, it is very strenuous for you to set up an earth path resource point. You can only display 20% of your full strength, and you feel stifled. So next, I suggest you take on some missions that will allow you to display your strength to the fullest, that way, you can relieve your depression." Yuzi quickly nodded, expressing her thanks. But she was already vomiting blood in her heart. As expected, the so-called rest is still to do missions. These Gu immortals do not seem to know what is true rest. Sleep, I have not slept for more than 10 days. I have only slept 5 times since coming here, and each time it was not even 4 hours. I really want to sleep until I wake up naturally. Why are there so many Earth Path resource points in this period of time? I am already disgusted with the arrangement of these resource points. I hope there will be some Water Path resource points next. Thinking of this, Yuzi almost wanted to slap herself in anger. What are you thinking about? What other resource points do I need? I hope there are no resource points. There will be fewer missions. They will be completed by other Gu immortals. Let me sleep, I really want to have a complete sleep. Chapter 2286. Western Desert, Fang Clan's headquarters, Blessed Land. Fang Clan's immortals were all present, all of them had ashen expressions. The atmosphere in the discussion hall was so heavy that it was hard to breathe. According to the information we just received, Wan Clan's group paid a visit to Qin Clan. They have already sent Qin Lang to join the battle. Qin Lang was a famous expert in Western Desert's Gu immortal world. He had rank 7 cultivation level and cultivated space path. His signature method was Clear Whirlpool. Once used, it could make the world clear and bright. This means that Wan Clan's alliance against my Fang Clan has already included Shao Clan, Qin Clan, Sun Clan, Shi Clan, Gong Clan, and Tang Clan. Sun Clan's representative is Sun Wang. Although this person's battle strength is lacking, he is extremely proficient in investigative killer moves. Gong Clan's Gu immortal is Gong Jiaoche. Everyone here should know of his famous battle achievements. Shi Clan's Gu immortal is Shi Kong. He has recently become a famous expert. His defense is extremely strong. Tang Clan's Gu immortal is Tang Lan Ku. She is a time path Gu immortal. She has always been in charge of Tang Clan's tributary of the River of Time. Although she is not famous, since Tang Clan gave her such an important task, her strength is definitely not ordinary. The biggest supporter is still Shao Clan. Shao Clan has sent Shao Yihu. That's right, this person had a fortuitous encounter when he was young. He obtained a Gu immortal true inheritance and an incomplete immortal Gu house. Shao Yihu used this to become a Gu immortal. He used Shao Clan's strength to repair the immortal Gu house and changed his name to Shao Yihu. According to rumors, his dark path immortal Gu house chamber pot is extremely vicious. Although it is small, it can forcefully trap Gu immortals inside. If the Gu immortal cannot break free, they will turn into a pile of *T after being trapped in this pot for a night. Fang Clan's immortals conversed. They felt huge pressure. Western Desert had a total of 14 super forces: Shi Clan, Shao Clan, Tian Clan, Fang Clan, Dong Clan, Wan Clan, Sun Clan, Mo Clan, Tang Clan, Qin Clan, Shi Clan, Gong Clan, Zhuo Clan, and Tuoba Clan. If the mysterious secluded Yi Clan was included, there were 15 super forces. Fang clan was only one of them. There was no accurate ranking of the super forces' strength. Western Desert was not like Southern Border. Southern Border's Wu clan was the strongest. It had been tested for a long time and was publicly recognized by Gu immortals. A super force's strength consisted of many aspects, like Gu immortals, resources, immortal Gu houses, and others. And in these areas, there were strengths and weaknesses. In reality, superpowers competed with each other, allied with each other, or were enemies with each other. There were many factors involved, making it difficult for superpowers to compare one another. Of course, there would be a vague understanding. For example, in Western Desert's Gu immortal world, Shao clan and Tian clan strength was generally looked upon favorably by Gu immortals. Because in the past peaceful times, these two clans had the biggest businesses, they had many Gu immortals and rank 8 experts. Fang clan's strength was actually not bad. Fang clan had rank 8 Gu immortal Fang Gong who controlled 3 immortal Gu houses, and now they had an Earth Path immortal Gu house. If they could control Divine Bean Palace, Fang clan would become the overlord of Western Desert's Gu immortal world. Unfortunately, he didn't succeed. Now, Fang clan was facing the alliance of all the other super forces. These super clans only needed to send 1 or 2 Gu immortals to make Fang clan suffer. If they mobilized more immortal Gu houses, they would not need all the super forces, just a third of them would be enough to surpass Fang clan's immortal Gu house. Right now, Wan clan had only contacted a portion of the super forces. Fang clan's Gu immortals felt like they were sitting on pins and needles. While the immortals were discussing, Fang Ling also spoke, "Everyone, don't forget that we still have to face the most terrifying enemy, Celestial Court. Although according to the information, Celestial Court's Gu immortals have clearly stated that they will not interfere in Western Desert's internal affairs, it is precisely because of their guarantee that we cannot use Great Love Immortal Venerable's prestige to make those Western Desert super clans completely dispel their last layer of apprehension. What worries me the most is that Celestial Court sent 2 rank 8 Gu immortals, one of them is Wan Zihong, a famous demonic path expert in Western Desert's history. Once Wan Zihong was mentioned, Fang clan's Gu immortals immediately understood Fang Ling's meaning. Don't tell me this Wan Zihong is related to Wan clan? Wan Zihong is a demonic path Gu immortal, there is no evidence that she is related to Wan clan by blood. But without evidence, we can create evidence. If we really confirm that Wan Zihong is a member of Western Desert's Wan clan, then Celestial Court will have an official reason to interfere in Western Desert's internal affairs. Although this possibility is small, we have to guard against it. Many people nodded at Fang Ling's words. Fang Gong felt gratified. He had nurtured Fang Ling as his successor and watched him mature day by day, especially during this period of time, his growth was very obvious. At this time, Fang Yun spoke, "In my opinion, our clan needs to seek Great Love Immortal Venerable's help. As long as this lord makes a move, no matter how many Western Desert super clans come, they will not be a problem. Only Great Love Immortal Venerable can contend against Celestial Court Star Constellation Immortal Venerable." Fang Yun was Fang Di Chang's successor, different from Fang Ling's simple question, he directly stated the conclusion in his heart. During the period when Fang Di Chang was captured, Fang Yun was the person in charge of Fang clan's Wisdom Path faction. This kind of experience not only gave him a lot of experience, it also increased his authority in the Fang clan. As for why he ignored Giant Sun Immortal, it was because Fang clan could not establish a connection with Giant Sun Immortal. In fact, even if they established a connection, Giant Sun Immortal would be suspicious. After all, Fang clan and Fang Yuan's relationship was too deep. Great Love Immortal Venerable has already sent several Rockman Gu immortals, but they are only responsible for receiving resource points. It is not that our clan did not request them before, but Great Love Immortal Venerable does not seem to want to interfere. Fang Ling frowned as he answered. Fang clan placed some resource points in Jewel Yellow Skies and openly transacted with Fang Yuan. Another batch of resource points were secretly transacted with Fang Yuan. This naturally could not be done through jewel yellow skies. The biggest disadvantage of jewel yellow skies was that it would be completely exposed. Resource points were countable and recorded. Only transactions in the dark could be concealed. The possibility of Great Love Immortal Venerable taking action personally is too low, and our clan cannot afford to pay such a price. At this time, Fang Dichang finally spoke. He had been silent all along. Besides him, Fang Gong and Fang Huasheng were also doing this. These three were the true authorities of Fang clan. They would not easily express their thoughts. They were also giving Fang Yun, Fang Leng, and the others a chance to train themselves. Super forces were different from lone Gu immortals. They usually placed great emphasis on nurturing their younger generation Gu immortals. Once Fang Dichang spoke, everyone else shut up. They stared at Fang Dichang quietly, their gazes showing clear trust. Fang Dichang suddenly smiled as he continued, "Don't worry, I have already deduced, the possibility of star constellation Immortal Venerable taking action is extremely low. During the confrontation, Venerables will try to avoid fighting each other directly, they will not take action because of us. Don't overestimate yourself. In the eyes of a Venerable, we are as insignificant as ants." Fang clan's immortals listened quietly and nodded, most of them had strange expressions. This might be the first time they felt glad that they were too weak and were looked down upon. Next, Fang Dichang changed the topic, "But we still need to transact with Fang Yuan, we need to rely on Fang Yuan, like before, to exchange for more support from him." Fang Gong immediately understood the meaning behind his words and frowned. "Ever since we invaded Wan clan's territory, we have already taken out many of Wan clan's resource points to transact with Fang Yuan in exchange for Immortal Gu and so on. Fang Yuan has sent Rockman Gu immortals to receive them day and night, but they are still too busy." Fang Dichang shook his head, "But it is not enough, we need more Immortal Gu houses. Once the battle starts, you will be the only rank 8 in our clan. And Wan clan's alliance army will likely have several of them, even if they do not have them now. Once the battle situation turns bad, they will reinforce us at any time. So, we need Immortal Gu houses. Only then can Fang clan's rank 6 and rank 7 Gu houses be of use. Only then can they protect their lives in the battlefield and to a certain extent rely on the Immortal Gu houses to advance and retreat freely." Fang clan's immortals were silent. Fang Dichang heaved a sigh. "We can all see the current situation is very grim. Our Fang clan is standing against all of Western Desert's righteous path. We cannot directly raise our cultivation level, and we do not have enough Immortal Yuan stone, but the Celestial Court can provide Immortal Yuan stone. We need to deal a heavy blow to this wave of anti-Fang Alliance army and cause them huge losses. Otherwise, even if we manage to survive this crisis, there will be a second and third wave of anti-Fang Alliance army. How many waves can our Fang clan resist? In fact, we can only resist this first wave, and we have already used all our strength." This is a penetrating insight. Fang Huasheng praised. Fang Dichang took the opportunity to propose the transaction of Black-Yellow Earth Pool and the other 2 resource points. Fang clan's immortals were greatly shaken. Black-Yellow Earth Pool is a super resource point. It is absolutely extraordinary. It is Wan clan's #1 resource point, Wan clan's pride. Are we going to sell it so easily? The long-term profits will be extremely impressive. Fang Dichang did not speak, he only looked at Fang Gong. Fang Gong pondered for a moment before saying directly, "I agree, let's do this." Fang Dichang smiled lightly. At the crucial moment, Fang Gong did not disappoint him. He continued, "We can discuss other resource points later, but we must openly trade this Black-Yellow Earth Pool with Fang Yuan." Good plan. Fang Yun immediately reacted, his eyes shining brightly. When they learned of Fang clan's decision, Shi Gua Bai and the rest were shocked. Fang clan's resolution is too deep. Most importantly, we have no way to demolish such a super resource point. Shi Guobai and the other Rockman Gu immortals felt awkward. They only had rank 7 cultivation level, while this super resource point was at rank 8 level. Don't worry, Great Love Alliance leader has already expected this. Lu Wei Yin's sudden appearance immediately dispelled the awkwardness of the Rockman Gu immortals. Lu Wei Yin had joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. He naturally came here on Fang Yuan's orders. His defense was top-notch among pseudo-venerables. He could match the 2 immortals of Celestial Court. Moreover, he cultivated Earth Path. It was not difficult for him to demolish Black-Yellow Earth Pool. This was killing many birds with one stone. It could be seen that Lu Wei Yin was the most suitable person to go to Western Desert. Chapter 2287. Bai Ningbing's divine sense was roaming around in jewel-yellow skies. She looked at the distant primordial domain, as well as Fang Yuan's will above it, and fell into hesitation. Should I transact with Fang Yuan as well? During this period of time, Bai Ningbing had been cultivating in the depths of Earth Trench, risking her life to explore. There were often immemorial desolate beasts roaming around underground. There were all sorts of fortuitous encounters amidst the risks. During this period of time, Bai Ningbing had collected many immortal materials, and also discovered many natural resource points, most of which were Earth Path. Refining immortal goo is too difficult. If I can borrow Fang Yuan's strength, it will definitely be of great help to me. Bai Ningbing was gradually moved. According to her understanding of Fang Yuan would basically agree to her request. But Bai Ningbing had her misgivings. On one hand, she could not directly dismantle these Earth Path resource points and put them into jewel-yellow skies. Bai Ningbing mainly cultivated Ice and Snow Path, and as a dragon man with enslavement path talent, she did not have any suitable immortal goo to excavate Earth Path resource points. On the other hand, Bai Ningbing was worried that the secret of the rich resources deep underground would be exposed, and Fang Yuan's greed would be aroused. Fang Yuan might not do it himself, but if he sent his subordinates, Bai Ningbing would feel uneasy. After all, Shen Shang and Lu Wei Yin had joined Fang Yuan. Just as Bai Ningbing was hesitating, an Earth Path resource point suddenly appeared in jewel-yellow skies. Next, a treasure light burst out of this Earth Path resource point, forming a huge pillar of light that soared to the sky. This is a super resource point? Even with Bai Ningbing's vast knowledge, she was greatly shocked. At this moment, all the wills and divine senses of the Gu immortals in jewel-yellow skies were fluctuating intensely. Oh my god, am I seeing things? A super resource point, an Earth Path super resource point. This kind of resource point is something that even super forces will fight for, but it was actually sold here? Unimaginable. Which prodigal would do such a thing? How can we live like this? No matter which prodigal it is, who should he sell these resource points to? Who else could it be? It must be Great Love Immortal Venerable. Sure enough, as the immortals expected, this Earth Path super resource point was successfully taken over by Fang Yuan's will. Soon, the resource points were moved from jewel-yellow skies to the sovereign immortal aperture. A public transaction was completed. The jewel-yellow skies were still shaking. The Fang clan of the Western Desert and Fang Yuan have made a public deal. It's Fang clan that sold this Earth Path super resource point. I've found out. This super resource point is the Black-Yellow Earth Pond. It originally didn't belong to Fang clan but Wan clan's #1 resource point. So it's an item from the Wan clan. I understand now. Wan clan has been visiting the Western Desert Righteous Path superpowers to form an anti-Fang alliance. Fang clan is really ruthless to sell this resource point. The Gu immortals of the 5 regions were discussing this matter. The Wan clan soon found out. How can this be? Wan Zhuoqing's eyes were red with hatred as he gritted his teeth. Fang clan is too despicable, too despicable. Wan Zhao's expression was ashen. This was a typical case of a child selling his father's land without any pain. Fang clan did not touch their super resource point, they directly sold one clan's super resource point. They even chose to make a public transaction. This scheme was really vicious. Wan Haoguang also had a headache. This was because he had already negotiated with the Shao family about the black-yellow earth pond. Shao clan sent several Gu immortal experts to participate in the anti-Fang alliance and formed a close alliance with one clan in the future to help the heavily injured one clan regain their territory. But now, the black-yellow earth pond was gone, it was sold to Fang Yuan by Fang clan. Who was Fang Yuan? Great Love Immortal Venerable. Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. Did one clan dare to ask for the black-yellow earth pond from Fang Yuan? Did Shao clan dare? Even if they had 10,000 guts, they would not dare to do so. Sure enough, not long after, Shao Yi who came to find them. Friends from one clan, there is a change in the situation. We need to negotiate. Shao Yi who said with a heavy expression. Wan Haoguang and the others also had unsightly expressions. After negotiating with Shao Yi who again, one clan's immortals' expressions became even more unsightly. This group of greedy and shameless people. Wan Haoguang clenched his fists. The transaction between one clan and Shao clan was modified several times, the black-yellow earth pond was removed, and one clan added several giant resource points. Shao clan guaranteed their benefits, Shao Yi who left in satisfaction. One clan's immortals were filled with anger and hatred, but also helplessness and bitterness. What could they do? If we want these righteous path forces to join the anti-Fang alliance, our one clan will have to pay a corresponding price. Shao clan is the super force that contributed the most, so we have to pay the most to them. They are throwing stones at us when we are down. Sai, in the entire righteous path, Tang clan has the most righteous path demeanor. That's right, I did not notice it before. Now that we are in danger, we can see their demeanor. Tang clan's price is the lowest. Although Tang clan is not strong, when our one clan recaptures our territory in the future, we should interact more with Tang clan. This makes sense. Tang clan is the model of the righteous path. Just as one clan was discussing, the rank 7-time path Gu immortal Tang Lan Ku sent by Tang clan was secretly contacting Fang Yuan. Reporting to Lord, Shao Yi who took the initiative to find one clan's immortals and secretly negotiated for a long time before leaving. Looking at his expression, he seems to be satisfied. Fang Yuan nodded and deduced the truth, it seems that one clan ceded black-yellow earth pond in exchange for Shao clan's support. Fang clan's plan has already taken effect, continue to hide and gather information. Yes, Lord. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Because the flow of time here was even faster, many days had already passed by. Around an earth vein node, an abnormal situation was happening. A yellowish-brown fog surrounded this earth vein node. Rocks that looked like darts kept flying out of the yellow mist, swooshing towards the nodes of the earth meridians. UZ accepted the protection mission and was facing the countless flying rocks alone. She was surrounded by water vapor and waved her hands, creating huge waves that submerged the flying rocks. Ever since UZ parted ways with Shi Sanbai, she had accepted his suggestion and purposely chose a mission. She wanted to do as much as she could and vent the depression in her heart. This was the mission that she had accepted. At first, she shook the wind and clouds, her moves were majestic and powerful, she was free and unrestrained. But this abnormal situation continued until now and was not completely suppressed by UZ. UZ's current expression was anxious and depressed. Why am I so unlucky? I casually chose a mission, but it is actually so troublesome. These days, I have already expended a lot of immortal essence. Do I have to pay out of my own pocket and ask others to help me? Just as UZ was hesitating, the yellow fog suddenly expanded and the number of flying rocks doubled. UZ was caught off guard and could not block them, she could only watch as many flying rocks shot towards the earth vein node. Damn it! Yuzi cursed in anger and shock. She had accepted this mission to protect the earth vein node. But if the earth vein node was destroyed, she would have to deduct her contribution points. At the crucial moment, a figure suddenly appeared. He waved his hand lightly as dreamlike pink light sand scattered into the yellow fog. This is a dream path killer move. Yuzi was surprised and overjoyed. Dream path killer moves were indeed effective, the yellow fog rapidly shrank and the danger was resolved. This lowly girl Yuzi greets Lord Meng Qiuzhen. Yuzi quickly bowed. She was extremely excited. This was truly fortune and misfortune, to be able to see another clone of Lord Feng Yuan because of this, it was truly fortunate. Are you alright? Meng Qiuzhen asked warmly. Yuzi raised her head and saw that this Meng Qiuzhen had a head of pink wavy hair, he looked dreamy and ethereal. His eyes were extremely enchanting, the lines of his face were gentle and smooth, his smile and concern made her feel a warm feeling in her heart. So beautiful. Yuzi was dumbfounded as she thought to herself. Even though Meng Qiuzhen only had rank 6 cultivation level, being cared for by him, Yuzi felt a sense of security. She then thought of her scheme and immediately became even more delicate, covering her face as she said with tears, "Many thanks for Lord Meng Qiuzhen's concern, this lowly girl used all her strength to barely protect the earth vein node." But this lowly girl was unable to protect the formation around the earth vein node. Meng Qiuzhen nodded, "I remember this formation, I was the one who set it up." According to the environment at that time, the formation base was buried underground, the formation structure was rather loose, so I constructed a formation membrane. Yes. Yuzi felt the same way, the formation membrane is too fragile, I repaired it many times, but the moment I repaired it, it would break again. Meng Qiuzhen stared at Yuzi, he suddenly stretched out his arms and pulled her into his embrace, moving his hands all over her body. He pinched here and caressed there. Yuzi was dumbfounded, her entire body stiffened like a statue. Why did it suddenly become like this? The styles of Lord Feng Yuan's clones were so different. If I knew this, wouldn't it be better to just look for Lord Meng Qiuzhen? Meng Qiuzhen, such a good name, dreams come true. An intense feeling of bliss spread throughout Yuzi's body, her stiff body quickly softened as she shrunk into Meng Qiuzhen's embrace, looking up at Meng Qiuzhen's face with a blushing face. But at the next moment, Meng Qiuzhen said calmly, "The problem is indeed with you, you have already been contaminated." What? Yuzi was stunned. Meng Qiuzhen continued, "You have been severely contaminated, the abnormal situation is the source of the contamination, it is already weak, but after contaminating you, you became the potential source and have been supporting it. The more you resist, the more intense the abnormal situation will become." Is this true? Yuzi's eyes widened in disbelief. "You don't believe me?" Meng Qiuzhen smiled as he patted her shoulder. "Look, you have hair." Meng Qiuzhen said, "I stimulated the abnormal Dao marks on your body." Yuzi almost fainted on the spot. Her chest, nose, armpit, and other parts of her body all had chest hair, nose hair, and armpit hair. In just a few breaths of time, the length of these hairs had already exceeded an adult's palm. Meng Qiuzhen patted her again, "Look, you have mold." Yuzi's hair was originally standing straight, but now it had softened and was covered in greenish-white mold. A putrid stench of decay assailed his nostrils. Yuzi shed tears. This was a huge blow to her. Because the aesthetics of mermen had nothing to do with hair. What the mermaids admired were the fish scales. They were smooth and streamlined. Harry was ugly. What should I do? Please save me, Lord Meng Qiuzhen. Yuzi begged, this time, it was a sincere plea. Meng Qiuzhen smiled, if you want me to help you, you need to take out contribution points. I am willing to give up everything I have. Yuzi quickly shouted. Meng Qiuzhen shook his head, but your contribution points are not enough. Yuzi was dizzy from anxiety. She quickly explained, that is because I exchanged for an immortal goo earlier. Let's do this. Meng Qiuzhen said as he activated a dream path method. Pink light enveloped Yuzi, suppressing all the hair on her body. Yuzi returned to her original appearance. Meng Qiuzhen said, I will temporarily seal the abnormal Dao marks on your body. When you have enough contribution points, go to Star Collection City and receive treatment there. Go. Saying so, Meng Qiuzhen left Yuzi behind and started to repair the formation of the Earth vein node. Yuzi gritted her teeth and bowed before leaving. While flying, she activated her goo worm and checked the mission list. Why are there so many resource point assignment missions? Yuzi's face was pale, a feeling of disgust vaguely arose in her heart. But she had no choice. In order to heal herself, she could only grit her teeth and choose a mission. Set up the black-yellow earth pool. This mission rewards the most contribution points. Chapter 2288. Yuzi's face was deathly pale, her eyes were dark and heavy. She walked into Star Collection City absent-mindedly. After working hard for more than 10 days without rest, she finally finished arranging black-yellow earth pool with the help of 2 other goo immortals. Isn't this fair, Yuzi? I heard you were in charge of arranging black-yellow earth pool. A goo immortal took the initiative to greet Yuzi. Yuzi quickly raised her spirits and replied. Our luck is really good. This mission rewards a lot of contribution points. I was busy back then, otherwise I would have also taken on such a mission. Another goo immortal spoke to Yuzi. Yuzi quickly smiled and nodded to the person. The 2 immortals brushed past each other and soon separated. This was the style of the sovereign immortal aperture's goo immortals, always in a hurry. They were simply racing against time. You don't seem to be in a good state. Quickly go to Liver Life Hall. Lian Xianxia saw Yuzi and said with a concerned expression. You are here too? Yuzi saw a goo immortal of the same tribe and immediately relaxed. Lian Xianxia nodded. I just came out of Liver Life Hall. The sovereign immortal aperture has added black-yellow earth pool. There are so many super resource points here. Yuzi had the same feeling. As far as I know, there are rolling waterfall jumping cliff, 3 sacred mountain, divine needle valley, Han Jiao deep pool, needle forest snowfield, water spider sea, heavenly crystal storage pool. Now that we have deepened this black-yellow earth pool, there are definitely others. Before Lian Xianxia and Yuzi entered the sovereign immortal aperture, they were the authoritative figures of the Merman imperial court. They naturally knew the value of super resource points. Normally speaking, resource points were divided into several grades. Micro resource points, small resource points, and medium resource points produced rank 1 to rank 5 cultivation resources. Large resource points could produce rank 6 resources stably, and occasionally rank 7 resources. Large resource points could produce rank 7 cultivation resources stably. Super resource points were at rank 8 level, and ultimate resource points were those secluded domains of heaven and earth. A super resource point could cause super forces to fight for it with all their strength. They would not hesitate to fight for it. The super forces of the 5 regions all controlled super resource points. Some had more than 10, while others had 3 or 4. The super forces here naturally did not include Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven. Strictly speaking, the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven were the ultimate forces. Now, Fang Yuan's forces were definitely the ultimate forces. There were more than 10 super resource points in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. It was just that the Mermaid Immortals had not been here for long. They did not come into contact with them. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's foundation grew again. This is a good thing. But I'm worried that strange things will happen more frequently. Lian Kursen was both happy and worried. Resource points had dense Dao marks. After being moved into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the number of Dao marks increased sharply. Right now, the mermaid immortals already understood the source of the abnormality. Lian Kuxian was very worried, so was Uz. She sighed. Master sent several Gu immortals out, the sovereign immortal aperture is lacking manpower again. During this period of time, the number of missions on the mission board continued to increase. The speed at which Gu immortals completed missions could not keep up with the speed at which they were created. Sigh, if Master could bring in more Gu immortals, that would be great. Lian Kuxian nodded and analyzed. I also hope to have more companions. But rashly bringing in Gu immortals from the 5 regions is not appropriate. On one hand, we need to eliminate the suspicion of spies and spies. On the other hand, the races are equal here. If we bring in those arrogant human Gu immortals, it might ruin the atmosphere here. Perhaps his lord also has such concerns. The two conversed as they walked. Liver Life Hall was at the end of the street. Uz looked at the Liver Life Hall and suddenly understood. I heard that the previous Liver Life Hall was only a Liver Life Great Formation. Master spent so much effort to modify it into an immortal Gu house, it was a wise move. Immortal formations were closely connected to the surroundings, while immortal Gu houses were independent entities. Strange things happened frequently in the sovereign immortal aperture. All the immortal formations were tested, but immortal Gu houses were not affected. Uz sighed again. I am still a little worried. Don't you feel that Master's concept of managing the immortal aperture is a little too radical? Right now, the sovereign immortal aperture is like walking on a tightrope. We have to work hard to maintain this fragile balance. Even so, we are slipping into the abyss of failure. Lian Kuxian squinted her eyes. Maybe this style is one of the reasons for Master's legendary rise. Right now, the sovereign immortal aperture is indeed like a glutton. It is already suffering from indigestion but is still devouring. We are building Dao veins everywhere, but not the root cause. If we don't solve the root cause, the abnormal situation will continue. Uz shook her head. During this period of time, I saw Lord Wu Shui and Lord Meng Qiuzhen. Both of them were dazzling and beautiful beyond compare. I don't believe such beautiful existences are not aware of the root cause here. We are only minor characters, how can we understand Master's considerations? That's right. This is not something we should worry about. Lian Kuxian patted Uz's hand. Alright, Uz, Liver Life Hall is right in front of us. I won't accompany you in. I still have a mission to complete. Uz bid farewell to Lian Kuxian. She did not tell Lian Kuxian about her abnormality. Uz walked into the Liver Life Hall with ease. Uz had come to this mystical immortal Gu house many times. She was no stranger to it. She thought it would be smooth this time, but she did not expect an accident to happen. Bam! Liver Life Hall shook, alerting the nearby Gu immortals. Looks like someone's liver exploded again. Hee, this is not a good feeling. No matter who it is, he or she is much luckier than me. The healing hall was just constructed not long ago. Thus, when Uz woke up, she found that she was no longer in Liver Life Hall. She was lying on a large porcelain plate. The surroundings were filled with dazzling white light that almost made her unable to open her eyes. When she finally adapted to this light, she saw a lump of wool floating in the air, looking down at her. This lump of wool condensed into the appearance of Fang Yuan's main body. Uz quickly stood up to greet, but was stopped by Fang Yuan's will. Don't move, your liver has already exploded, your injuries are not light. Also, there are still some Dao marks hidden in your body. Although they were temporarily suppressed by dream path methods, they are showing signs of relapse now. Uz immediately panicked. She did not want to grow hair and mold in front of Fang Yuan's main body's will. Of course, her current appearance was also very pitiful. After her liver exploded, her stomach was split open, half of her ribs were blown away, and her internal organs were all injured. Uz looked up at Fang Yuan's will and quickly called out, "Please save me, Master, I have enough contribution points." Fang Yuan's will nodded. You have enough contribution points. then I have a few treatment methods for you to choose from. The first is to use a time path killer move to restore you to your previous state. The second is to transplant an ancient desolate beast's liver to you, and then use transformation path methods to perfectly fuse this liver with your body, as if it was one with you. The third method is a refinement path method. It will first refine the different Dao marks in your body, and then refine a new liver for you. The fourth method is the most recommended. This is an immortal killer move called saltwater liver. After you cultivate it, you will be able to create a new liver. This liver not only has water path Dao marks, but also food path Dao marks. With this liver, you will be able to cultivate food path in the future. Compared to an ordinary Gu Immortal's liver, saltwater liver can last longer and be strengthened by liver life hull. Moreover, if you fall into a desperate situation in the future, with no way out and lacking food, you can eat this liver to fill your stomach. And the fifth method is, Fang Yuan's will spoke eloquently, listing more than 10 treatment methods. After listening carefully, Yuzi asked about the price. She eventually found that the safest and least risky method was the first time path method. But because she cultivated water path, the time path killer move's effect was not obvious. To have an obvious effect, she would have to pay a higher price. Thus, the first method was not cost-effective. The second method had the best effect. As long as Yuzi could afford it, she could transplant an immemorial desolate beast's liver into her body. The lowest price was the refinement path method, which was also the third method. The fourth method was the most cost-effective. Saltwater liver Yuzi thought for a moment before nodding. I will choose this. While Yuzi was healing, in Western Desert, Xiaoyi who looked at Wanhao Guang, frowning. Mud Plow Beach is gone, Fragrance Flying Island is also gone. They have been publicly traded by Fang clan to Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. The transaction between us needs to be modified. Wanhao Guang had a pained expression. Xiaoyi Hu, you have already come here to discuss with me no less than 5 times, right? Is it appropriate to change it like this? According to my previous suggestion, we should attack Fang clan as soon as possible and chase them away, then change the details of the transaction according to the situation, right? Xiaoyi Hu shook his head, sighing deeply. Wanhao Guang, this is very risky. Your clan's resource points have almost all been sold by Fang clan. Even if you succeed in suppressing Fang clan, can you take out enough compensation? After all, you have already contacted all the super forces in Western Desert. Among the price you have to pay to invite these people, can you satisfy my Xiao clan first? Wanhao Guang felt a headache. He was just about to appease Xiaoyi Hu when suddenly, heaven and earth shook and thunder rumbled. Their base had been ambushed. Fang clan again. Such guts, we did not attack them, but they actually dared to send themselves to death. Fight. After the anti-Fang alliance army reacted, they retaliated furiously. Wan clan's Gu Immortals were especially furious. It was this group of shameless scoundrels who sold their resource points. They had to modify the transaction every few days. It was a huge headache. Fang clan mobilized 3 immortal Gu houses this time. Fang clan's immortals were also furious. It's you, it's you. You forced our Fang clan to sell our resource points. Bam bam bam, both sides were filled with anger and hatred. The moment they fought, heaven and earth shook, sand and rocks flew. Chapter 2289. Thunderous explosions resounded as all sorts of killer moves clashed one after another. Pineapple Sigma Small Infinity said that even the terrifying shockwave that was stirred up carried with it a fatal danger. Fang clan's attack was too sudden. It was out of the anti-Fang alliance's expectations. What made the alliance immortals even more hateful was that they did not choose a resource point to set up camp at. They chose an ordinary desert. They were about to attack Fang clan. It was just that before the battle, they had to discuss the contents of the transaction. Fang Dichang's scheme was very effective. He repeatedly made public transactions with Fang Yuan, causing the anti-Fang alliance to be unstable internally and greatly delaying their attack. And this sudden attack was also Fang Dichang's idea. Fang clan's Fang Dichang. Wan Shao gritted his teeth. Not just him, the Alliance Immortals also felt Fang Dichang's power at this moment. Inside Chicken Dog Coop, Fang Dichang's expression was cold, his eyes were shining with a sharp light. The situation of the battlefield was reflected in his mind. He shouted, "Release all the ancient desolate beasts, I do not want to kill them, but I want to scatter the enemy immortals." At the next moment, Chicken Dog Coop burst out with a dazzling light. Dozens of ancient desolate beasts, including chickens and dogs, barely formed into two groups as they charged forward. Wan Haoguang's eyes were bloodshot. He immediately understood Fang clan's plan. He shouted, "Don't get scattered, anyone who is left alone will face life-threatening danger." Fang clan's Gu Immortals were hiding inside the three immortal Gu houses, while the Alliance's Gu Immortals were flying in the sky. These Gu Immortals' expressions changed. Who could block these ancient desolate beasts with their physical bodies? Even if they used killer moves, they could not destroy them immediately. If they fought and retreated at the same time, their already loose formation would be broken and Fang clan would succeed. Right at this time, one of the Alliance Gu Immortals laughed loudly. His appearance changed abruptly. "It is my turn." He was wearing a green robe. He laughed loudly, his voice was noisy and gave a deep impression. "You are not Tian Fenggo, you are Tian De Ji." The other Gu Immortals in the Alliance shouted with joy on their faces. Tian De Ji had rank 7 cultivation level. He cultivated enslavement path. He was not a direct descendant of Tian clan. He was originally a lowly youngster with no cultivation aptitude. He could only be a farmer his entire life. But one time, when he was taking care of a field, he accidentally found a Gu Immortal inheritance. It was this inheritance that caused his fate to undergo an earth-shattering transformation. He first cultivated in secret before being discovered. He had no choice but to contribute the Gu Immortal inheritance to Tian clan. The Gu Immortal who took over the inheritance, Tian Ganghui, was a righteous person. He did not covet this inheritance. Instead, he protected Tian De Ji in the following days. Tian De Shang had inherited this strange inheritance. He could only enslave chickens, but the effect was amazing. At the next moment, Tian De Ji suddenly attacked, using an enslavement path killer move. All the chicken ancient desolate beasts released by Fang clan rebelled. These ancient desolate beasts immediately turned around to deal with the dog-like ancient desolate beasts behind them. For a time, chickens and dogs fought each other, and the battlefield was covered in sand. The crisis of the anti-Fang alliance was instantly resolved. Wan Shao, Wan Haoguang, Sun Wang and the others all made their moves. Wind path, light path, fire path, and other killer moves erupted one after another, forming 3 perfect waves of attacks that charged towards Chicken Dog Co-op. Fang clan had a plan and Wan clan was also prepared. Tian De Ji's identity was a secret that had only been exposed now. This was the result of Wan clan's communication with Tian clan. Although the alliance was delayed by Fang clan, Wan clan did not waste this time. While discussing internally, Wan clan organized Gu Immortals to practice. The alliance's Gu Immortals had little tacit understanding with each other. There was no problem in fighting one-on-one, but fighting in groups was their greatest weakness. After all, Dao marks of different paths repelled each other. Aiming at this weakness, with the Celestial Court's continuous supply of immortal Yuan stone, the Alliance Immortals trained hard and formed a basic tacit understanding for group battles. Fang Huasheng. Fang Dichang controlled Chicken Dog Coop to retreat while calling for help. Although the chicken ancient desolate beasts had rebelled, Chicken Dog Coop still controlled the dog-like ancient desolate beasts. This immortal Gu house was very important. If it lost any crucial immortal Gu, it would be terrible. The dog-like ancient desolate beasts would not listen to orders and would quickly be defeated. Fang Huasheng, who was inside Fallen Flower Hall, immediately rushed over. Immortal killer move, Mirror Flower. The surface of Fallen Flower Hall burst out with radiance. The radiance was white as snow. It first burst out before converging into a huge flower bud on the roof. The flower bud quickly bloomed. Its petals were like mirrors that refracted light. During the process of blooming, the petals collided with each other, producing a series of crisp sounds. After the flower completely bloomed, it was even larger than the roof of Fallen Flower Hall. It was extremely beautiful. The mirror flower formed in the blink of an eye and burst out with a strong suction force. Be it Wan Hao Guang, Wan Xiao, or Sun Wang's killer moves, most of their power was absorbed by the mirror flower. But there was still a small portion of its power that caused Fallen Flower Hall to shake. The mirror flower's petals scattered and shattered, the remaining petals gathered and formed a flower bud again. "I'll return it to you," Fang Huasheng shouted. The mirror flower's bud bloomed again, releasing the killer move's power that it had absorbed earlier. The flower completely dissipated. The killer move that was released forced Wan Hao Guang and the rest to retreat. They could only use their methods to resist. Fang Huasheng saw that the three immortals were in a sorry state. He knew that an opportunity had appeared. He was about to give chase when a fire path immortal goo house suddenly appeared in the enemy's formation. This immortal goo house was like a huge wheel. After sucking in Dong Clan's two goo immortals, Dong Zhu and Dong Ming, it rolled over. Dong Clan's immortal goo house, Red River Wheel. Inside Red River Wheel, Dong Ming shouted with hatred, "Fang Clan, you once used a theft path immortal goo house to attack my Dong Clan's resource points. You destroyed my clan's treasure moon oasis. We will take our revenge today." Red River Wheel charged towards Fallen Flower Hall with a crushing momentum. Countless flames surged and burned fiercely. Boom! With a loud sound, Fallen Flower Hall shook intensely and retreated rapidly. "Where are you going?" Red River Wheel chased relentlessly. Not long after, Fallen Flower Hall was covered in flames. It was at a disadvantage. To a certain extent, Red River Wheel countered the wood path immortal goo house, Fallen Flower Hall. Since there is fire, it is easy. Within the alliance formation, Gong Jiaoche smiled as he unleashed a killer move. Rumble. At the next moment, the flames on Fallen Flower Hall surged and turned into a huge fire. Damn it! Fang Huasheng gritted his teeth as he controlled Fallen Flower Hall to defend with all his strength, but the situation was not salvageable. The other Fang Clan Goo Immortals in Fallen Flower Hall were doing their best to save the goo worms inside. Red River Wheel's flames were seeping into the immortal goo house, spreading towards the core immortal goo. Fang Gong saw this and wanted to use Inquiry Dock to reinforce it. But the other rank 7 immortal goo house blocked its path. It was Wan Clan's time path immortal goo house, Myriad Age Building. Next, Fang Dichang's chicken dog coop was also attacked by many goo immortals. Fang Dichang heaved a deep sigh as he thought, Wan Clan made ample preparations this time. Be it Tian De Ji who was hiding his identity, Red River Wheel that countered Fallen Flower Hall, or Myriad Age Building that was harassing Inquiry Dock, they all proved that Wan Clan had come prepared in this counterattack. Fang Clan's 3 immortal goo houses were not a secret. And this anti-Fang alliance included more than 10 super forces. It was not difficult to find a way to restrain Fang Clan from them. Ever since the chicken ancient desolate beast was instigated, Fang Dichang knew something was amiss. When the anti-Fang alliance gained a foothold and reacted, Fang Clan was instead suppressed. The advantage of their sneak attack earlier was already gone. But even though the situation was dangerous, Fang Clan's immortals were not flustered. They were still full of confidence. Earth Shuttle, move. Fang Chen and Fang Enlei flew out of the immortal goo house and entered Earth Shuttle. This is the immortal goo house that destroyed my tall pine oasis formation foundation. Wan Xiao saw this and was furious. He immediately changed his target and threw the rampaging wind blades that he had been preparing at Earth Shuttle. Earth Shuttle did not dodge. After enduring this rampaging wind blade, it charged towards the enemy formation. Wherever it went, the Alliance Goo Immortals dodged in panic. Who would dare to use their own body to clash with a rank 7 immortal Gu House? Wan Zhao's pupils shrunk. Earth Shuttle Immortal Gu House was strengthened in all aspects. Last time when they attacked Tall Pine Oasis, its defense was very weak. But it was completely different this time. However, this Earth Path Immortal Gu House was also within one clan's range of response. In fact, even the strengthening of the Earth Path Immortal Gu House was within one clan's expectations. At the crucial moment, Mo Sha Ta stood up and activated a killer move to obstruct Earth Shuttle. Earth Shuttle's surface was immediately covered in a thick layer of sand, causing its speed to fall sharply. Bam! Earth Shuttle shook fiercely, the sand shattered. Without any restraints, Earth Shuttle directly charged towards Mo Sha Ta. Mo Sha Ta was pale with fright, he turned around and ran. The alliance's formation started to fall into chaos. Xiao Yi, who gritted his teeth, he had no choice but to make a move in advance. He raised the chamber pot in his hand and aimed it at Earth Shuttle, letting out a lump of pitch-black light. "Don't even think about it," Fang Huasheng shouted. Fallen Flower Hall activated again. Immortal Killer Move, Fleeting Bloom. The pitch-black lump of light was originally extremely fast, but it was affected by Fleeting Bloom and suddenly slowed down. The Earth Shuttle dodged the attack effortlessly, causing Xiao Yi Hu to glare angrily. "You still have the mind to care about others." Taba Chengfeng attacked. He was a famous Gu Immortal in Western Desert's Gu Immortal world. He was extremely proficient in support methods. This was a Wind Path support killer move. After it covered Fallen Flower Hall, it immediately used the wind to engulf most of Fallen Flower Hall, causing it to burn fiercely. Fang Huasheng's expression sank. Although he had helped Earth Shuttle earlier, he had made Fallen Flower Hall's situation even more dangerous. "Should we reinforce Fallen Flower Hall?" Fang Di Chang's gaze swept through the battlefield. He saw a figure and his pupils shrunk. "No, save inquiry doc first." Wuxia Xianxia had been hiding behind the enemy lines since the start of the battle, preparing his killer move. Right now, the killer move's aura was close to completion. Fang Clan had roof tile breaking killer move, it countered immortal Gu houses. Wuxia Clan also had a killer move called Scattered Sand, it was created by Wuxia Xianxia. Chapter 2290. Scattered Sand. This move's power was similar to breaking the roof tiles, it could also counter immortal Gu houses. Without a doubt, this was the Anti-Fang Alliance's trump card against Fang Clan. Fang Clan was most skilled in immortal Gu houses. Wuxia Xianxia, who was in a state of disunity, was the key to suppressing Fang Clan. "We cannot let him use his killer move." Fang Di Chang pointed out Wuxia Xianxia's threat and immediately ordered, "Fang Ji, Fang Dongxi, go." Two Fang Clan rank 7 Gu immortals flew out of Chicken Dog Coop and took out an immortal Gu house. This immortal Gu house only had 2 floors, it was a short building. When the immortal Gu house was activated, thick smoke rose from the roof. Rank 7 immortal Gu house, smoke wave building. A brand new immortal Gu house has appeared. Fang Clan traded so many resource points, they indeed built another immortal Gu house from Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. The Alliance Celestials were shocked. According to the plan they had discussed earlier, Shi Kong stepped forward bravely and anxiously approached the smoky wave tower to test the waters. After all, defense was his forte. Smoke wave tower did not move quickly, but the thick smoke on the roof grew more and more turbulent. Very quickly, it spread to more than half of the battlefield, attempting to engulf Wuxia Xianxia. The Alliance Celestials did not know the power of the smoke and retreated cautiously. Immortal Killer Move, Swirling Clear Space. Qin Lang used the technique he was most proud of in his life. In an instant, most of the vast smoke dissipated, and the world became clear again. Humph. Fang Di Chang saw this and personally left behind a sentence before leaving. "Fang Leng, Fang Yun, look after chicken dog coop for me." Fang Dichang flew out and immediately took out an immortal goo house and flew inside. Another rank 7 immortal goo house. The anti-Fang alliance was in an uproar, greatly shaken. Fang clan had 3 new immortal goo houses, and they were all rank 7. How many things did the Eastern Sea's heaven-refining demon Venerable give to the Fang clan? The third immortal goo house was called Thought-Expelling Pavilion. It was a wisdom path immortal goo house that matched Fang Dichang. Fang Dichang activated the immortal goo house's method and shot at Wuxia Xianxia. Wuxia Xianxia was close to success, but the thoughts in his mind suddenly left, flew out of his mind, and circled around him. The goo worms in the immortal aperture became chaotic. Wuxia Xianxia's killer move activation failed, he coughed out blood and suffered a severe backlash, falling to the ground. Taba Qingfeng and Gong Jiaocha saw that the situation was not good and quickly gave up on besieging the fallen flower hall. The former rescued Wuxia Xianxia while the latter attacked the vanquishing pavilion from afar. Thought-Expelling Pavilion forcefully withstood Gong Jiaoche's fire path killer move, using the same trick again. Tang Lang cried out and fell to the ground from a high altitude. "I can't hold on any longer." Shi Kang's entire body was pitch black, as if he was covered in soot. He shouted loudly as he rapidly retreated. The thick black smoke emitted by the smoky wave tower made it extremely difficult for him to defend, and he had already reached his limit. Right at this moment, a yellow meteor suddenly pierced through the battlefield and slammed into Shi Kang. It was the Earth Shuttle. Shi Kang's pupils shrank to the size of needle tips, and a terrifying sense of death enveloped his entire body. Bang! At the critical moment, Shi Shutong flew over and crashed into him from the side, forcefully changing the Earth Shuttle's path. Shi Kang almost brushed past the Earth Shuttle and was lucky enough to escape with his life. Most of his fighting spirit dissipated, and he retreated with all his might. The enemy is in chaos. Fang Dichang saw this and activated Thought-Expelling Pavilion to find Tian Deji. Tian Deji was so scared that he quickly released ancient desolate chickens from his immortal aperture to protect himself. Who knew that Fang Dichang was only bluffing and immediately turned the spearhead back to Sun Wang. Sun Clan's Gu Immortals were the most conservative. The moment they saw Thought-Expelling Pavilion move, they immediately retreated at an astonishing speed. Wan Clan's Gu Immortals had extremely ugly expressions. Fang Dichang was worthy of being a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. He could clearly see through people's minds. Relying on the deterrence of Thought-Expelling Pavilion, he did not need to make a few moves to obtain all sorts of results. First Supreme Elder, this is the moment when my Fang clan wins. Fang Dichang's tone was slightly excited. In Inquiry Dock, Fang Gong was already impatient. Hearing Fang Dichang's call, he laughed loudly, handing Inquiry Dock to the other Fang clan Gu Immortals as he flew out like a meteor. Fang Gong slammed into the Longevity Tower, causing it to almost collapse. Immortal Killer Move, Roof Tile Breaking. Fang Gong's palm shadows flew everywhere, creating a storm of attacks. Myriad Age Tower's defensive killer move could not resist roof tile breaking, the tower quickly collapsed. Good. Xiao Yihu's eyes shined with bright light. He finally saw a Gu Immortal who was alone. This gave Chamber Pot Immortal Gu House a chance to display its power. But just as he was about to make a move, he saw Earth Shuttle approaching. Xiao Yihu cursed. He had to retreat and protect himself first. Myriad Age Tower had no choice but to activate its strongest defensive method. Fang Gong's lifespan began to be rapidly extracted. Fang Gong sneered, decisively flying away. He had forced Myriad Age Tower to use this method. He had already achieved his goal. Once Myriad Age Tower activated this method, it could only stop after 2 hours. The surrounding Gu Immortal allies quickly retreated, distancing themselves from Myriad Age Tower. The anti-Fang alliance's formation was already in complete chaos. Fang Gong abandoned Myriad Age Tower and charged towards Red River Wheel. Don't you want revenge? Then come. Fang Gong shouted. Roof tile breaking burst out again. Red River Will quickly retreated, the blazing flames pressing towards Fang Gong. Fang Gong did not dodge, he stuck close to Red River Wheel in the blazing flames. Dong Ming screamed, "Fang Gong, you are going too far." He activated Red River Wheel and crashed towards Fang Gong. Fang Gong's eyes shined sharply as he crashed towards Red River Wheel. The two collided, Red River Wheel retreated as Fang Gong chased after it. Dong Ming's expression was deathly pale. This is the power of a rank 8 strength path Gu Immortal? Dong Zhu did not say a word, she let out Molten Flame Bird. Fang Gong's fists and legs collided, the Molten Flame Bird was brutally destroyed, it was a miserable sight. In a dozen or so breaths of time, Red River Wheel was forced back by Fang Gong, the surface of the wheel was in tatters. Fang Gong, don't be arrogant. Xiao Yi, who had finally gotten the help of his allies, he finally had a chance to attack. In order to invite him, Wan clan had paid a huge price to Xiao clan. Why? It was to deal with Fang Gong. Immortal Gu House chamber pot was small, it could not carry people like ordinary Immortal Gu houses, it would be at a disadvantage in a collision. But it was most proficient in dealing with Gu Immortals outside. Even Fang Gong would be threatened. Fang Gong, die. Xiao Yi, who finally attacked, the pitch-black light lump shot towards Fang Gong. Fang Gong, you are still not retreating? Dong Ming and Dong Zhu shouted in unison. They were very flustered because Red River Wheel was on the verge of destruction. But Fang Gong laughed loudly, not even looking at the pitch-black light lump. This is the battle that will make my Fang clan famous. How can I, Fang Gong, be stingy with my life? There was a loud bang. Red River Wheel was completely destroyed by Fang Gong. Dong Ming and Dong Zhu were extremely shocked, they were flying in the sky, surrounded by countless fragments of Red River Wheel and a vast number of Gu worm corpses. They looked at Fang Gong as if they were looking at a fearless and invincible heavenly god. But at the next moment, the pitch-black light lump landed on Fang Gong's body. Success! Xiao Yi, who was overjoyed. Wan clan's Gu Immortals were overjoyed. Boom! Fang Gong's arms shook, directly shattering the pitch-black light lump. The anti-Fang Alliance's Immortals were terrified, many people subconsciously opened their mouths wide in shock. How is this possible? Xiao Yi, who could not believe it, his eyes were wide open. You are next. Fang Gong looked at Xiao Yi, who and spoke calmly. Xiao Yi, whose heart shrunk. He was intimidated by Fang Gong's ferocious aura, there was only one thought in his mind, escape. Where do you think you are going? Fang Gong flew towards Xiao Yi, who like a meteor, tearing through the air and creating a grand chi wave. Save me. My Xiao clan will repay you generously. Xiao Yi, who frantically tried to escape. Gong Jiao Che, Tang Lan Ku, Qin Lang, Tian De Ji, and the others attacked in an attempt to stop him. Fang Gong did not dodge, all the killer moves were forcefully endured by him. He was like a ferocious tiger coming down the mountain, or a wild dragon entering the sea, rapidly approaching Xiao Yi, who. Like a tiger swallowing 10,000 li. Xiao Yi, who could not shake off Fang Gong, he could only watch as he got closer with a look of despair. Let this battle start the rise of my Fang clan. Fang Gong shouted in his mind, battle intent burning in his chest like fire. At the periphery of the battlefield, high in the sky, Wan Zihong and Zhou Xianxia watched the battle quietly. Seeing this scene, the former was somewhat restless. Friends from the Celestial Court, it is better for you to watch quietly. Lu Wei-yin appeared with a smile on his face. Wan Zihong and Zhou Xianxia's expressions changed, they stared at Lu Wei-yin with full vigilance. At the same time, Northern Plains. Giant Sun Immortal activated Luck Path investigative methods. Once in a while, Giant Sun Immortal would do this. He first inspected Celestial Court. In his mind, Fang Yuan lacked immortal essence and refined the least Dao marks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who was in Celestial Court, was following him closely. She was the main target he needed to be wary of. Celestial Court's luck increased again. It seems that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has already refined most of Celestial Court's Dao marks. It will be harder for me to investigate her in the future. Next, Giant Sun Immortal inspected Eastern Sea. He saw that Fang Yuan's luck was low, it had only increased slightly compared to before, there was no problem. A portion of Fang Yuan's and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's luck was sent to Western Desert. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable looked towards Western Desert. He saw a battlefield with countless luck entangling together, mixing together and forming a blood-red color with some black mixed in. It seems that Western Desert's anti-Fang battle has already begun. Giant Sun Immortal nodded slightly. Fang clan's matter had caused a huge commotion, all 5 regions were paying attention to it. Giant Sun Immortal naturally knew the details. He looked carefully and understood immediately. Fang clan seems to have the upper hand, but there is actually a huge variable. Wan clan is hiding, so Celestial Court is actually supporting Wan clan like this. Giant Sun Immortal saw through the secret and snickered coldly. From start to finish, he had not interfered in Western Desert's anti-Fang battle. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable do not cultivate luck path. They do not know that they are expending each other's luck in this contest. This is already a flaw. If I were at my peak in my previous life, with my luck path methods, would definitely be able to gain an advantage. What a pity, what a pity, Giant Sun Immortal needed to conserve immortal essence to refine luck path Dao marks now. Other than that, even though he had many rank 8 luck path immortal goo, he did not have any rank 9 luck path immortal goo. Chapter 2291. Rank 9 existences, be they goo immortals or immortal goo, were envied by heaven, they could not be preserved. Thus, there were only 11 venerables in human history, and each had a limited lifespan. There were also very few rank 9 immortal goo in the world. Giant Sun Immortal took a final look at his luck. He frowned slightly. The situation was not good. It was worse than before. But according to the information, Giant Sun Immortal could not figure out where this bad luck came from. He was most suspicious of Celestial Court. What is that old woman Star Constellation Immortal Venerable trying to do now? Giant Sun Immortal was not anxious. In fact, he had a way to change his own luck. But there was still a flaw. He was short on immortal essence, he needed to refine Dao marks. His luck path immortal goo did not have rank 9, it was very difficult to use a rank 8 luck path killer move to change his rank 9 luck, it would expend a lot of immortal essence. Giant Sun Immortal soon stopped using his investigative method. The longer the 3 venerables fought, the more important the information became. But Giant Sun Immortal's investigation time was getting shorter and shorter. He had to consider his immortal essence expenditure, he had to conserve as much immortal essence as possible. Giant Sun Immortal fell into deep thought, where did my bad luck come from? Celestial Court is the biggest suspect, but Fang Yuan cannot let his guard down. He has the sovereign immortal body, he cultivates all paths, his future potential is terrifying. Other than this, he has another advantage. That is refinement path itself. Even though refinement path does not specialize in offense, its development far surpasses luck path and blood path, thus, the number of rank 9 immortal goo far surpasses luck path, blood path, wisdom path, and star path. The development of each path had its own advantages and disadvantages. Giant Sun Immortal preserved his luck path, it did not spread out, it had little development. Other goo immortals could not defend against Giant Sun Immortal's luck path methods, but there were very few luck path immortal goo that could reach rank 9. In contrast, refinement path was the most widely developed path. Because goo refinement was something that goo cultivators could not avoid. Even Gu cultivators of other paths would refine Gu to some extent. This way, as refinement path developed, there would be more refinement path Gu cultivators, there would be more refinement path Dao marks, there would be an endless supply of refinement path resources, there would be many types of refinement path immortal Gu, there would also be more and more refinement path immortal Gu that could advance to rank 9. Thankfully, Fang Yuan lacks immortal essence now, he is still far from refining rank 9 refinement path immortal Gu. Maybe my bad luck is not Fang Yuan or star constellation immortal venerable, but other venerables. If the other venerables were to be revived, who would be the most disadvantageous to me? Fang Yuan had cooking luck pot as a backup, and the crucial thing was obscured heavenly secret. Even though Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had the ability to investigate, the result was not ideal. If I have a breakthrough in the Blood Path Immortal Gu trade, my luck should be able to improve. Not only did Fang Yuan obstruct Giant Sun Immortal in terms of Blood Path Immortal Gu, Celestial Court had already done so back in Blood Sea Ancestors era. Demon Judgment Board's Core Immortal Gu, Blood Relation, and Red Heart Traveler's Heart Blood Immortal Gu were things that Giant Sun Immortal desired. Currently, Heavenly Lord Baizu was still in a long negotiation with Fang Yuan's clone. Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court were also secretly negotiating over Blood Path Immortal Gu, but there was almost no progress. Western Desert. Fang Gong arrived in front of Xiao Yihu and punched. Xiao Yihu was terrified, he could only use Immortal Gu House Chamber Pot to block. With a loud explosion, Chamber Pot shattered on the spot. The terrifying fist force's power weakened slightly as it landed on Xiao Yihu's chest. Xiao Yihu was sent flying like a meteor, a deep pit was formed on his chest, a large amount of blood mixed with his shattered organs spurted out of his mouth, leaving a trail of blood behind. With one punch, Xiao Yihu was on the verge of death, Chamber Pot shattered. Retreat. We can't fight anymore. The Anti-Fang Alliance army was scared out of their wits, their battle intent was almost completely extinguished. Fang Gong's strength far surpassed their expectations, he was not countered by Chamber Pot. This Fang clan's first supreme elder was simply the bane of immortal Gu houses. Ever since Fang clan attacked one clan's Tall Pine Oasis, he had already destroyed Winding Light Platform, Red River Wheel, and Shao clan's Chamber Pot. These 3 immortal Gu houses were all rank 7, they had rank 8 battle strength. There is still the last one. Fang Gong turned around slightly, ignoring the rank 7 Gu immortals who were retreating, he stared at Myriad Age Building. The Anti-Fang Alliance army only had one immortal Gu house left, Myriad Age Building. Myriad Age Building was also a rank 7 immortal Gu house, it could fight rank 8. It was the final pillar of the Anti-Fang Alliance army, as long as it fell, Fang clan would obtain complete victory. This was the most crucial point. The other Gu immortals might be elites among rank 7 Gu immortals with their own specialties, but without Myriad Age Building to suppress them, these people would scatter as soon as they charged, they were like a mob. Fang clan has 6 immortal Gu houses, they are all rank 7. Our side only has Myriad Age Building left. Retreat, retreat. The Celestial Court is still not making a move? Sigh, they are really too useless. Look at how much Heaven Refining Demon Venerable supported Fang clan, a total of 3 immortal Gu houses. What did the Celestial Court offer? Fang Dichang displayed his Wisdom Path Gu immortal stratagem once again. At this crucial moment, he ordered Fang clan's army not to chase after these rank 7 Gu immortals, but to control the immortal Gu houses to surround Myriad Age Building. Without Fang clan's pursuit, all the Gu immortals in the alliance besides one clan were retreating frantically. Wan Shao and Wan Haoguang had ashen expressions as they returned to Myriad Age Building. Fang clan's 6 immortal Gu houses surrounded Myriad Age Building. Fang Gong had a calm expression as he slowly flew towards Myriad Age Building. Surrender, Wan clan's friends. I can guarantee with Fang clan's reputation that as long as you surrender and are willing to give up a portion of your territory, my Fang clan will not demand all of your immortal Gu, nor will we take any of your lives. Fang Gong spoke. His conditions were actually very lenient. We won. Fang Lang and Fang Yun were already cheering. Fang Clan's immortals had no objections to Fang Gong's persuasion. Fang Clan had already discussed this: if such a situation occurred, they would persuade them to surrender like this. If Wan Clan surrendered, this result would be extremely beneficial to Fang Clan. Once Wan Clan admitted defeat, Fang Clan would have the righteous name of the righteous path, and would rightfully occupy a portion of Wan Clan's territory. Wan Clan would no longer have a righteous cause to rally the other super forces to form an anti-Fang alliance again. Of course, Wan Clan's headquarters and some important resource points would be taken back by Wan Clan. But to Fang Clan, the overall gains were far greater than the losses. Lord Lu Wei-yin, it seems Fang Clan won. Of course. Look at who is supporting them. The two Rockman Gu immortals were beside Lu Wei-yin, and seeing this scene, they revealed proud smiles. But Lu Wei-yin frowned slightly, sensing something amiss. These two Celestial Court Gu immortals still have calm expressions. It seems the matter is not so simple. On Celestial Court side, Zhou Xiongxian and Wan Zihong had calm expressions, they even had expectant gazes. In Myriad Age Building, a woman's voice suddenly resounded: Fang Clan's descendant is truly amazing, your scheme is also very detailed. But how can my Wan Clan be humiliated like this? Fang Clan's immortals were bewildered. At this critical moment, this unfamiliar female voice actually represented the Wan Clan. Who exactly was she? Could it be that the Heavenly Court had interfered? But Fang Clan knew a lot about Wan Zihong. It did not sound like this. May I ask for this fairy's name? This is a contest between my Fang Clan and Wan Clan. Fang Gong frowned as he probed. Ha ha ha. The mysterious female immortal laughed loudly. Her voice was hoarse and not pleasant to the ears, but it was filled with calm confidence. Following her laughter, a surging rank 8 aura surged out. Wind, dust and flowers fall, everything is not over. The cold sound of the year bell shatters, cannot dispel the sorrow of 10,000 ages. As the poem finished, the world turned dark. Dark winds blew, gloomy clouds covered the sky. In the surrounding several li, all living beings, including Gu immortals from both sides, felt an intense sense of sorrow engulfing their hearts. Sorrow, sorrow, sorrow. Loss, disappointment, melancholy, worry, anguish, dejection, all sorts of emotions made people shed tears on the spot, their chests felt stifled, they could barely breathe. Fang Clan's 6 immortal Gu houses that surrounded Myriad Age Building were swaying left and right, almost falling to the ground. Inside thought-expelling pavilion, the Wisdom Path Gu immortal Fang Di Chong was half kneeling. He had a malevolent expression as he resisted Wan Clan's terrifying killer move with all his strength. Blood flowed out of his mouth and nose. Fang Gong barely resisted. He retreated in panic as he shouted, "You are Wan Gu Cho?" In a short period of time, the wrinkles on his face increased rapidly. He aged rapidly. Close to 100 years of his lifespan was extracted. Retreat. Fang Di Chong spoke with difficulty. Fang Clan's 6 immortal Gu houses retreated in panic. The Alliance immortals who had already retreated to the edge of the battlefield were dumbfounded. Wan Gu Cho? Isn't that the strongest peak rank 8 female immortal in Wan Clan's history? When she was in power, Wan Clan almost dominated the whole of Western Desert. She lived for 10,000 years, Myriad Age Building was created by her. She actually survived? That's right, this is likely the doing of Celestial Court. It must be her. Her killer move with the same name, Wan Gu Cho, is famous in history. Only she who cultivates both Time Path and Wisdom Path can use it. Only she can use this move to unleash such terrifying power in Myriad Age Building. This move already has the demeanor of a pseudo-venerable. The immortals were shaken. At the next moment, Wan Gu Cho stopped her killer move. She shouted at the Alliance Gu immortals, are you still not going to attack? The immortals came to a realization, they shouted and charged over again. Fang clan was hit by the killer move Wangucho, they could not get rid of their depressed emotions, they could not even display 20% of their battle strength, they were routed. Myriad Age Building led the experts to pursue. The immortals first destroyed Smoke Wave Building, then destroyed Thought Expelling Pavilion. In order to save Fang Di Chang in Thought Expelling Pavilion, Fang Gong and the other immortals were forced to take action. After a battle to the death, Fang Di Chang was rescued, but Fang clan paid a heavy price. The most outstanding immortal Gu House, Fallen Flower Hall, was destroyed. Fang Dong Shi and Fang En Lei, two rank 7 elites, died on the spot. Eventually, Fang clan brought the 3 damaged immortal Gu houses and escaped the battlefield. Writing Pen Chinese Net. Chapter 2292. Wang Xiao Heir woke up from his slumber. Wasn't I imprisoned all along? Where is this place? Wang Xiao Heir was dazed, he found himself in a vast desolate plain. Quickly escape. Run, run. A large group of people suddenly surged towards him. Crack. With a loud sound, a bolt of lightning struck down. Next, the earth shook, with a loud sound, the ground started to collapse. After a dozen or so breaths of time, a huge crater formed in the surrounding 10 li. The crater surrounded everyone, including Wang Xiao Heir. Wang Xiao Heir was stunned, he was trapped in the crowd. The surrounding people were in chaos and panic, Wang Xiao Heir also felt the same. He did not know what was going on. Before this, he was captured by Dong Fang Shi in Sand Heap Blessed Land. After soul searching, he obtained information about Hu Land. During the battle for Sand Heap Blessed Land, Dong Fang Shi lost his soul core. Fortunately, Dong Fang Shi captured Wang Xiao Heir and obtained information about Hu Land from him. Dong Fang Shi used this precious information to make up for his mistake. On the other hand, he also found out about the peculiarity of Wang Xiao Heir's body. Dong Fang Shi imprisoned Wang Xiao Heir in his immortal aperture. He specially set up an underground prison and conducted many in-depth research on Wang Xiao Heir, but he could not figure out what was wrong with Wang Xiao Heir. All of you, shut up. A figure suddenly appeared in the air. Wang Xiao Heir and the rest raised their heads. Your ancestor Fang Dong died in battle, everything here belongs to me, Xiao Yi Hu. You are all my captives. All of you stay here. If anyone dares to run away, I'll make him wish he was dead. Xiao Yi Hu's face was pale, he had a malevolent expression. Under his threat, the previously noisy and chaotic crowd immediately fell silent out of fear. Fang Dong Shi and Fang En Lei died in battle to protect Fang Di Chang. They were both rank 7 Gu immortals. When their immortal apertures landed on the ground, their immortal aperture's entrance would open and absorb heaven and earth chi, forming an ownerless blessed land. Xiao Yi Hu took the chance to enter and plunder the loot. However, the results of the search did not satisfy Xiao Yi Hu. He suffered severe losses this time. The entire immortal Gu House chamber pot was destroyed by Fang Gong. Even if he emptied Fang Dong Shi's immortal aperture, it was only a drop in the ocean. No, the Wan clan must give me an explanation. Xiao Yi Hu's expression was unsightly. After stabilizing the situation in Eastern Blessed Land, he hurriedly left to find the Wan clan. At this moment, the Anti-Fang Alliance had already successfully reclaimed the Wan clan's blessed land. The immortals of the Anti-Fang Alliance were temporarily resting here. Arriving at the front of the hall, Xiao Yi Hu slightly concealed his unsightly expression and shouted, "Senior Wangucho, Junior Xiao Yi Hu represents the Xiao clan and requests an audience. I have important matters to discuss." Things were different now. Wangucho suddenly revived and defeated Fang clan, turning defeat into victory. Her fame spread far and wide. Western Desert's Gu immortal world was shaken. In the face of such an expert, Xiao Yi Hu had to restrain his attitude towards the Wan clan. Very soon, Xiaoyi who received permission to enter the main hall and saw Wangu Chou. Wangu Chou was dressed in white and had a head full of silver hair, looking very old. On the left stood Wan Hao Guang, on the right stood Wan Shao. He. She looked at Xiaoyi who and laughed. Her laughter was hoarse and horrifying. Shao Clans Jr., you've come at the right time. I have something important to discuss with you. Take a seat first and wait for a while. Yes. Xiaoyi who did not dare to retort, he chose a seat and sat down. Not long after, the other Anti-Fang Alliance Gu Immortals were invited to the main hall to discuss matters. Even the two Gu Immortals of the Celestial Court, Wan Zihong and Zhou Xianxia, were present. Wangu Chou looked around and said directly, although Fang clan lost, they stole a large number of our clan's resource points. According to our agreement with Zhu clan, our Wan clan is unable to pay the compensation. However, there is a great opportunity now. Fang clan suffered a huge loss and their strength has fallen greatly. As long as we continue to attack, Fang clan will not be able to resist us. Fang clan has fallen to the demonic path, we must exterminate them. We will divide the spoils of battle together. The immortals felt a chill in their bodies and minds. This Wangu Chou was extremely shameless. She said she could not pay the compensation and forced the Anti-Fang Alliance to continue. Her methods were also ruthless, she wanted to continue to attack and exterminate Fang clan. But this was indeed a good opportunity. The immortals could not help but be moved. Fang clan sold a large number of Wan clan's resource points and sold few of their own resource points. Fang clan's foundation was still there. Now was the time to beat them while they were down. Wan clan is sinister, they purposely hid Wangu Chou and kept us in the dark. Wangu Chou had been hiding and waiting for us to be defeated before she made her move and defeated Fang clan in one go, creating the current situation that is most beneficial to Wan clan. On the surface, Wan clan has the most transactions with Shao clan, but in fact, their biggest partner is Central Continent's Celestial Court. None of the immortals present were stupid, they had already reacted during this period of time. If Wangu Chou made her move earlier, even if the Anti-Fang Alliance defeated Fang clan, the credit would go to most of the alliance's Gu Immortals. But Wangu Chou only made her move at the last moment, immediately restoring Wan clan's prestige. The Alliance Immortals did not have the qualifications to emphasize their contributions, they did not have the face to ask for compensation. Evil must be eradicated, Fang clan broke the rules, how can such a super clan continue to stand tall in Western Desert's Gu Immortal world? I agree with Senior Wangu Chou's plan. But we need to discuss how to distribute the spoils of war. The immortals had participated in the previous battle and suffered losses, some were anxious to make up for it, like Xiaoyi who. Some had experienced danger and wanted to gain more, they wanted to take the chance to make a profit. Seeing that the Western Desert Gu Immortals agreed, Wangu Chou looked at the two Gu Immortals from Celestial Court. Since ancient times, Celestial Court has been the leader of human path, the role model of the righteous path. This time, we will need your help to counterattack Fang clan. Wangu Chou understood deeply, compared to these Western Desert Gu Immortals, Celestial Court support was more important. Without Celestial Court support, Wan clan could not attack Fang clan. Wan clan had paid a lot to cooperate with Celestial Court, but they also gained a lot. Wangu Chou was revived by Celestial Court. Right now, her many rank 8 time path immortal Gu were all lent to her by Celestial Court. Even her myriad Gu Chou killer move was modified by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Zhou Xianxia and Wan Zihong looked at each other, this development was not out of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expectations. This opportunity was what the two immortals from Celestial Court had been waiting for a long time. At the next moment, Zhou Xianxia stood up, friends of Western Desert, my Celestial Court is duty-bound to deal with the demonic path, we are also very willing to support you. However, Fang clan's calamity is right in front of us. Why did Fang clan have the guts to attack Yuan clan? The true source is not Fang clan, but Eastern Sea's heaven-refining demon Venerable. Celestial Court is willing to continue supporting you, but our condition is that you are forbidden from joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. The whole place was silent. The Gu immortals looked at each other. Wan Gu Cho was the first to break the silence. My Yuan clan will be the first to respond. After the war against Fang clan, Yuan clan had already become the staunchest supporter of Celestial Court. Wan Gu Cho spoke again. Xiao Yihu, what do you think? Xiao Yihu's expression was very unsightly. Wan Gu Cho had specially pointed out his name and forced him into a corner. He had no choice but to express his opinion. He snorted coldly. I, Xiao Yihu, am naturally not willing to associate with the demonic path, but this is only my personal opinion. How can I casually represent my Xiao clan and agree to this? I will naturally have to ask my Xiao clan's first supreme elder. He was trying to stall for time. But Zhou Xianxia had already expected this. Then I would like Xiao Yihu to contact your clan's Gu immortals. I believe the difference between righteous and demonic is deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. Xiao clan is one of the models of Western Desert's righteous path. How can we make a mistake on such an important matter? Wan Gu Cho immediately nodded, echoing the Celestial Court's immortals. Then let's do it like this. We will discuss the distribution of the spoils of war after all of you ask for instructions. She pretended to be tolerant. If any clan is unwilling, we will not blame them. In this war against Fang, even if you did not make any contributions, you have worked hard. If you do not want to join the anti-Fang alliance, my Yuan clan will send you off. We will not make things difficult for you. The immortals heard this and cursed inwardly. Right now, they had not received any rewards, or perhaps only a small portion. If they did not agree to the Celestial Court's conditions, Wan Gu Cho would chase them out of the anti-Fang alliance. Only by joining the anti-Fang alliance could they get rewards, as well as more spoils of war from Fang clan. After a while, the Gu immortals present finished asking for instructions. None of them left. Under the pressure of righteousness, Western Desert super clans could not bear the pressure of public opinion and leave the alliance. Moreover, if they left the alliance at this juncture, the Gu immortals would not get any benefits. Fang clan was like a piece of juicy meat, attracting these giants to fight over it. Very good, you did not disappoint me after all. Wan Gu Cho stood up with a smile on her face. Right now, a new opportunity was in front of her. She was now the alliance leader of the anti-Fang alliance. As long as she led the alliance and defeated Fang clan, her reputation would rise to the peak of Western Desert's Gu immortal world. By then, she would be like Western Desert's Wu Yong, becoming the publicly recognized leader of Western Desert's Gu immortal world. Zhou Xianxia and Wan Zihong also had smiles on their faces. All of this was within star constellation Immortal Venerable's calculations. Making Wan Gu Cho the leader of Western Desert was extremely beneficial to Celestial Court. Fang Yuan is number one in Gu refinement, but in terms of methods, how can he be star constellation Immortal Venerable's match? Zhou Xianxia sneered in his heart. On the same day, Wan Gu Cho announced the establishment of the new anti-Fang alliance. Following the revival of the strongest expert in Yuan clan's history, the situation of Western Desert's Gu immortal world changed. Almost all the Gu immortals of the 5 regions were paying close attention to this. Celestial Court has won this contest. Fang clan is in danger. To think that Celestial Court can revive other Gu immortals, it is not just limited to Celestial Court members. The true situation is still in the hands of the Venerables. If Fang Yuan takes action personally, this Wan Gu Cho is just a clown. Fang Yuan can make a move, but can't Star Constellation Immortal Venerable do the same? It would be best if the two fight, then I, Ancestor Giant's son, can reap the benefits. Chapter 2293. Western Desert. Myriad or Desert. Shi Zhong looked at Shi clan's information with an indifferent expression. Fang clan failed. It seems that Shi Kong has a chance again. However, Fang clan only lost 2 rank 7 Gu immortals and 3 immortal Gu houses. They still have the strength to fight. Shi Zhong was someone who was ostracized by Shi clan, while Shi Kong was a rising star that Shi clan had specially nurtured. Shi Zhong flattered Shi Kong on the surface, but he was envious and disgusted inwardly. Regardless of the battle situation or the result, it has nothing to do with me. I still need to rely on myself. Shi Zhong gritted his teeth, thinking about how his latest attempt to refine wealth immortal Gu had failed again. The thought of asking Fang Yuan for help in the Gu refinement flashed in his mind. Shi Zhong gritted his teeth, finally making a decision. It seems that I need to sell some wealth mortal Gu. Shi Zhong could not be nurtured to begin with, trying to refine wealth immortal Gu in secret had expended almost all of his wealth. He was already penniless now. He could only sell some things to exchange for immortal materials for his next attempt. And the only thing he could sell was wealth mortal Gu. Even though he had failed many times, he had some results. He could not refine wealth immortal Gu, but he managed to refine wealth mortal Gu. Communicating with Jewel Yellow Skies, Shi Zhong hesitated for a long time before choosing more than 10 wealth mortal Gu and bringing them into Jewel Yellow Skies. Wealth mortal Gu gathered into a lump, forming a treasure light. The treasure light was abundant, but these were clearly mortal Gu. This situation attracted the attention of other Gu immortals. What Gu is this? Why is it giving off such a treasure light? New Heir 2 asked. In a little over a year, he advanced to rank 6 Gu immortal. Even though he relied on Northern Plains New Heir clan, he was still a new rank 6 Gu immortal. When he had some free time, he would communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies, using his divine sense to explore and increase his knowledge. New Heir 2 was the great-grandson of Gu immortal New Heir Qi. He had also participated in the last imperial court contest. He was skilled at enslaving leopards. He was once on the same level as Fang Yuan's Chang Shan Yin. He was recognized as one of the 5 beast kings by Northern Plains Gu masters. This is wealth Gu. Shi Zhong replied. New Heir 2 was stunned for a moment, becoming even more curious. Wealth Gu? Wasn't this the legendary immortal Gu recorded in the Legends of Renzu? With your mortal Gu. Shi Zhong snorted coldly. This is a mortal Gu recipe that I created after painstaking research. These rank 5 wealth Gu can be turned into any rank 5 Gu material. New Heir 2's heart shook as he asked, any rank 5 Gu material? Can it be used multiple times? Shi Zhong's voice turned gloomy. These are all one-time consumable Gu. If that wasn't the case, he wouldn't have taken it out for sale. Shi Zhong had been trying to refine immortal Gu level wealth Gu. If he sold too many wealth mortal Gu, there was the risk of others deducing the immortal Gu recipe. At that time, Shi Zhong would be nurturing his own competitor. If he had a choice, Shi Zhong would not sell these wealth mortal Gu. Moreover, he was only selling a dozen or so mortal Gu. New Heir 2 thought, these wealth Gu can only be converted into any rank 5 Gu material, they are not practical. As a Gu immortal, what rank 5 Gu material can't he get? But this involves the legendary wealth Gu. Buying some for research or gifting is a good idea. New Heir 2 asked for the price. His divine sense soon fluctuated intensely. You are asking for such a high price for immortal Gu? Have you gone crazy from poverty? Shi Zhong said, friend, at first glance, exchanging mortal Gu for immortal materials is somewhat unimaginable. But think about it, as long as you have these mortal Gu, you can deduce immortal Gu recipes from them. Wealth immortal Gu, think about it, how valuable is it? To speak the truth, these mortal Gu are basically unique in the current world, there are likely only these few left. I only managed to obtain these by chance, Yi Zichen said with a smile. Unfortunately, I am not proficient in Gu refinement. If not for the fact that I am in a tight spot, I would not have sold them. Friend, how many do you want? If you buy 3 at once, I can give you a discount. Shi Zhong had a glib tongue. New Heir too fell into hesitation after hearing this. Shi Zhong's words were not without reason. But was it worth it to use a large number of immortal materials to buy the hope of deducing an immortal goo recipe? New Heir too was not stupid. He thought about it and said, buying 2 or 3 wealth goo is not a problem. But what I really want to know is, where did you get these things from? Shi Zhong immediately became vigilant. Friend, you are asking too much. I do not want any trouble because of this. Moreover, if I really provide information as you wish, how can you determine whether it is true or false? That is true. New Heir too hesitated again. Right at this time, another divine sense interjected with excitement. You actually have wealth goo. I will buy them. How many do you have? Give them all to me. Shi Zhong replied, friend, don't be anxious, listen to my price. The mysterious goo immortal heard this and paused for a moment before nodding. All right, I want them all. Shi Zhong was slightly dazed, while New Heir too became vigilant. Shi Zhong thought about it and said, friend, it is not that I do not want to sell them all to you, but you came later, this friend arrived earlier, we are almost done. Shi Zhong did not want to sell all the wealth goo to one person. That way, he would have the most clues to deduce, and the possibility of deducing an immortal goo recipe would be higher. This mysterious goo immortal's attitude made Shi Zhong feel somewhat uneasy. For stability, he naturally hoped that New Heir too would buy some. But New Heir too backed down. I was just hesitating when this mysterious goo immortal appeared. Is this a trap to urge me to buy some wealth mortal goo? New Heir too had heard of this scam before. Thus, New Heir too gave up on the idea of purchasing them. Shi Zhong was helpless. After hesitating for a while, he sold all the wealth goo to the mysterious goo immortal. After collecting enough immortal materials, he left Jewel Yellow Skies and prepared to refine goo again. He really sold them? New Heir too was somewhat disappointed. And after that mysterious goo immortal obtained wealth goo, he also left Jewel Yellow Skies. He was Spirit Butterfly Valley's goo immortal Xiao Baihong. Xiao Baihong gave these wealth goo to the rank 5 goo master beside him, Xiao Qixing. Xiao Qixing was Xiao Baihong's great-grandson, one of the current 10 children of human path. He was heavily nurtured by the celestial court. Xiao Baihong said, "O Qixing, are these wealth goo really that helpful to you?" Xiao Qixing said, "Great-grandfather, I cultivate human path, and recently obtained a goo immortal true inheritance by chance. This true inheritance is very incomplete, but there are more than 10 justice immortal goo recipes. One of the immortal goo recipes is the most outstanding. It uses wealth immortal goo as a supplement to refine justice immortal goo. Now, even though we did not obtain wealth immortal goo, with these mortal goo, we can modify that immortal goo recipe. Once I refine justice immortal goo, I can use this goo as my vital goo and officially advance to a human path goo immortal." The 10 children of human path were aware of the superiority of human path, thus they planned to become human path goo immortals. But this way, they would need human path goo worms as vital goo. Xiao Qixing had great ambitions. He wanted to obtain rank 6 justice immortal goo in advance and use it as his vital goo. At that time, if his immortal ascension was successful, his vital goo would advance to rank 7. That way, the rank 6 Xiao Qixing would obtain rank 7 vital immortal goo in advance. Justice goo is no doubt a human path goo worm. With it, along with soldier goo, sergeant goo, and others, I will be able to grasp the human path killer move, Master of Justice. This move might become my signature method. Xiao Qixing described his cultivation plan with an excited expression. Xiao Baihong laughed heartily and patted Xiao Qixing's head. Good. Since you have such great ambitions, then I, great-grandfather, will help you even if I have to exhaust all my wealth. Southern Border, Tai Clan. Good, the righteous path is truly in the hearts of people. Tai Chu Zhong laughed loudly. Lord Chu Zhong, I wonder what made you so happy. A female voice was heard. Tai Chu Zhong turned his head and saw a valiant and heroic-looking rank 5 female Gu master. He smiled. It's Tai Ruanan. Take a look, this is Western Desert's Fang clan's latest battle report. Saying so, Tai Chu Zhong handed an information path mortal Gu to Tai Ruanan. Tai Ruanan probed with her consciousness and her expression changed. So such a thing happened when we were in closed cultivation in Demon Suppression Tower. Tai Chu Zhong said with hatred, I had thought that Fang clan was just an empty shell. This clan was already involved with Fang Yuan long ago. They were unworthy of being Western Desert's righteous path. They did not have any of the righteous path's demeanor. Now it seems that it was indeed so. Fang clan's hearts are completely corrupted. They colluded with this demon, Fang Yuan. Now that they have suffered a crushing defeat, this defeat will be Fang Yuan's outcome in the future. Tai Ruanan nodded. Since ancient times, evil never triumphed over righteous. The demonic path is rampant for a moment, but there is always the strength and hope of the righteous path in this world. These two had always hated Fang Yuan. Firstly, Tai clan's tradition was to fight against the demonic path. They were very iron-fisted. Secondly, these two had deep enmity with Fang Yuan. There was no need to talk about Tai Ruanan, they already had enmity on Qingmao Mountain, her father had died there. And Tai Chu Zhong had once participated in the pursuit of Fang Yuan, but was captured by Fang Yuan, and his immortal edge Gu was stolen by Fang Yuan. Although he was released, his immortal aperture was taken by Fang Yuan. Tai Chu Zhong could only cultivate again, but he was still a Gu master. Tai Ruanan continued to analyze. Celestial Court is indeed the role model of the righteous path, the leader of humanity. They supported one clan and revived one Gu Cho. They would rather provide immortal Gu and immortal Yuan stone than interfere in Western Desert's matters. This is the style of the righteous path. Fang clan's danger is not related to Wan clan's destruction. Wan clan is only a corner of the 5 regions. Even if it is destroyed, there are still many super forces left. Fang clan's greatest danger is that it can corrupt people's hearts, causing other Gu immortals and super forces to fight to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. But now, Celestial Court is giving the world another choice. Celestial Court has immortal Yuan stone, immortal Gu, and can even revive Gu immortals. Wan clan paid a high price to obtain such support. This is Celestial Court's good intentions. Only when there is profit to be gained can it be spread widely, and there is a possibility of following it. This kind of justice is firm and stable. Overly noble justice is instead somewhat fake, it cannot be widely used, it will only make justice appear weak. But everything was based on quality. Thank you for your suggestions. I saw some of my friends' posts, which were very, very long, and I was very touched. I know, this is all because of their love for the book. Especially the pictures. Wow, it's really amazing. Chapter 2295. Tai Chu Zhong heard this and nodded. His gaze towards Tai Ruanan was filled with unconcealable admiration. Previously, when Tai Chu Zhong heard that Tai Mianshan chose Tai Ruanan to be the inheritor of Iron Mask True Inheritance, he had some doubts. But after this period of interaction, Tai Chu Zhong completely acknowledged Tai Ruanan. He felt that she was the most promising person in this generation of Tai clan. Tai Ruanan, it is good that you have such a deep understanding. Fang Yuan is vicious, he stole my immortal aperture and forced me to use my second aperture to cultivate. I have no choice but to be controlled by him. I cannot make it, my future is bleak. But you have a bright future. With your current accumulation, it is enough for you to ascend to an immortal. Tai Chu Zhong said with joy. Tai Ruanan was not modest, yes. These days, I have been in closed cultivation using the power of Demon Suppression Tower, and also consulted the experiences of the seniors in the clan. I have 80 to 90% confidence in passing the Immortal Ascension tribulation. Very good. But you need to take it easy. The two heavens are in chaos, Providence is in chaos, there will be losses during the Immortal Ascension. Natural inspiration is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, it is very important. Tai Chu Zhong guided. Oh. I would like to hear the details. Tai Chu Zhong explained in detail. During the process of natural inspiration, the Gu cultivator can ask Providence and get the answer. If the question is too difficult and surpasses the limits of heaven and earth, there will be no answer. For example, if you want to ask for the method of eternal life during the process of natural inspiration, heaven and earth will not be able to give you an answer. If the question is too simple, even if the Gu cultivator gets the answer, they will not be able to make full use of this precious opportunity. It will be a pity. The most ideal situation is for the question to be of moderate difficulty and get a perfect answer. But this situation is too rare, we cannot be sure of it. Thus, the most mature method is to ask a slightly more difficult question. That way, the answer will be correct, but it will not be complete, there will be a small portion missing. As for the missing parts, we can use manpower and material resources to make up for them in our future cultivation. This is the most effective way to use natural inspiration. Tai Ruonan's eyes flickered with light, asking, then how can I judge the difficulty of these questions? Normally speaking, when asking about the immortal Gu recipes of ordinary rank 7 immortal Gu, this is the standard. Any Gu worm related to the legends of Renzu is not an ordinary Gu. Other than that, you have to ask about things that are closely related to you. For example, if you cultivate Metal Path, you would ask about Metal Path. But if he asked about things unrelated to the Earth Path, the results would be very low. You have to be even more careful when it comes to the Dream Path. Meanwhile, Southern Border. Steel Tooth Mountain. In a nameless cave. Wu Yong cupped his fists and bowed, saying with a smile, fellow immortal Wang, I've brought some good wine this time. In front of him was an elderly Gu immortal, he was sitting cross-legged on the ground, his eyes were blurry as if he had just woken up. The old man sighed and said, Lord Wu Yong, this is the third time you've come to visit. You are a rank 8 Gu immortal, the alliance leader of Southern Alliance, but you are treating a mere rank 7 Gu immortal like me with such respect. I understand your meaning, but I only want to cultivate in seclusion, I do not want to get involved in the conflicts of this world. Even though your wine is fragrant, I do not have the fortune to enjoy it. This old man was a secluded cultivator of Southern Border, he cultivated Wisdom Path and was called Forgotten Daoist. Wu clan specialized in Wind Path, they had no advantage in Wisdom Path. Wu Yong had been looking for reliable candidates, after learning that Forgotten Daoist was living in seclusion on Steel Tooth Mountain, he personally came to recruit him several times. Wu Yong said with a solemn expression, you are wrong. In the current world, the two heavens are in chaos, the 5 regions mock battle is almost upon us. Who can remain unaffected? Even if you do not want to make things difficult for others, in this chaotic world, there will always be people who are unwilling to be left out, for example, Western Desert's Fang clan. After obtaining some assistance from Fang Yuan, Fang clan invaded Wan clan, even Wan clan's first supreme elder died because of it. This is a sign of the chaotic world. Even if the celestial court helped Wan clan to victory, what is the intrinsic difference between Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Fang Yuan? You are a Wisdom Path Gu cultivator, you cannot ignore this. Forgotten Daoist sighed again, it is better to be a dog in peace than a person in chaos. In the current world, Great Love Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and Giant Sun Immortal are each leading an ultimate force, they have deep foundations and can easily topple the balance of super forces. For example, you, Wu Yong, you will be excited and restless, but I feel only sorrow and bitterness. Lord Wu Yong, there is no need to persuade me anymore, please leave." Wu Yong sighed deeply. He could only hold on to his expectations and bid farewell to forgotten Daoist with deep regret. This world was huge. There was Shi Zhong who worked hard to refine immortal goo in secret. There was Shao Qixing who borrowed his great-grandfather's strength and was already plotting to obtain rank 7 vital goo before ascending to immortal. There was New Heir too who obtained the clan's assistance and was already a goo immortal. There was Tai Ruanan who cultivated Metal Path as a goo master and obtained guidance from a senior to understand the secret of natural inspiration. There was an ambitious person like Wu Yong. There was also a goo immortal like Forgotten Daoist who was content with living in seclusion and did not want to get involved in conflicts. There was also a super force whose future was bleak and was in imminent danger, Fang Clan. Fang Clan's headquarters. In the discussion hall, the atmosphere was heavy. Fang Clan was defeated. Huge losses. What should they do? Be it Fang Gong, Fang Di Chang, Fang Leng, or Fang Yun, they all had heavy moods. Wan Guchou had recovered all of Wan Clan's lost territories, but the anti-Fang alliance still existed. If not for the alliance discussing the distribution plan, Fang Clan would have already been attacked by the anti-Fang alliance. Even though Fang Clan still had the strength to fight, their chances of winning were extremely slim. Right at this time, Lu Wei-yin suddenly visited. Fang Clan's immortals were moved. Quickly invite him in. Fang Gong had just said this when he stood up. No, come with me to welcome him. Fang Clan's immortals welcomed Lu Wei-yin into the hall. Lu Wei-yin saw that the Fang Clan immortals had strange expressions. Myriad Guchou is truly amazing. According to what I know, Myriad Guchou is a compound killer move of Time Path and Wisdom Path. Once one's emotions are affected, their lifespan will decrease. The decreased lifespan will strengthen the killer move's power and make the melancholic emotions even more intense, shrouding one's heart and causing one's fighting spirit to fall to rock bottom. Fang Huasheng sighed. This killer move is very different from historical records. I tried my best to heal it, but there are still many emotions remaining in our hearts. We can only slowly erase them. Lu Wei-yin laughed heartily. No worries. I brought a special immortal goo this time, please give it a try. Saying so, Lu Wei-yin lent an immortal goo to Fang Di Chang. This was a rank 7 immortal goo belonging to Wisdom Path. Fang Di Chang barely managed to activate it as the immortal goo shone with profound light that covered his entire body. A moment later, Fang Di Chang's expression recovered. He felt relaxed. The melancholic emotions that had been lingering in his heart for a long time had vanished. Good immortal goo. Fang Di Chang praised. Lu Wei-yin continued. Our alliance leader learned of Fang Clan's defeat. He specially refined this immortal goo. With this Wisdom Path immortal goo, it is easy to heal the remnant power of Myriad Guchou. Other than this immortal goo, there are also several killer moves that complement it. One of them can even defend against Myriad Guchou. Your clan only needs to pay a set of super resource points to buy them all. Fang Di Chang smiled bitterly. He was about to speak. Lu Wei-yin continued, friends from Fang Clan, don't be sad. I know that Fang Clan lost Fang Dongxi and Fang Enlei. This is a huge loss for Fang Clan. But it is not a problem. Celestial Court has a method to revive Myriad Guchou. How can Lord Fang Yuan not have one? Lord Alliance leader only needs 2 huge resources to revive these 2, but their cultivation level will only be at rank 6. This time, the expressions of Fang Clan's immortals changed. Can we really revive Enlei? Fang Chen was extremely excited. He was Fang Clan's son-in-law. Fang Enlei was his wife. Lu Wei-yin smiled. Earlier, when we transacted with you, one of the conditions was for you to use your own human qi as a commodity. This human qi is the key to Lord Alliance leader's revival. There is no problem in reviving them. Not just that, it is also not a problem for these 2 to recover to rank 7. We just need to add 2 huge resource points. Of course, it is not impossible to raise their cultivation level to rank 8. As long as your clan can afford it, Lord Alliance leader has great abilities, he will not disappoint you. Even rank 8 cultivation level can be bought and sold. Fang Gong was stunned. The other Fang clan Gu immortals had complex expressions. Rank 8 cultivation level was once the highest level in the world, but in the last few decades, pseudo-venerables appeared one after another, venerables revived, rank 8 cultivation level fell again and again. Now, rank 8 cultivation level was a commodity that could be bought and sold at will. This made Fang clan's immortals a little dazed. Lu Wei-yin looked around as he said loudly, "Do you still not understand? Ever since Fate Gu was destroyed, the situation in the world has changed drastically. Immortal Gu houses are like this, rank 8 Gu immortals are like this, even venerables are like this. This kind of upheaval is akin to turning the world upside down. If a superpower can't adapt to this change, it'll only be a splash in the tide of the new era. It'll only be a fleeting moment before it's eliminated," Shi Feng said. Fang Dichang squinted. Lord Lu Wei-yin seems to be implying something. Lu Wei-yin chuckled. "I will be frank, the current situation is very dangerous. How can Fang clan resist the anti-Fang alliance? If we defend ourselves, no matter how strong the immortal formation is, it will only delay the destruction for some time. Only by making a world-shaking move can we deal with such an intense change. Of course, the choice is yours. Lord Alliance leader will not interfere in Western Desert's internal conflict. But if I were you, I would abandon all the resource points and sell them in exchange for immortal Gu and immortal materials to revive my clan's Gu immortals." Fang Gong and Fang Dichang's pupils shrunk. The other Gu immortals were in an uproar. "How can we do that? We are too unfilial. Without these resource points, our Fang clan's foundation will be gone. If we do that, won't we be letting down our ancestors? This is the foundation of our Fang clan." Fang clan's immortals reacted intensely. They looked at Lu Wei-yin with ferocious and hateful gazes. Lu Wei-yin shrugged, saying calmly, "Whether we sell or not is up to you. I am only giving you a small suggestion. Sell." Fang Dichang's voice was extremely hoarse. Fang Gong was silent, he did not object. "Lord Fang Dichang." Some Fang clan Gu immortals stood up in excitement. But Fang Dichang's next words made these Gu immortals unable to retort. "If we don't sell, can you defend them?" Chapter 2296. Sitting on a desolate hill, Fang Dichang was as silent as a rock. Ever since the 2 days were mixed together, there was no longer a clear distinction between day and night. Instead, the sky was filled with black and white. As a result, there was a clear distinction between light and darkness in this area. Fang Dichang was currently in the darkness. He expressionlessly looked down the desolate hill. It was a desolate desert with not even a blade of grass growing there. But because the two heavens were intertwined, this huge desert was also divided into areas where light and darkness intertwined. This was Tassel Desert, Fang clan's super resource point. Every year, during a certain period of time, earth roots would grow here. The earth roots were like straw, like willow branches, soft and tough. The earth roots were long and short. They ranged from ordinary Gu materials to rank 8 immortal materials. When it was lush, the earth roots would cover the entire Tassel Desert. When the wind blew, it would look like the waves of earth roots that were as vast as mountains and seas, magnificent and soul-stirring. This was the #1 resource point of Fang clan. It was the pride of every Fang clan Gu immortal. But now, he had to sell it to Fang Yuan. Once he sold it, he would never be able to return. It was practically an eternal farewell. Fang Dichang's expression was wooden, but his heart was like the desert in front of him, desolate and cold. Fang Gong's figure flew over and landed on the desolate hill, standing beside Fang Dichang. "You really are here." Fang Gong sighed. Fang Dichang, who was sitting on the ground, suddenly had a twisted expression as he clenched his fists. Fang Yuan did it on purpose. I'm afraid he already knew about Wan Guchao's existence, but he didn't say anything, causing our clan to suffer a great loss. Fang Gong was slightly taken aback. Fang Dichang continued, even if he does not know about Wan Guchao's revival, he concealed the fact that he can revive my clan's Gu immortals. As long as he mentioned it in advance, even if it was just half a sentence, I would know. I knew that venerables had methods to easily revive Gu immortals. I would have been on guard against Wan Guchao. Who knows, we might exchange for that forgotten worry immortal Gu in advance. We would have the most basic defense against the killer move Myriad Sorrow. We would not be defeated. Instead, the anti-Fang alliance would collapse. Fang Dichang was almost shouting at the end. He wasn't wrong at all. At that time, the battle situation was actually on the front line. The victory of Fang clan and the anti-Fang alliance was just a matter of time. If they knew of Wan Guchao's existence, Fang clan would not have sent 6 immortal Gu houses to attack Myriad Age building. Myriad Ancient Sorrow had an area of effect. But at that time, under the condition that Fang clan didn't know about it, forcing the remnants of Wan clan to surrender was the best move to obtain benefits. Alright. Fang Gong smiled bitterly. Things have already happened. Second Elder, don't dwell on it anymore. We don't have the spring and autumn cicada to go back. The Gu immortals that Celestial Court revived earlier were all their members. Everyone guessed that their revival was related to the contribution of immortal apertures. Adding on the fact that the immortal tomb was almost completely destroyed by Fang Yuan, Wan Guchao's resurrection is very hard to predict. Fang Dichang's expression was cold as ice. No, it is Fang Yuan, everything is because of Fang Yuan. He's the mastermind behind all of this. I'm very clear-headed now. Our Fang clan defeating the anti-Fang alliance is not what the Celestial Court wants to see. But it is also not what Fang Yuan wants to see. Because even if our Fang clan wins, we will not invade other super forces. But in this situation, our Fang clan needs to relocate urgently and sell all our resource points to Fang Yuan in exchange for Immortal Gu and Gu Immortal revivals. What will we do next? We have no resource points and cannot replenish ourselves, we can only rely on Fang Yuan. We can only continue to invade other super forces' resource points and trade them with Fang Yuan in exchange for Immortal Gu and other cultivation resources. Our Fang clan has already become his vanguard, his bandits. We are plundering Western Desert for him. And he, Guyue Fang Yuan, is still in Eastern Sea. He is the high and mighty great love immortal venerable. He will announce to the outside world that he will not interfere in Western Desert's internal strife. All of the crimes will be shouldered by our Fang clan. He, Guyue Fang Yuan, is clean. He, ha ha ha. What heaven and earth great love alliance. What great love immortal venerable. Fang Dichang looked up at the sky and let out a mocking laugh. His eyes were red, his hair was disheveled and there were already glistening tears in his eyes. First Elder Fang Gong, think about it, don't you feel that Wan clan's first Supreme Elder's death was too strange? If he dies like this, our Fang clan will only have one path left to take. This is Fang Yuan. He wore a fake human skin but was actually a vicious beast that devoured people without spitting out their bones. I hate him, I hate him. Fang Dichang gritted his teeth. I hate my Fang clan for being too deeply involved with Fang Yuan. I hate those Eastern Sea super forces, they were too weak and easily bullied, they actually allowed Fang Yuan to act like a tyrant over them. However, the person I hate the most is myself. I am a wisdom path Gu immortal in vain. I did not see through Fang Yuan's scheme and even implicated the whole of Fang clan to become Fang Yuan's chess pieces. We were manipulated by him, played by him. I, Fang Dichang, am the sinner of Fang clan. Saying so, Fang Dichang was already kneeling on the ground. He looked down at the ground and punched the ground as he cried bitterly. This proud wisdom path Gu immortal had not lost his composure and cried so bitterly for 100 years. Fang Gong sighed and slowly sat down beside Fang Dichang. One clan's first supreme elder's death was strange, how could I not be suspicious? But even if it is Fang Yuan's scheme, what can we do? Do we have evidence? He. Fang Gong showed a helpless and humble smile. Even if we have evidence, what can we do to heaven-refining demon venerable? Fang Gong put his hand on Fang Dichang's shoulder. Don't lose your composure, second supreme elder, you are the brains of Fang clan. If other Fang clan Gu immortals see this, what will they think? What will happen to our morale? Fang Dichang gritted his teeth and stopped crying. He sat down on the ground again and stood beside Fang Gong. Fang Gong continued, I also hate. I hate Celestial Court, I hate Wan clan, I hate Fang Yuan, and I also hate you. But at the same time, I hate myself even more. As Fang clan's first supreme elder, I was defeated by the killer move Myriad Ancient Sorrow. I was like a dog that fled in a sorry state, I could not do anything. My fists were so weak, my body was so fragile. Fang Dichang, you are not the first supreme elder, I am. Who is at fault for Fang clan's current situation? No one's mistake is heavier than mine. If I could atone for my sins with my death, would immediately commit suicide in front of the anti-Fang alliance. But I cannot. We are all aware of the nature of the righteous path. Once Fang clan loses a rank 8 like me, those people will become even more vicious. I can only live with my fists clenched, my face steeled, and my chest puffed out. Only then can I be more beneficial to Fang clan, only then can I hope to atone for my sins. I want to atone for my sins with merit. I don't want to become the greatest sinner in history, I don't want Fang clan to end in my hands. Do you understand? Fang Dichang. Fang Gong shouted. Fang Dichang gritted his teeth, staring at Fang Gong, of course I understand. Fang Gong stood up and looked at the desert and the horizon, continuing, today's tasseled desert is like the walking stone crevice of the past. We need to imitate Fang clan's first-generation immortal ancestor and face the difficulties head-on. What is home? It is not these resource points, it is ourselves. Where there are people, there is hope. You are right. Fang Dichang also stood up with a resolute expression, our Fang clan still has hope. Immemorial two heavens. Spectral soul demon venerable's mountain-like body charged towards Jun Shenguang and Che Wei, the two celestial court Gu immortals. Air currents surged as formless pressure enveloped Jun Shenguang and Che Wei. Oh no, why did we provoke him? Jun Shenguang frowned deeply. Che Wei sighed, even if spectral soul demon venerable is not sane, we are not his match. Retreat. But we've worked so hard to guide these stars here. And this heavenly veil was given to us by star constellation Immortal Venerable. Jun Shenguang gritted his teeth, choosing to retreat wisely in the end. The three-headed thousand-armed spectral soul demon venerable shouted loudly, raising hundreds of thick black arms that resembled towering trees as he tore at the empty space in front of him. With a series of loud tearing sounds, the originally empty sky suddenly tore open, as if a huge curtain had been torn into countless pieces. Hidden in the curtain were hundreds of thousands of huge stars. Bam bam bam, spectral soul demon venerable charged into the group of stars. The stars along the way were either smashed by his mountain-like body or crushed by his hundreds or thousands of giant hands. The two heavenly court Gu immortals saw that their painstaking efforts over the past few days were all for naught, they were furious. Fortunately, the stars scattered quickly, spectral soul demon venerable lost his consciousness and only a small portion of them was destroyed. Che Wei and Jun Shenguang discussed for a while. They decided to clean up the heavenly veil and bring the remaining stars back to Central Continent. After all, this was a mission personally given by star constellation Immortal Venerable. This is a heavenly veil? Shen Shang suddenly appeared. Che Wei and Jun Shenguang's heart sank, they became very vigilant. Shen Shang had displayed pseudo-venerable battle strength in Crazed Demon Cave. he was a truly strong enemy to them. Xianxia also collected some heavenly veils. He looked at spectral soul demon Venerable who was still destroying the stars. He smiled at the two celestial court Gu immortals. Can you tell me why celestial court is collecting these stars? Che Wei and Jun Shenguang had grim expressions. Xianxia continued to smile. It doesn't matter if you don't tell me. Since you used the heavenly veil to collect the stars, you definitely want to do this secretly. You don't want this matter to be interrupted. Then I will directly collect these shattered heavenly veils and announce your actions to the public. Che Wei snorted coldly. Xianxia, don't go overboard. Fang clan's outcome will be the outcome of all the super forces that sided with Fang Yuan. Your Shen clan's good days will be numbered soon. Xianxia squinted. You don't need to worry about my Shen clan's matters. I know for sure that the good days of the two of you are about to come to an end. Retreat. Jun Shenguang spoke. Che Wei immediately responded. Xianxia chased for a while, forcing the two celestial court Gu immortals to retreat. He returned and collected all of the heavenly veils. These heavenly veils are all very precious heaven path immortal materials. It is the best to offer them to alliance leader Fang Yuan. Chapter 2297. Hundreds of stars shot towards profound literature grotto heaven. Old immortal Hua Yu's subordinates had already received the news. They were already prepared. They're here. Quickly activate the immortal formation. Bam bam bam, the stars collided with the immortal formation, erupting with a huge force. Profound light flashed as the stars shattered into countless fragments. The immortal formation suffered the most intense attack. A large number of Gu immortals were injured and coughed out blood. A moment later, the damaged immortal formation was still standing, but there were still several stars charging towards it. Retreat. Old immortal Hua Yu ordered. Lord? No, the grotto heaven is behind us. If there is a mishap, I will not retreat. Even if we have to sacrifice our lives, we will protect our homeland. Even though the Gu immortals were weak, their morale was high. Profound literature grotto heaven was originally placed in the void. It was condensed into a single point. The movement of the stars in the outside world had nothing to do with it. But now that the two heavens were mixed, there was a huge change. All the grotto heavens in the two heavens were more or less implicated. They were forced to show themselves. Right now, behind the damaged immortal formation was profound literature grotto heaven's immortal aperture entrance. Even though the entrance was closed, it was exposed and could not disappear. Old immortal Hua Yu immediately shouted, I have my methods, don't hesitate, otherwise, you will lose your life for nothing. The immortals were silent. They quickly disassembled the immortal formation and left, entering profound literature grotto heaven. They believed in old immortal Hua Yu. They're here. Old immortal Hua Yu was alone. He looked at the incoming stars with a grim expression. Immortal killer move, cold words. Immortal killer move, idle gossip. The first move emitted a cold frost that caused the stars' speed to decrease. The second move sliced the stars, causing them to shatter. However, the large star fragments still had a huge impact force. Go all out. Old immortal Hua Yu shouted furiously, disregarding his life. He used his methods to block all of these star fragments. Guh. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, his body was covered in injuries. Star path light shined from him. With the fusion of the two heavens, the stars were affected by the heavenly Tao. They were extremely chaotic, but they were also strengthened and had great power. Even old immortal Hua Yu who had rank 8 cultivation level could barely resist it. Just as old immortal Hua Yu was about to turn around, he suddenly turned around and saw another wave of stars flying over. If these stars were to reach profound literature grotto heaven, the consequences would be unimaginable. His pupils constricted and his expression stiffened before relaxing again. He was prepared for this. Even if he had to sacrifice his life, he had to block this wave. But at this moment, Jun Shenguang suddenly appeared. The sky curtain. As he flew, he waved his hand and quickly set up a canopy in front of the planet. The stars crashed into the sky, causing the sky to tremble violently, forming huge transparent waves. It is Celestial Court's Gu Immortal Jun Shenguang. Old Immortal Hua Yu was stunned. It's the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance's Old Immortal Hua Yu. Jun Shenguang was also slightly taken aback and immediately became worried. This was a crucial moment. If Old Immortal Hua Yu took action, the sky screen would probably be destroyed again. However, what worried Jun Shenguang did not happen in the end. An unbearable amount of time passed, but Old Immortal Hua Yu did not do anything. He watched as Jun Shenguang closed the sky curtain and enveloped all of the stars. Not just Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan was also controlling Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. However, the two Luck Path Immortal Gu houses could only barely maintain the situation. Rumble. With a loud sound, the ground cracked, almost splitting the whole of Longevity Heaven into two. Swoosh swoosh. The sound of waves could be heard from underground. Scarlet light pierced through the sky. A vast sea of blood appeared in front of the immortals. Longevity Heaven actually has a sea of blood of such a scale? Bing Sai Chuan and the rest were shocked. Celestial Court. The bright and peaceful atmosphere was already gone. Qin Ding Ling, Red Heart Traveler, 9 Spiritual Fairy, Princess Impatience, and other members were rushing around. Shabi 95, Ruan Dan, and even Qing Chou were mobilized to stabilize the situation. Heaven and earth were collapsing, forming terrifying cracks. The grand palaces had already been dismantled by the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals, condensing into more than 10 Immortal Gu houses of rank 6, 7, and 8. No matter what the situation was, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not care. She focused on refining the wisdom path Dao marks in Celestial Court. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Fang Yuan's soul was lying leisurely in the pool water. The pool water was hot, steam lingered around it, it was like a white fog. Every once in a while, the pool water would create waves that slammed onto Fang Yuan's soul. Fang Yuan's soul originally had 100 arms and 2 heads, but after being cleansed by the pool water, most of his hundreds of arms had already disappeared. His head had also returned to its original size. This pool was not an ordinary pool, it was 4-element square regret blood refinement pool. After Fang Yuan raised Advanced Refinement Gu to rank 9, he started to modify 4-element square regret blood refinement pool. After completing it some time ago, he started to bathe his soul. Because 4-element square regret blood refinement pool contained rank 9 Advanced Refinement Gu, it was already a genuine rank 9 Immortal Gu house. This Immortal Gu house still had 4 core Immortal Gu, Advanced Refinement Immortal Gu, Water Refinement Immortal Gu, Immortal Regret Gu, and Blood Asset Immortal Gu. Advanced Refinement Immortal Gu was rank 9, the other 3 Immortal Gu were rank 8. Among them, Blood Asset Immortal Gu had already reached its limit, it could not be raised to rank 9. Celestial Court's contributions in suppressing the development of Blood Path could not go unnoticed. Advanced Refinement Immortal Gu reached rank 9. 4-element square regret blood refinement pool was originally created before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. After Fang Yuan became a Refinement Path Supreme Grandmaster, he had the ability to modify it. Right now, 4-element square regret blood refinement pool's Gu refinement power had undoubtedly risen by a large margin. Fang Yuan's soul used 4-element square regret blood refinement pool to bathe in it. The effect was miraculous. The drawbacks of soul path cultivation were gradually decreasing. Fang Yuan cultivated soul path mainly by referring to spectral soul demon Venerable's soul path true inheritance. But this true inheritance had a huge drawback, it was already showing itself. A human's soul was at most 100 million man's soul, this was the limit of the race. But after Red Lotus Demon Venerable destroyed Fate Gu, and after Spectral Soul Demon Venerable innovated it, it broke through the limit of the human body and underwent a qualitative change, breaking through from 100 million man soul to desolate soul. Then 10 desolate soul, 100 desolate soul, 100 million desolate soul. 100 million desolate soul was the limit of Spectral Soul's true inheritance. It could form 3,000 armed demon souls with quasi-rank 9 battle strength, directly resisting calamities and tribulations, defying heaven and earth, slaughtering deities and ghosts, shocking the world. This was the peak of soul cultivation. It was also the limit that the world could contain. But Feng Yuan gradually discovered that this cultivation method had a huge drawback. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable sought too much power, it left behind many hidden dangers. A human soul was a human soul. After breaking through to desolate soul, the pure human nature had added bestial nature, or rather, it was one's nature. 100 million desolate soul was terrifying, but the human nature occupied very little of it. Instead, the natural wild nature occupied most of it. Right now, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's consciousness had completely dissipated. He was first controlled by star constellation Immortal Venerable, then roamed the two heavens, acting according to his bestial nature. This was the manifestation of the drawback. Feng Yuan had already guessed Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's situation. Some time ago, Shen Shang had contributed a portion of his human path cultivation results. Feng Yuan compared the two and finally confirmed the drawback of soul path cultivation. In the past, human path had not developed. The limit of a human was 100 million man soul. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had no choice but to make a breakthrough, but in fact, he had stepped onto the wrong path. Of course, there are many reasons for this. Back then, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable wanted to create Killing Path and annexed Black Heavenly Spirit, but he did not succeed, so he created Soul Path instead. The deeper meaning behind this is terrifying just by thinking about it. Chapter 2298. Intense winds and rain filled the entirety of Celestial Court. The silver-white sky was dark and gloomy. Within the intense winds, more than 10 immortal Gu houses were moving around. Almost all of the members of Celestial Court were here to stabilize the situation. A large amount of black smoke is leaking from the northeast corner. It can corrode the ground and turn it into mud. The Immortal Graveyard is there. We need to protect it. Name Plaque Palace is heavily damaged, requesting reinforcements. Someone help me, I can't repair this crack in time. The Gu Immortals conversed. This situation had already been going on for dozens of days. It was getting more and more intense. Celestial Court was filled with danger everywhere, and most importantly, Celestial Court's foundation was too deep. It could be said to be the #1 heaven vein node in the world. During these 2 days of confusion, Celestial Court suffered the greatest impact. Originally, Celestial Court was heavily defended, but after 2 invasions, the defensive methods left behind by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable and the rest were either completely destroyed or had their power greatly reduced. They could no longer be used. Crack! Thunder rumbled, lightning flashed across half of Celestial Court. It was blocked by 5 Deity Hall in the end. The latter suffered heavy injuries and fell to the ground, creating a huge crater and rumbling dust. Such a phenomenon was the display of Celestial Court's deep foundation. Even the rank 8-5 Deity Hall could barely resist it. It was a chaotic scene. Right at this unstable situation, in Central Great Hall, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable slowly opened her eyes. Her starry eyes were deep and profound. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's gaze pierced through Central Great Hall, instantly seeing the situation in Celestial Court. From today onwards, this is your home, little star. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable introduced the young star constellation. Where is this? Celestial Court. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable said with deep emotions. Celestial Court. Star Constellation muttered this unfamiliar term. You can treat it as your home. Primordial origin immortal venerable stroked star constellation's head. Home. Star constellation's eyes brightened. Primordial origin immortal venerable looked at everything, his gaze seemed to be looking at the 5 regions, as if he could see through the future. This is naturally your home, because it is also the home of the entire human race. A scene from deep within her memories appeared in star constellation immortal venerable's mind before vanishing. Since when has the celestial court been in such a difficult situation? Master. This is our home. I will protect you until the end, and then I await your return. In the next moment, a purple radiance suddenly spread out from the central hall, and soon spread to every corner of the celestial court. This is Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made a move. We are useless, we implicated Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. No, why would Star Constellation Immortal Venerable be so unwise? Clearly, she had completely refined all the wisdom path Tao marks of the celestial court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately changed the situation. Under the illumination of the purple light, the raging wind and rain dissipated, the bombarding thunder and lightning disintegrated, and the cracks between heaven and earth quickly closed up. The celestial court's Gu immortals were deeply shaken. This was the might of a Tao Lord. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had refined all the wisdom path Tao marks of the celestial court. Her strength here had already surpassed Giant Sun Immortal and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. What reason did the Celestial Court use to support one clan? What slogan had the Celestial Court always followed? What stance did they take? If they could easily recruit Fong clan, who had joined the demonic path, then what would the Celestial Court's actions, which only cared about benefits, be like? In front of such a major issue, if the Celestial Court wavered and coveted small benefits, it would be a huge blow to its own prestige. Even the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects would hesitate because of this. Especially at this sensitive moment, Fong clan had Fong Yuan's support. Fong Yuan secretly plotted to have Fong clan attack one clan because he knew that his prestige and the human heart would not gain widespread recognition just because he proclaimed great love. Eastern Sea's super forces took the initiative to side with him because they feared his prestige. Wu Yong and Fong Yuan's transactions were mostly for the sake of benefits. Not long after, didn't Wu Yong openly transact with the Celestial Court again? If the Celestial Court did that, Fong Yuan would probably laugh his head off. This suggestion was only made by Wan Zihong's will. She was from the demonic path after all. The other Celestial Court Gu immortals did not make such a suggestion. Did they not think of it? Of course not. The righteous path has already gained the upper hand in the battle in Western Desert. The only worry is that Fong clan is staking it all and selling all their resource points to Fong Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a thought. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the #1 person in Wisdom Path. She had already expected this situation, thus, when she sent people, she chose Zhou Xianxia. Zhou Xianxia was an information path Gu immortal. He was skilled in collecting clues. Once Fong clan abandoned everything and wandered, Zhou Xianxia would collect relevant clues and report them to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Evil must be eradicated. Fong clan had to be destroyed. After Star Constellation Immortal Venerable refined all of the wisdom path Tao marks of the Celestial Court, she needed to rest and accumulate some immortal essence before moving on to the next step. In this short period of time, the threat of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is much greater than Giant Sun Immortal and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. It is time to send people to search for Fairy Myrtle. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable arranged everything clearly. Once we find them, the anti-Fang alliance will go all out and destroy Fang clan. On the other side, Wan Zihong understood Fang clan's actions. Some time ago, she had suggested to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to recruit Fang clan, but her suggestion was rejected. Wan Zihong knew that Fang clan could not surrender. Celestial Court would definitely punish them as a warning to others. In this situation, she would do the same. The anti-Fang alliance's actions were too slow. It gave Fang clan and Fang Yuan plenty of time to relocate their resources. The anti-Fang alliance's best strategy was to attack Fang clan immediately. However, they spent too much time on internal discussions. Negotiations were time-consuming to begin with. The anti-Fang alliance only began to act after they had confirmed the division plan. But Wan Zihong could understand. If they did not do this, the anti-Fang alliance's Gu Immortals would not be able to send their Gu Immortals or determine their strategy. Benefits and risks were equal. Only after confirming the benefits, and then deciding who would take the lead and who would take care of the rear, would the anti-Fang alliance have enough battle strength. This alliance was established too recently. The Gu Immortals participating in the alliance came from all sorts of super forces. No one was willing to submit to anyone else. The strength of an individual was not enough to influence them. Without benefits, the anti-Fang alliance could not be formed. Like earlier, Wan clan had no choice but to take out all their assets to attract all the super forces to send people to form the anti-Fang alliance. After Wan Guchou was exposed, they used Fang clan's assets to attract other Gu Immortals. And without a clear division of benefits, the anti-Fang alliance had no battle strength. Once the battle began and Fang clan attacked, the Gu Immortals would immediately retreat. Without clear benefits, no one was willing to take the risk. Fang clan, on the other hand, was forced into a desperate situation. They were united. In such a situation, Fang clan could only clench their fists. Even if the anti-Fang alliance had many people, they were in a state of disunity and had a high chance of failure. Thus, the anti-Fang alliance had to go through this process. However, just me alone is far from enough. Everyone should know the threat of Fang clan's remnants. If we want to get rid of these demonic path cancerous tumors, I hope everyone can send information path Gu Immortals to hunt them down. Zhou Xianxia said. Fang clan is in the demonic path. They are no longer Western Desert's righteous path. Everyone has the right to kill them. Western Desert's Gu Immortals nodded. But our efforts were in vain. Your Wan clan and Celestial Court need to give us an explanation. That's right, in this situation, we can't return empty-handed, right? If we return empty-handed, Wan clan will be too disappointed. Over the past few days, they had relied on their soul beasts to explore many dangerous places. For this, they sacrificed 30% of the soul beasts. This is Heavenly Chasm. Fairy Myrtle recognized it and exclaimed in shock. Heavenly Chasm was a rank 9 heaven path immortal material. Its shape was not fixed, but it was huge. It was formless and looked like transparent air, but it could not be passed through. We are so unlucky to encounter this. Wuxia was very disappointed. Heavenly Chasm was not dangerous, but it was a huge problem for the two of them. Because they had to go around Heavenly Chasm, but they did not know the shape of Heavenly Chasm and how it was arranged in the sky. Both Fairy Myrtle and Wuxia's detection range was far smaller than the size of Heavenly Chasm. In other words, they could only rely on luck, choose a direction, and try to go around it. No one could estimate how much time they would have to waste. Without a choice, Fairy Myrtle and Wuxia could only take the long way around. After walking for a long distance, Heavenly Chasm was still in front of them, like a huge wall that connected heaven and earth. Suddenly, a sound entered Fairy Myrtle and Wuxia's ears. At first, they did not pay much attention. thinking it was just the normal sound of the wind. But soon, the sound became more and more pleasing to the ear. When the two immortals were naturally attracted to it, their movements unconsciously slowed down. After a dozen breaths, the entire soul beast group also stopped in the sky, completely immersed in this beautiful sound. There were no musical instruments in this sound, it was purely made up of wind, rain, thunder, birds, and so on. Yet, it formed such a wonderful music that Fairy Myrtle and Wuxia were both immersed in it. Oh no, this is heavenly music. Fairy Myrtle's heart shook, she wanted to warn them, but she only moaned as her body went limp and relaxed completely. Wuxia's cultivation level was lower than hers, but he was even more immersed than her, he had an intoxicated expression on his face, unable to extricate himself. Fairy Myrtle's heart continued to sink. She knew that they were in a desperate situation this time. At this rate, she, Wuxia, and the soul beasts would all be immersed in this heavenly music until their consciousness completely dissipated, turning into floating corpses in the sky. Fairy Myrtle wanted to save herself, but after several attempts, she could not activate any goo worms, not to mention any killer moves. If she had reacted immediately and retreated with all her might, she might have had a chance of survival. But now that she had been immersed in the heavenly music for so long, she was like a mortal struggling after falling into water, her strength was getting weaker, and she was drinking more and more water. Am I going to die here? Wuxia coughed out blood, he was extremely shocked. His method of controlling and enslaving soul beasts was completely destroyed by spectral soul demon Venerable, he suffered a backlash as a result. Fairy Myrtle brought Wuxia along as they escaped. Purple smoke rose up, trapping these soul beasts temporarily, they flew in circles inside the smoke. After flying for a while, the two immortals heard a loud sound, the surrounding 100 li started to shake. The heavenly chasm was broken through by spectral soul demon Venerable. The two immortals had pale expressions, they tried their best to escape. But spectral soul demon Venerable was extremely fast, he soon caught up to the two immortals. Spectral soul demon Venerable's left head roared loudly. The silhouette of Dang Hun Mountain appeared, descending towards the two immortals. The two immortals could not dodge. Immortal killer move, Purple will birth. At the crucial moment, Fairy Myrtle used her killer move, her body shook as she turned into purple smoke that enveloped Wuxia, vanishing on the spot. After a few breaths of time, purple smoke appeared out of nowhere at a certain place tens of li away. The purple smoke turned back into Fairy Myrtle, Wuxia fell out of it. Fortunately, they encountered the heavenly melody earlier. After Feng Jioga left, Fairy Myrtle set off, she set up a method at a fixed distance. This method was originally used to defend against the heavenly melody. Fairy Myrtle did not expect to use it to evade spectral soul demon Venerable. Now that she used this killer move, the two immortals managed to survive. But the killing intent was still thick, the two immortals were definitely not out of danger yet. Bring me away. There is a huge backlash from using this killer move, I need to get rid of the purple wool in my mind before I can use it again. Fairy Myrtle said anxiously. Wuxia quickly used a soul path method to fly away with Fairy Myrtle. After the two immortals escaped for a while, Wuxia was shocked to find that his speed was getting slower, the immortal essence expenditure of every soul path killer move was increasing. I was hit. It was when the main body grabbed me earlier. What kind of method is this? It seems to be a killer move that targets all soul path. Wuxia soon became a cripple. Fairy Myrtle had no choice but to take action again, she escaped with Wuxia. As spectral soul demon Venerable approached, Fairy Myrtle had no choice but to use purple wool survival again to stall for time. Let's split up. Wuxia gritted his teeth and suggested. Fairy Myrtle shook her head, rejecting him. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable wanted to kill Wuxia. If they split up, Fairy Myrtle could survive, but Wuxia would not. Fairy Myrtle was hit by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's method. She was extremely loyal to him. Spectral Soul's main body was clearly not in a good condition. Fairy Myrtle was more loyal to Spectral Soul's clone. She would risk her life to protect Wuxia, even if she had to sacrifice herself. However, right at this time, 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals appeared in front of Fairy Myrtle. The one on the left had a round head and large ears, his robe was fluttering, he had a dense chi path aura, he was Celestial Court's Gu Immortal 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch. The one on the right had a golden circlet, he was Golden Hooped Great Immortal. The Gu Immortal in the center had a kind expression, his eyebrows were long and extended to his chest, he was one of the 3 dukes, Duke Mei. Fairy Myrtle is here after all. Oh, there is also Wuxia. Duke Mei, 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch, and Golden Hooped Great Immortal were here on Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's orders to capture Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle's immortal aperture was given to Celestial Court. With such an obvious clue and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's deduction, the 3 immortals followed the clues and intercepted Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle and Wuxia's expressions changed. There was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. They were in a desperate situation again. What do we do? Wuxia had a pale expression. Fairy Myrtle frowned deeply, her life and death were at stake. She shouted, Fengjiuge, I know you are nearby. If you lend us a helping hand, we will definitely repay you tenfold in the future. Fengjiuge, is he that traitor of Celestial Court? Golden Hooped Great Immortal frowned slightly. 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarchs snorted coldly, good, let's deal with him together. Duke Mei was about to speak when his brows suddenly rose, his long eyebrows shook intensely. Oh no, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is here. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's mountain-like figure appeared in the immortal's vision. These subordinates were only tools for him to fight against the Venerables. He would not sacrifice his own benefits for the safety of 1 or 2 tools. Pawns were pawns because they could be used and discarded when necessary. Fang Yuan, I hate you, I hate you. What kind of great love immortal venerable are you? I was wrong about you, you did not save me, you are not fit to be the alliance leader. Liang Jingjing cursed in despair before her death. Fang Yuan had a joyful expression. There was a qualitative change in the truthful floating ice. His heaven path attainment level had reached Grandmaster. There was a huge increase in heaven path Dao marks, his attainment levels of other paths had also increased. And most importantly, he obtained the rank 9 Immortal Gu recipe of Heavenly Secret Gu. Rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu. This was an unexpected surprise for Fang Yuan. Even someone like him could not help but have bright eyes. It was a wise decision not to save Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. So close, if I had protected Flickering Light Grotto Heaven, it would have caused the Venerables to fight. And I was just one step away from obtaining the rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu's Immortal Gu recipe. This Immortal Gu recipe came at the right time, it was very useful to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan immediately decided to advance his third rank 9 Immortal Gu, Heavenly Secret Gu. He vaguely told the 2 immortals of the Celestial Court without leaving any evidence that if the Celestial Court could persuade the Twinkling Grotto Heaven to surrender, then old Immortal Hua Yu would follow. But now, Qin Dingling and Jun Shengguang had gone through a long and arduous journey to reach the Flickering Light Grotto. In the end, Flickering Light Grotto Heaven was going to be destroyed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Go quickly, Cave Master. Let us attract Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attention. Flickering Light Grotto Heaven is destined to be destroyed, but there are still our clansmen in your immortal aperture, please think of the big picture. Right at this time, 6 Gu Immortals came out of Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. Rank 8 Light Path Gu Immortal Yang Jing was already heavily injured, she was escaping in tears under the protection of the other Gu Immortals. However, even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not in his right mind, he was still a Venerable. He was filled with killing intent, seeing that these Gu Immortals were about to escape from under his nose, he followed his instincts and attacked. The Gu Immortals of Flickering Light Grotto Heaven were in danger. A chance. Jun Shenguang blurted out. So that's it. Qin Dingling realized at once, so my luck path killer move is here. Huge opportunities were often hidden in danger. Let us lend you a hand. Qin Dingling shouted, taking the lead to attack. Jun Shenguang followed closely behind. The Gu Immortals of Flickering Light Grotto Heaven were initially terrified, after all, according to the current situation, they were enemies. But when they found out that the 2 Immortals of Celestial Court were truly helping them, these Gu Immortals felt even more joy and gratitude. Eventually, with the help of Qin Dingling and Jun Shenguang, the Gu Immortals of Flickering Light Grotto Heaven successfully broke out of the encirclement. Of course, they had paid a huge price. Qin Dingling was lightly injured, Jun Shenguang was heavily injured, there were only 3 Gu Immortals left in Flickering Light Grotto Heaven, 1 was unconscious and 2 were heavily injured. This is the power of a Venerable. We could not retaliate at all. Jun Shenguang sighed, even though he was safe now, he still felt some lingering fear. He was a rank 8 expert, but under the pursuit of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, he was as weak as a baby. And this was when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had lost his mind, his actions were similar to a soul beast. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable chased us with his full strength, we would not have survived. Thankfully, his attention was still on Flickering Light Grotto Heaven, he only chased us for a short while before returning to Flickering Light Grotto Heaven to wreak havoc. Qin Dingling said. Sai, our homeland, of the 3 Gu Immortals of Flickering Light Grotto Heaven, 1 was unconscious, the other 2 had pale expressions, their hearts were heavy, they could not conceal their grief, anger, helplessness, and other emotions. My condolences, my 3 friends. Venerables are invincible, we rank 8s are still ants. It is already a great fortune that we were able to escape. Qin Dingling consoled. Liang Jingjing suddenly bowed towards Qin Dingling and Jun Shenguang, I will never forget your kindness in saving my life. We were enemies, but you 2 risked your lives to save me, such righteousness and magnanimity, I am truly moved by it, it is truly shocking. Celestial Court is indeed the leader of humanity since ancient times, the #1 superforce forever. Compared to you, our alliance leader actually calls himself Great Love Immortal Venerable and created the so-called Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, it is the greatest irony in the world. Liang Jingjing was filled with anger and hatred at the mention of Fang Yuan. Qin Dingling and Jun Shenguang looked at each other, seeing the joy and surprise in each other's eyes. The other Gu Immortal from Flickering Light Grotto Heaven who was awake said, Friends of Celestial Court, our Grotto Heaven leader is not a traitor, it is Fang Yuan who has gone too far. We had already asked him for help, we took the initiative to stuff Light Heaven into jewel yellow skies and transacted it to him. But he took the Light Heaven and ignored us, he did not even think of helping us, he directly abandoned us. We are his subordinates, we are members of his Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Such actions are truly too disappointing and despicable. To think that we thought he had truly turned over a new leaf after becoming venerable, he had turned over a new leaf. Qin Dingling and Jun Shenguang heard this and were overjoyed. Even without their persuasion, the Gu Immortals of Flickering Light Grotto Heaven had already taken the initiative to surrender. Lady Qin Dingling's luck path killer move is truly profound. Jun Shenguang praised in his heart. Qin Dingling said solemnly, "Friends, I will not hide it from you, we have our own reasons for coming to help." Next, Qin Dingling explained the reason in detail and asked Liang Jingjing to help her persuade old immortal Huayu to surrender. Liang Jingjing and the rest were overjoyed after hearing this. They had no choice but to turn to Celestial Court and betray Feng Yuan. They felt very uneasy. If Feng Yuan came to settle the score with them, they would be in deep trouble. Even if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could block Heaven Refining Demon Venerable for a while and protect them. But was there a reason to guard against a thief for a long time? If Feng Yuan harbored hatred in his heart and wanted to kill these traitors, he would definitely have the initiative. He could attack whenever he wanted. If he attacked one day, the Gu Immortals of Flickering Light Grotto Heaven would not be able to resist for long enough to wait for reinforcements. This was something that they were absolutely certain of. Because earlier, they had experienced the terror of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. And this was a Venerable without sentience. With sentience, if Feng Yuan replaced Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, he would be extremely terrifying. These Gu Immortals would not have any hope of escaping. The Gu Immortals of Flickering Light Grotto Heaven had already decided to betray them. They hoped that there would be as many traitors as possible to divert their attention. Thus, Liang Jingjing ignored her injuries and decided to go with Qin Dingling to Profound Literature Grotto Heaven to rebel against Old Immortal Huayu. The group met up with Old Immortal Huayu in secret. Qin Dingling had a powerful explanation. Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has already deduced the result. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable seems to be casually roaming around and destroying things, but there is a pattern to it. Everything he destroyed was the pillar that supported immemorial white heaven. For example, the heavenly chasm, the heavenly pillar, or the heaven vein node of immemorial white heaven like Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. Your tribe's Profound Literature Grotto Heaven is the same as Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. They are both heaven vein nodes in immemorial white heaven. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable will definitely come to destroy Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, just like how he destroyed Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. Liang Jingjing immediately added, "Old Immortal Huayu, we have known each other for many years. You have seen my situation. Feng Yuan did not save me and even devoured my tribe's light heaven. His actions are not only cruel, they are also despicable and shameless. Are you still placing your hopes on such an alliance leader? Oh friend, please make a decision quickly. Once Spectral Soul Demon Venerable comes, Profound Literature Grotto Heaven will not have the time or opportunity to relocate." Would he take revenge? Would he personally chase after those Grotto Heaven forces that betrayed him? Or, should he swallow this loss in silence? If it were me, I would definitely take action. Traitors must be punished. If they live better lives, what would the other members of the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance think? Betraying them just like that, they are clearly looking down on Great Love Immortal Venerable's reputation. Maybe they are bullying Lord Feng Yuan for being the newest Venerable. How can the dignity of a Venerable be challenged like this? Soon, a wave of public opinion rose. It became the mainstream voice in jewel yellow skies. He. Southern Borders Wuyong snickered. He did not need to guess to know that Longevity Heaven was behind this. If Heaven Refining Demon Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could fight personally, it would be extremely beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal. Feng Yuan will not take action, I know him too well. Wu Yong looked towards Eastern Sea as he sighed deeply. If it were him, he would not help either. Once he took action, Feng Yuan would have to fight against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. This was more disadvantageous than advantageous for Feng Yuan. Looking at the confrontation between the three Venerables, it is clear that Giant Sun Immortal is ahead of them. He has the upper hand. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal both have bases to defend. Feng Yuan's foundation is the weakest, he has the least immortal essence. In this situation, we need to be even more careful. If we act rashly, our opponents might widen the gap. The rumors should be true. Fang Yuan accepted light heaven but did not help. In this aspect, I am inferior to him. Wu Yong compared himself to Fang Yuan, then reflected on himself. He felt that he needed to learn more from Fang Yuan in terms of shamelessness. What were reputation and face? They were just a factor that was beneficial to survival and victory. If reputation and face were not beneficial to survival and victory, then he would discard them. When it was time to be shameless, he would be decisive and shameless. It is time. It is time to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Wu Yong's eyes flickered with bright light. When almost everyone looked down on Fang Yuan, when they thought that Fang Yuan was the weakest among the three venerables, Wu Yong made a different choice. Fang Yuan accepted it, of course. When news spread, Southern Border's Gu Immortal world was in an uproar. The Gu Immortals of the 5 regions were shaken. Fang clan, who joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, became a stray dog. A large number of the 2 Heavens Grotto Heaven super forces left the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Under such a situation, Wu clan went against the flow and joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. It was truly suspicious and disdainful. Southern Border's Gu Immortal world was shaken. People started to doubt Wu Yong's decision. Wu clan, who was at the center of the wave, was still united like a reef. No matter how strong the waves were, they did not move, they did not show any flaws. Western Desert. As for the other Fang clansmen, under Fang Di Chang's persuasion, Fang clan's Gu Immortals did not buy them back just in case. Several days later, Fang clan moved out and successfully attacked the Earth Flame Forest. The Fang clan was powerful, but the Dong clan had just lost the Red River Wheel. Dong clan's first Supreme Elder did not hesitate, he immediately asked for help from other super forces. When Dong clan finally gathered many Gu Immortals and several immortal Gu houses to reinforce them, there was only a huge crater and ruins. It was a scene of devastation. Not only did Fang clan retreat calmly, they even moved the entire Earth Flame Forest into jewel yellow skies. Western Desert's Gu Immortal world was shocked. The 5 regions' Gu Immortals were stunned. Just as Dong clan's first Supreme Elder was hesitating about whether to form a second anti-Fang alliance, Fang clan's Gu Immortals moved out again, attacking the resource points of other super forces. They succeeded and retreated calmly. The 5 regions were shaken. Western Desert's super forces were panicking, everyone was in danger. Fang Yuan did not move out to investigate the betrayal of the 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens. But Southern Border's Wu clan and Western Desert's Fang clan's actions were like 2 slaps on Celestial Court's face, creating 2 loud slaps. Qin Dingling and Jun Shengguang had indeed made great contributions this time. They had actually instigated more than half of the 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens. As for the mysterious amplification of Qin Dingling's Luck Path Killer move, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also decided to take some time to deduce it. Northern Plains was fine. The lone and demonic cultivators had already gathered under the influence of Giant Sun Immortal. They were either recruited by the Huang Jin tribes or gathered around Chu Du, Heavenly Lord by Zhu, and Fairy Black Moon. In Western Desert, Fang clan was in chaos. They attacked Western Desert's super forces everywhere and succeeded many times. Western Desert's righteous path was in a terrible situation. Wan clan and other forces were actively seeking help from the Celestial Court. In the southern border, Wu Yong had stirred up trouble. The Celestial Court that was close to the Celestial Court suddenly changed its attitude and joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable rejected the suggestion of sending a large number of reinforcements to Western Desert's righteous path. She sent almost all of the Gu Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects to set up the Star Array Calculation Formation. Western Desert side was still led by Zhou Xiong Xian and Wan Zihong. Fong clan is only a small problem. How many resource points can Fong clan plunder alone? It is not much for the sovereign immortal aperture. The more Fong clan makes a move, the more clues they will leave behind. One day, we will find out their location. Western Desert's righteous path's losses are not our celestial court's losses. As for southern borders Wuyong, let him be. Right now, it is not time for the celestial court to mobilize their troops. He has great ambitions, but he is not even a pseudo-venerable. How many ambitious Gu immortals are there in this world? There will be more in the future. The fusion of the two heavens has reached the most crucial moment. This is the evolution of the heavenly Tao. Right now, spectral soul demon Venerable has already lost his humanity, his every action is based on his nature. I have already deduced that there will be a huge change soon. My central continent needs to set up the star array calculation formation in time to prepare for this huge change in the heavenly Tao. After star constellation Immortal Venerable said this, a Gu immortal asked, the scale of setting up this formation is unprecedented, it is definitely the first in history. I am very worried that if we do it so openly and without concealment, Venerables will attack us. Star constellation Immortal Venerable smiled, no worries, I have a plan. On the same day, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects sent a large number of Gu immortals to the sky above Central Continent to set up the stars and start setting up the star array calculation formation. Pseudo-Venerable, Light Emperor. At this moment, Light Emperor reacted, looking at Yao Huang, I actually revived, who are you? I am the current South Desolation Immortal, Yao Huang. You revived me? Yes. Giant Sun Immortal's voice resounded. Father? Light Emperor was shocked, he quickly blinked his eyes, then it seems that other than Father, I am the brightest in this world. Cough, cough. Yao Huang interrupted, the truth is, Lord Light Emperor, in the current world, there are 4 venerables and 3 venerables. Light Emperor was stunned, he rubbed his chin, is that so? Then other than the 4 venerables, I am the brightest person in this world. You are not the only pseudo-venerable, my son. Giant Sun Immortal's voice resounded again. Oh my, oh my. Light Emperor rubbed his bald head, he did not have eyebrows and could not frown, but his expression was clearly troubled, it seems that there are many shining people in this era. But it does not matter, I am Light Emperor. You were born at the right time, I have already investigated, your fortuitous encounter is in the immemorial 2 heavens. Go, my son. Giant Sun Immortal's voice gradually weakened, he was already far away. Dad, don't leave in such a hurry. Give me some immortal Gu, otherwise, how can I shine? Light Emperor shouted. Lord, don't worry, old ancestor has already prepared immortal Gu for you. Yao Huang said as he flew forward, handing over several light path immortal Gu. Light Emperor was annoyed, just these few immortal Gu. No wonder his father left so quickly. This time, it's going to be very difficult. Writing pen Chinese net. Chapter 2308. To think that Celestial Court would place us here. Humph, where else do you want to be placed? In Celestial Court? Everyone, the situation is already set in stone. Since we have already joined Celestial Court, we have no other way out. Any infighting is a foolish act. Old Immortal Huayu, Liang Jingjing, Granny Skeleton, and the other Grotto Heaven Gu immortal leaders gathered together. Some of them had ugly expressions on their faces. After joining Celestial Court indeed used a method to relocate their immortal aperture, even though their Grotto Heavens had devoured immemorial 9 heavens fragments before. But these 2 heavens Grotto Heavens suffered huge losses because of the forced relocation. And after the relocation, they were all concentrated in the 2 heavens above their respective races. According to Celestial Court's notice, their grotto heavens had to resonate with Central Continent's starry sky calculation formation. They were the formation cores of this formation. Fellow immortals, how have you all been? Qin Ding Ling smiled and flew over. The grotto heaven lords were expressionless, some even snorted coldly. Eventually, old immortal Hua Yu and Liang Jing welcomed them together. Qin Ding Ling understood the emotions of these rank 8 Gu immortals. After these people joined Celestial Court, not only did their grotto heavens suffer huge losses, they were also immediately used by star constellation Immortal Venerable as the formation cores of the starry sky calculation formation. This meant that when the three venerables fight and someone tries to break the formation, these grotto heavens would be the first to be attacked. They would become the first line of defense against the enemy. They could be sacrificed if they were careless. Qin Ding Ling smiled as she conversed with old immortal Hua Yu and Liang Jing. Before her tone turned cold, she said in a reprimanding tone, "Everyone, we have already explained. Celestial Court's justice has a price. If we did not take action and remove the heaven vein node status from your grotto heavens, would your homeland still exist?" The other immortals' expressions changed. Qin Ding Ling's attitude had not been revealed at all when she had tried to recruit them. Now that it was exposed, the grotto heaven lords could only endure it. He had no choice but to lower his head when he was under the eaves. Especially Granny Skeleton and the other Gu immortals, their grotto heavens were located in immemorial Black Heaven. They were instigated by the situation. They joined Celestial Court together with old immortal Hua Yu and the rest. Looking at the other variant human grotto heavens left in the immemorial 2 heavens, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable only destroyed the grotto heavens in immemorial White Heaven. He did not attack the grotto heavens in immemorial Black Heaven. Granny Skeleton and the others were naturally frustrated, but what else could they do now that things had come to this? After reprimanding these grotto heaven lords, Qin Ding Ling saw that the immortals had respectful expressions. She snorted coldly. "It seems that everyone has recognized the truth. Now, follow me to pay respects to Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was no longer in the Celestial Court. She refined all of the Wisdom Path Dao marks in the Celestial Court and used Wisdom Path methods to conceal the great amplification formation that had already been constructed. She left the grotto heaven and started to refine the natural Wisdom Path Dao marks of Central Continent. But because of the lack of immortal essence, the immortal aperture origin cores could not produce enough immortal essence to keep up with the expenditure. She spent her free time helping the Central Continent immortals construct the starry sky calculation formation. In terms of refinement path, Fang Yuan was the #1 person in history. The other venerables could not compare to him. Thus, Fang Yuan used his own refinement path attainment to modify this immortal Gu recipe. It was even better than before. It was so excellent that it was beyond the limits of the heavens. Right now, Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of Heavenly Secret Gu's essence. Heavenly Secret Gu was a Heaven Path Gu worm, but Fang Yuan had once thought that it was a Wisdom Path Gu worm. This immortal Gu was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He already had Heaven Path attainment back then. Afterwards, Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu was refined by one of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's split souls, Inkstone, but it was destroyed in the Battle of Tian Mountain. Eventually, Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu was refined by Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan still remembered that he used the refinement path killer move Heavenly Light Will back then. Activating Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu could detect the thoughts of providence. It could probe the contents of calamities and tribulations. It could allow the Gu Immortal to ask heaven and earth for answers. As long as something happened in heaven and earth would know about it. As the saying goes, heaven and earth know, you and I know. Being able to leak the secrets of heaven and earth, even if the Gu Immortal had no evidence, they could point to the truth. But Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu had a flaw in its usage. 8 out of 10 times of activating Heavenly Secret Gu would fail. Once it failed, one would suffer a backlash and lose 10 to 70 years of lifespan. This flaw was a manifestation of people's misunderstanding of Heavenly Secret Gu's essence. Heavenly Secret Goo was a Heaven Path Immortal Goo. Only those who cultivated Heaven Path had enough Heaven Path Dao marks to use it normally. Activating Heavenly Secret Goo not only required Immortal Essence, it also required a certain amount of Heaven Path Immortal materials. Like Feng Yuan's obscured Heavenly Secret Killer move, it expended Heaven Path Immortal materials. Without using Heaven Path Immortal materials, Heavenly Secret Goo could barely be activated, but the price was that the Heaven Path Immortal materials needed would be expended, it would be delayed until the next time it was used. This was the weakness of the Goo Cultivator losing lifespan after the backlash from failure. Lifespan Goo belonged to Heaven Path, the lifespan of a Goo Cultivator was actually Heaven Path Dao marks. Looking back, Old Man Inkstone did not recognize Heavenly Secret Goo's essence back then. However, this situation was very normal. Sects were constantly developing, and the nature of Goo worms was also gradually explored when they were being used. Understanding things required a process. With this Immortal Goo recipe, I can officially refine Heavenly Secret Goo. Feng Yuan did not lack Heaven Path Immortal materials. This was all because of the fusion of the two heavens, an unprecedented amount of Heaven Path Immortal materials was produced. Shen Shang, who was in charge of collecting Heaven Path Immortal materials, was working very hard. Because earlier, Feng Yuan clearly wanted to collect his human path cultivation results, he only handed over a portion of them. This made him very uneasy. For the sake of the clan, and also for himself, he needed to perform better. As long as I refine rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo, obscured Heavenly Secret Killer move's power will rise sharply, the two venerables will continue to be deceived. But before that, I need to make an announcement. Almost all of the two heavens human grotto heavens had joined Celestial Court. The variant human grotto heavens left in immemorial white heaven were all destroyed by spectral soul demon venerable. Regarding this, Feng Yuan had to make a statement. Chapter 2309. In the sky above Central Continent, the starry sky calculation formation was taking shape. Large numbers of Central Continent Goo immortals were moving around. Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Little Swan Z set up the formation as he muttered, clearly thinking about the problem. Sister Bai Qing, do you think we can join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance? Not far away, Rainbow Butterfly Immortal Concubine Han Kai Xin transmitted. Fairy Bai Qing wore a white dress with a green jade sash around her waist. She smiled. Kai Xin, are you moved? How can I not be moved? There is a 20% discount, and there are no restrictions on entry and exit. Such a huge benefit. If I were not a member of Spirit Butterfly Valley, I would have joined long ago. Is sister not moved? Han Kai Xin said. Colorful butterflies flew around Han Kai Xin, placing countless Goo worms at the designated locations. Fairy Bai Qing pondered. Even though she was a Goo immortal of Spirit Affinity House, she had a good relationship with Han Kai Xin, they were close in nature, they called each other sisters in private. She knew why Han Kai Xin was asking her, because Fairy Bai Qing's daughter was Feng Kim Hong. Fairy Bai Qing had a closer relationship with Celestial Court. Fairy Bai Qing shook her head. I am not sure about this, maybe we can ask He Feng Yang. If it were before, Fairy Bai Qing might have directly said her opinion, but after Fairy Myrtle and Feng Jioga's betrayal, Fairy Bai Qing could only act cautiously. Little 9, get to work. After setting up this Star Path Immortal Goo, we will leave immediately. Far away, He Feng Yang transmitted to 9 Palace Crane Little 9. He had had enough. Ever since Feng Yuan made the announcement, all the Goo immortals in the world knew that joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance had huge benefits, they could enter and leave freely without any restrictions. He Feng Yang became the target of all the immortals' gazes and questions. After all, He Feng Yang had received Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's instructions to trade Immortal Goo with Feng Yuan publicly. Forget about what the members of Celestial Court were thinking, just the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were moved. Who did not lack immortal Gu? Especially after the 5 regions were unified, the realm walls disappeared, the Qi tide swept through the world, and the earth veins and heaven veins were all connected. All kinds of immortal materials overflowed, simply gushing out. Among them, Earth Path, Qi Path, and Heaven Path were the most powerful. The Gu immortals had more immortal materials, transactions in jewel yellow skies became more frequent, but the Gu immortals still did not have many immortal Gu. Everyone had their own specializations. If one was not a refinement path Gu immortal but another path, the chances of success in refining immortal Gu were too low. From ancient times until now, in the 3 million years of human race's rise and dominance, it was all the blood and tears of Gu refinement. Countless heroes and heroes had sunk into the bitter abyss of Gu refinement. The radiance of just a few refinement path great experts could not shine on everyone. The Gu immortals were all heartbroken by Gu refinement, but they had to try again and again. It was unbearably bitter, but there was nothing he could do. But now, a refinement path venerable had appeared, and this refinement path venerable was different from other Gu immortals. He was very special. He created the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, and even conducted public transactions in jewel yellow skies, conducting immortal Gu refinement businesses. This made all the Gu immortals who were tormented by Gu refinement see hope. They felt a sense of warmth. Most of the Gu immortals were moved. No matter how fake Feng Yuan's declaration of great love was, the benefits were right in front of everyone. But the identity of one of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects was a form of restriction. These Gu immortals were worried about the Celestial Court's thoughts. Thus, they asked He Fengyang about it. Because He Fengyang was the first Gu immortal of Central Continent's righteous path to conduct public transactions with Feng Yuan. According to rumors, he had even received instructions from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He Fengyang had indeed received Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's orders, but what could he say? Some things could be allowed to happen, but they could not be said out loud. Once it was put on the table, the nature would change. Thus, He Fengyang could only give vague answers. The more vague he was, the more others would want to get to the bottom of it. For example, now, Vicious Lightning Fiend took the initiative to ask. Vicious Lightning Fiend had rank 7 cultivation level, and he had been famous for a long time. Compared to him, He Fengyang could only be considered a minor character in the past. But now, because of his transaction with Feng Yuan, He Fengyang became famous in Central Continent and was the focus of attention. Facing Vicious Lightning Fiend, He Fengyang naturally had to lower his head. He Fengyang spoke vaguely, hinting at him repeatedly. However, Vicious Lightning Fiend wanted a clear answer. He Fengyang was under a lot of pressure. Right at this time, another Gu immortal asked. It was Immortal Monkey King Shirley. This expert had been rank 7 for a long time, and now, there were rumors that he was about to advance to rank 8. When Feng Jioge was still in Central Continent's righteous path, Immortal Monkey King Shirley was an expert second only to him. Brother He Fengyang, is it true or not? Tell me directly. Shirley was very direct. This time, He Fengyang felt even more pressure. Fairy Bai Qing and Rainbow Butterfly Immortal Concubine transmitted at the same time. Fairies, I don't know either. He Fengyang felt a headache coming on. Brother He Fengyang, why don't you ask him? Vicious Lightning Fiend said. He Fengyang wanted to cry, brother, please forgive me, I am just a pitiful person. Vicious Lightning Fiend chuckled, you have been in contact with Feng Yuan for a long time, your relationship is different, how could I not know? He Fengyang was extremely depressed, he almost wanted to roar out loud, I really don't know this demon. He Fengyang was still thinking of a way to reply to Vicious Lightning Fiend without offending him. On the other side, Shirley urged, I have a good idea, brother. If you join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance now, I am sure Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable will not punish you. He Fengyang's eyes rolled, he would rather faint on the spot. He Fengyang was in a difficult situation, Liang Jingjing was also going through a test. Her divine sense had already entered jewel yellow skies, communicating with Feng Yuan's will. Next, these super forces would send even more Gu immortals to join secretly, or even their entire clan. Of course, Feng Yuan would not restrict them, they could leave the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance at any time. While refining Immortal Gu, Feng Yuan used information path methods to contact Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, how have you been? Feng Yuan greeted with a warm attitude. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable quickly replied, I am fine, but dirty water fell from the sky and landed on me. Great love, do you have anything to say? Feng Yuan laughed loudly, to speak the truth, Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, I am here to help you. I heard that you have been working hard recently, setting up a super formation that covers the whole of Central Continent. A formation of this scale will definitely need many immortal Gu. And in this aspect, I, Great Love Immortal Venerable, am most proficient. Why don't you join my Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance and enjoy a 20% discount, that is the best way to save money. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable laughed. She was laughing out of anger. Chapter 23:10. Towards Feng Yuan's shamelessness, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was convinced. She had no choice but to admit, Feng Yuan's declaration of taking action was a brilliant move. Feng Yuan lowered the requirements for joining and leaving the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance to the lowest level. He did not care about the loyalty of these members, he immediately opened up a whole new situation. He used benefits to fully display the advantage of refinement path. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal could not stop him. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was certain, right now, all the Gu immortals in the world were restless, even the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were considering whether to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Even if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could order these Gu immortals not to join this Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, she could not change their minds. People's hearts were fickle. But what did Feng Yuan lose in this? Almost nothing. Originally, the subordinates he recruited in Eastern Sea and the Two Heavens did not have much loyalty. It was only because of the situation that they had no choice but to join Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan could not hope for them to attack Central Continent and other places in the future. From the fact that Qin Ding Ling successfully incited a large number of Grotto Heaven forces to defect, these people's loyalty towards Feng Yuan could be seen. If Feng Yuan was the only venerable in the current world, everyone would be loyal to him. But now, there were 4 venerables and 3 venerables, these Gu immortals had a choice. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly in her heart. She knew that Feng Yuan purposely contacted her, it was not just to show off his strength. Feng Yuan's suggestion of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance was just a joke. He was clear that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would not join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance to build up support for him. Feng Yuan's true motive was to threaten Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. At the moment, Zhongzhou State was carrying out an unprecedented formation. At this crucial moment, if Great Love Immortal Venerable or Giant Sun Immortal made a move, it would be easy for the formation to fail. Feng Yuan has little immortal essence, he does not want to destroy the Starry Sky calculation formation, nor does he want us to succeed easily, so he contacted me. Feng Yuan had been acting crazily, he did not mind using immortal Gu to exchange for resource points, as if he was trying to increase the foundation of his immortal aperture origin core to increase his immortal essence. Star Constellate Immortal Venerable had also investigated, but like Giant Sun Immortal, she could not find anything wrong with Feng Yuan. Thus, in her mind, Fang Yuan lacked immortal essence all along. This left a deep impression. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was not surprised that Fang Yuan contacted her. She agreed to transact with Fang Yuan. Heavenly Court would pay resource points, primordial domain, and immortal materials in exchange for Fang Yuan refining immortal goo for Heavenly Court. Star to do, Star Cons tell immortal goo to do, the transaction, Star to do, celestial sect Imto exchange would be, clan's great deal. Fang Yuan knew that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was protecting their formation. This was also within Fang Yuan's expectations. According to the current incomplete formation, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's formation was not out of the ordinary, it was within the range that Fang Yuan could endure. Fang Yuan gave up on attacking and destroying, in exchange for a peaceful deal that was more beneficial to himself. It was a win-win situation. Especially now that he was refining heavenly secret goo. At this juncture, Fang Yuan could not resort to force at all. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not know this. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used primordial domain as a bargaining chip. It was a small surprise. Fang Yuan had been negotiating with the Celestial Court for the origin domain all this time. Primordial domain's value to him was much higher than to Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had not relented, but now, she finally revealed a small portion of primordial domain to tempt Fang Yuan to accept this transaction. Maybe in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's view, I have not taken back the primordial domain in jewel yellow skies because I lack the method to do so. Thus, giving me a portion of primordial domain in a short period of time will not give me an advantage. To think that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would give me primordial domain first, I thought that I would obtain this breakthrough in the blood path transaction with Giant Sun Immortal. Fang Yuan thought of this and got distracted. He contacted Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is making such a huge move, the formation that she wants to set up must be extraordinary. She is the #1 wisdom path goo cultivator in history. If she has the help of the formation in the future, we might not be able to detect it even if we fall into her trap. Giant Sun Immortal smiled, replying, "What do you think?" Fang Yuan said directly, "I am willing to work together with Giant Sun to deal with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and destroy her formation. Wisdom path is no small matter, it can be seen from the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. We cannot let her set up the immortal formation smoothly." Giant Sun Immortal said ambiguously, "This is a good suggestion." Then, "Great Love, have you considered Heavenly Lord Baizu's suggestion?" Fang Yuan chuckled, "That can be discussed. I have many blood path research results and blood path immortal goo." Giant Sun Immortal had been looking to purchase blood path resources. Now that Fang Yuan took the initiative to give in, Giant Sun Immortal smiled lightly, immediately contacting Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. "Heaven Refining Demon Venerable has just contacted me, we are going to attack your formation together. I wonder what Star Constellation Immortal Venerable thinks." Giant Sun Immortal directly sold out Fang Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly in her heart, using the same method to transact with Giant Sun Immortal. The three venerables negotiated and schemed against each other. As a wisdom path goo cultivator, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was superior, she had the initiative. Eventually, she gave up on a portion of the benefits and settled the issue between Fang Yuan and Giant Sunday. We finally managed to stabilize these two. Following his instincts, he activated a defensive killer move. His entire body was covered in a layer of eerie light, pitch-black smoke surged out crazily, resisting the boundless power of the sun. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable stabilized his footing for now. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stayed in Embroidered Tower, watching from the window. The sun is only a lump of heaven path, light path, and fire path Tao marks that has a form but no substance. It can be seen as a tribulation, but this tribulation has lasted for countless years, it has been accumulating since the beginning of the world. Thus, even if it is not a chaotic tribulation, it is not easy for Venerables to deal with. This time, when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable fights the sun, both sides will suffer heavy losses. At that time, it will be time for me to make a move. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable can be eliminated, it will be greatly beneficial to our celestial court. By then, we can even compromise with the other Venerables. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable knew the principle of being flexible. For Celestial Court, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was a huge threat. Because Celestial Court was located in immemorial White Heaven, it had the largest heaven vein node in the world. It was just that Celestial Court was concealed by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's wisdom path methods. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not sense it. However, at the next moment, a change occurred. A giant beast the size of a hill, with a trace of the aura of a rank 9 immortal Gu, escaped in panic. There is a legendary immemorial desolate beast inside the sun? And a rank 9 immortal Gu? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was shocked. Giant Sun Immortal stared with wide eyes. No, not just one rank 9 immortal Gu, there is another one. Under the three Venerables' observation, the rank 9 wildfire Gu inside the sun was no longer concealed. After a few breaths of time, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable reached the center of the sun. He stretched out his remaining dozens of arms. Ignoring the intense pain, he sucked the fire Gu into his hands. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's left head opened its mouth and swallowed the fire Gu. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable screamed in pain. His left head immediately burned like a torch. Without the support of two Gu, the sun self-detonated with a loud sound. Heaven and earth could hear it. At this moment, all living beings looked up in fear as the sun turned into countless lumps of light and fire, scattering in all directions. The sun was gone. As for her main body, she resolutely abandoned this place and rushed straight for the two heavens. East Sea. Feng Yuan was currently using his investigative techniques to observe the entire 5 regions. The sun disintegrated, turning into countless immortal materials that scattered in all directions. Among them, most of the light path resources are still scattered in the 2 heavens, while most of the fire path resources are in the 5 regions. The fire rain is mostly in Western Desert, while Eastern Sea has the least. The reason was simple. Conflicting Dao marks. Among the 5 regions, Eastern Sea had more water path Dao marks, while Western Desert had more fire path Dao marks. Thus, the fire rain favored Western Desert more. These flames are all high-level resources. After collecting them and accumulating to a certain extent, we can create fire path resource points. Especially Bright Splendor Ring Fire, this rank 9 immortal material can only be found by chance, it is very rare. This time, their numbers have increased sharply. This is a good opportunity, we need to grasp it. Feng Yuan immediately gave the order to send Gu Immortals to various places to collect these fire path resources. Regretfully, he had the most water path Gu Immortals under him. He did not have many fire path Gu Immortals. There were also very few rank 8 Gu Immortals. Regarding this, Feng Yuan used the will in Jewel Yellow Skies to announce, "Good news, good news. The Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance is holding a new activity. As long as you collect fire path immortal materials and come here to trade, you will be able to exchange for a certain amount of alliance contribution points. After accumulating a certain amount of alliance contribution points, you will be able to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. It will no longer be resource points. And after joining, the contribution points that can be exchanged with immortal materials will still be there." Feng Yuan's will tossed out a list with the details of the various exchanges. Bright Splendor Ring Fire was at the top of the list. It could be exchanged for the most contribution points. Gu Immortals in the world heard this news and became restless. Originally, joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance required resource points, but now, they only needed to collect these Fire Path Immortal materials. For most Gu immortals, the difficulty of joining the alliance had fallen again. Fang Yuan's will revealed, this activity will only last for a short period of time, first come first serve. Once the Fire Path Immortal materials are collected, this activity will stop. Fire Path Immortal materials? Unfortunately, other than Bright Splendor Ring Fire, the other Fire Path Immortal materials I collect cannot compare to the Heaven Path Immortal materials. In these 2 days, Xianxia continued to search for resources. Are we not going to chase after Fang clan? Chase for what? Let Celestial Court's Zhou Xiong Xin chase after them. The two venerables were on guard against each other as they chased after Yu Tianguang. This Yu Tianguang was also in human form. He had a hunched back, his forearms were long, he had a horn on his head, his body was covered in scales, they were like countless mirrors, shining brightly. Under the pursuit of the two venerables, Yu Tianguang actually managed to escape time and time again. As I expected, this Yu Tianguang took away rank 9 light Gu. And it has not been refined by him, it is still a wild immortal Gu. Fang Yuan saw some clues. He grumbled internally. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, heavenly secret Gu's refinement had reached a crucial moment. He did not want to snatch this rank 9 light Gu. Once he obtained it, he would face the frenzied attacks of the other venerables. A rank 9 immortal Gu could completely break the balance between the three venerables. Nobody wanted such an immortal Gu to fall into someone else's hands. But Fang Yuan still had to say what needed to be said. Yu Tianguang, your master, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, and I were good friends. After Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable died, he gave all of his resources to me. As for you, I did not have the time to tell you. Quickly leave with me, I will do my best to ensure your safety. Yu Tianguang coughed out blood as he cursed, Paradise Earth, that old scoundrel, I was almost killed by him, I had to hide under the sun to recuperate. After sleeping for so many years, I finally regained my senses. He caused me so much trouble, I will not surrender to him. That means, it was not Paradise Earth's arrangement. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable came to a realization, she could clearly sense Yu Tianguang's emotions, he was not lying. This Yu Tianguang can fake his death and escape from Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, he is quite capable. Light Emperor, who was hiding in a corner, sighed. He was hiding in the black clouds, he did not want to shine at all. Chapter 23:12 Immortal Killer Move, Sword Tongue Dragon Soul. Fang Yuan's body shook as 100 evil dragons appeared around him. The evil dragons flew and surrounded Yu Tianguang in groups. He had already used this compound killer move, if he used it against Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, there was a risk of it being broken or countered. But now, Fang Yuan used it to trap Yu Tianguang. The evil dragons pounced at Yu Tianguang from all directions. Some opened their mouths to bite, some swung their tails, some used their horns to provoke their enemies, some used their claws to tear, and some even opened their mouths to roar, shooting out sharp sword chi from their tongues. In a moment of desperation, Yu Tianguang also erupted with legendary immemorial level strength. He waved his arms as his body moved like lightning, the horns on his head were extremely sharp. After fighting for a while, 3 evil dragons were cut in half. He had killed several evil dragons with much difficulty, but these evil dragons produced dragon souls and modified the battlefield. The more evil dragons were sacrificed, the more dragon souls there would be, the more soul path Dao marks there would be on the battlefield, the stronger the dragon souls would be. The situation was getting more dangerous. Yu Tianguang charged left and right, fighting a bloody battle, but he could not escape from the evil dragons. Sensing the danger of its host again, the wild rank 9 light goo on Yu Tianguang burst out with power again. Piercing light shone on the entire battlefield. At the next moment, it was about to bring Yu Tianguang away. Earlier, when Feng Yuan and Star Constellation chased after Yu Tianguang, they were stalled by this move. They failed repeatedly. But at this time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was already prepared. Starlight specks flew and instantly enveloped Yu Tianguang's body. Rank 9 Wild Light Goo's power was mostly restrained by the starlight specks. It caused Yu Tianguang's escape to fail. Yu Tianguang was heavily injured instead. Rank 9 Light Goo was still wild. It did not cooperate well with Yu Tianguang. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable found a flaw. But this was normal. Even though Yu Tianguang and wild rank 9 Light Goo had been together for so many years, Yu Tianguang was almost always asleep. Even if he was awake, with his rank 8 cultivation level, he could not refine a wild rank 9 immortal goo. Back then, when Star Constellation Immortal Venerable became venerable, she spent 100 years to refine wild rank 9 wisdom goo. Giant Sun Immortal tried to refine rank 9 love goo, but he still failed. Yu Tianguang spat out a mouthful of blood and fell into despair. The enemy he was facing was too strong, and his injuries were too heavy. His entire movement slowed down. But he was still struggling. He was fighting for the glimmer of hope that remained in his heart like a mirage bubble. Don't come over, don't come over. Light Emperor Lord hid in the dark clouds and watched Yu Tianguang approach him. He grew increasingly anxious and terrified. The direction in which Yu Tianguang was fleeing was coincidentally in his direction. Could this be where my opportunity lies? Light Emperor's body suddenly shuddered as he recalled Giant Sun Immortal's words. He instantly realized that his fortuitous encounter was with rank 9 Light Goo. But, Dad, you've gone too far this time. Light Emperor quickly took a glance at Feng Yuan and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He did not even dare to look at these two venerables for too long, lest they discover him. Light Emperor Lord's bald head subconsciously shrunk into his neck. All along, his body had been shining with radiance, but he had concealed it with all his might. Only a thin layer of light was left on his body now. But Yu Tianguang was escaping crazily. He was almost coming straight for him. At this moment, Light Emperor hated this huge fortuitous encounter like never before. What he did not know was that Feng Yuan also had similar emotions. The timing is not right. If this happens after I refine Heavenly Secret Goo, I might be able to fight for this wild rank 9 Light Goo with all my strength. Feng Yuan chased after Yu Tianguang while secretly refining Heavenly Secret Goo. Thankfully, he had spent a lot of effort to modify Heavenly Secret Goo's Immortal Goo recipe. Using 4-element square regret blood refinement pool and the help of other hairy man refinement path Goo immortals, Heavenly Secret Goo's refinement continued in an orderly manner. Next is the most difficult part. But at this time, I have to chase after some rank 9 Light Goo. Sigh. Feng Yuan sighed to himself. As for the rank 9 Light Goo, he did not covet it. Rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo's value to Feng Yuan was much higher than Light Goo. But now that things had reached this stage, Feng Yuan had to show an intense competitive intent. Fate Goo is destroyed. This situation should be caused by the entanglement of the luck of the other three venerables. Feng Yuan had a vague understanding. Once Feng Yuan succeeded in refining Heavenly Secret Goo, his strength would rise again. It would not only bring the convenience of obscured heavenly secret, it would also bring many other benefits. This way, Feng Yuan's advantage would be too huge. Precisely so, the other three venerables were greatly threatened by Feng Yuan. The three venerables themselves might not have sensed it, but their luck was already resisting. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's luck, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's luck, and Giant Sun Immortal's luck were entangled with each other. They mixed together and attacked Feng Yuan. Thus, at the crucial moment of refining Heavenly Secret Goo, Feng Yuan encountered a huge change. 4 venerables coexisting, 3 facing each other, this is the crucial point of a qualitative change. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, Rank 9 Advance Refinement Gu, I cultivate Refinement Path as well as Heaven Path, Obscured Heavenly Secret. All these factors have given me a huge advantage. My luck is equal to the other 3 venerables combined. The sum of the 3 venerables here was unknown to them. They had expended a lot of effort to reach the same level as Fang Yuan. Once the venerables understood the situation and saw through the truth, they would work together and reduce the internal conflict. By then, the 3 venerables' combined luck would rise rapidly and surpass Fang Yuan's. Without the 3 venerables knowing, once I get past this obstacle and obtain rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu, my luck will be higher than the 3 venerables combined. After the qualitative change, I will not face this difficulty in refining other rank 9 Immortal Gu. After Fang Yuan analyzed, he realized that this was a crucial battle. Fang Yuan dealt with the incomplete Star Fog Battlefield Killer move at times. He attacked Yu Tian Guang at times, while attacking Star Constellation Immortal Venerable at other times. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was indeed a Wisdom Path Venerable. Her mind was filled with thoughts. She took care of all aspects and defended herself well. Even though the situation was in a deadlock, it was clearly tilting toward Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. In the fight between the venerables, Yu Tian Guang was already heavily injured. Rank 9 Light Gu tried to break out of the encirclement but was obstructed by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Seeing that the Star Fog was about to close and form the complete Battlefield Killer move, Light Monarch could not sit still anymore. Shine for me! He suddenly attacked, using his most powerful technique at the moment. Dazzling white light filled the entire battlefield. Light Monarch risked his life and created a hole in the Star Fog. Escape, escape, escape! Light Monarch escaped frantically. He did not care about that rank 9 Immortal Gu. He had waited for a long time. Finally, the killer move Star Fog was weakened by Fang Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had no time to replenish it. Thus, after he attacked, he created a hole in the Star Fog. If he did not make a move and the Star Fog battlefield was completed, he would have no hope of escaping. Under Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's attacks, he dodged left and right, but he could not dodge them. He could only take them head-on. Thankfully, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's attacks had already been weakened by more than half by Giant Sun Immortal's golden light. Meanwhile, the Light Emperor had pseudo-venerable battle strength after all. Even though he was heavily injured and blood was spurting out of his mouth and nose, his speed did not decrease. Persevere! Giant Sun Immortal shouted. The situation was urgent. It concerned his son's life and death. He used all his strength. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gritted her teeth. Giant Sun Immortal used his full strength. Each move was grand and mighty. She immediately felt immense pressure. Seeing that the Light Emperor was about to escape, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacked with all her strength while shouting at Fang Yuan, "Great Love Immortal Venerable, how long are you going to watch?" Giant Sun Immortal appeared. Fang Yuan only attacked a few times. They were all small skirmishes. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was already very displeased. Fang Yuan being so restrained was a huge threat to her. If Fang Yuan and Giant Sun Immortal secretly contacted each other and set up an ambush for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used her full strength to deal with Giant Sun, Fang Yuan would suddenly attack. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would be in a passive situation. Fang Yuan had no way to explain it. He had already used all his strength. Heavenly Secret Gu's refinement had reached the most difficult stage. It involved a huge amount of thoughts and mental energy. Fang Yuan was only skilled in Wisdom Path defensive methods. In terms of generating thoughts, he was far inferior to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. And his compound killer move also had a huge requirement in this aspect. Persevere. Fang Yuan could only grit his teeth and encourage himself. Giant Sun, take this. At the same time, Fang Yuan shouted as he flew rapidly towards Giant Sun Immortal. Fang Yuan did not use any offensive killer moves, he only used his movement methods. But just this small action made Star Constellation Immortal Venerable let out a sigh of relief. Giant Sun Immortal started to feel fear. Because Fang Yuan was far away from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and was close to Giant Sun Immortal, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's wariness was greatly reduced. And Giant Sun Immortal had to protect his son from the attacks of the two Venerables, he felt immense pressure. He shouted, he had no choice but to use even more trump cards. For example, this move, Shifting Silver Hook. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, he sensed the incoming killer move, the wind-fire lightning wheels under his feet spun rapidly as he instantly retreated from the spot. At the next moment, his original spot flickered and turned into a pure silver hook. Under Giant Sun Immortal's full protection, Light Emperor finally flew to his father's side. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacked fiercely. Giant Sun Immortal's injuries were not light, blood was flowing out of the corner of his mouth. The two Venerables confronted each other, their gazes were like lightning as they collided in the air, fighting fiercely. Giant Sun Immortal gritted his teeth, he did not act rashly. He wanted to open his immortal aperture's entrance a little and place Light Emperor, the unconscious heavenly blessing light, and rank 9 wild light goo into his rank 9 immortal aperture. But he knew that he could not act rashly at this moment. As time dragged on the other side, inside the sovereign immortal aperture's 4-element square regret blood refinement pool, the hairy man goo immortals cheered loudly. The most difficult step of heavenly secret goo's refinement had been passed. The difficulty of the following refinement was simply falling like a waterfall, it was a piece of flat land. The thoughts supporting the refinement decreased rapidly. Fang Yuan soon had enough thoughts to think about. He immediately realized that he was falling, he turned around and flew towards Giant Sun Immortal again. When he saw Light Emperor standing beside Giant Sun Immortal, he shouted anxiously, "We cannot let Giant Sun obtain the rank 9 Light Path Immortal goo. If worse comes to worst, we will destroy it." Giant Sun Immortal snorted coldly, staring at Fang Yuan with killing intent. "Come at me, I will make you pay a terrible price." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was silent. Fang Yuan accelerated the refinement of heavenly secret goo while looking at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Star Constellation, this is a rank 9 immortal goo." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a cold expression, she was very unhappy with Fang Yuan. "If Great Love Immortal Venerable used your full strength, how could you have ended up like this?" Chapter 23:14. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered with uncertainty, his expression was grim. "I just did not expect light goo to erupt so suddenly, it cooperated perfectly with the golden light pillar." Giant Sun Immortal smiled smugly, "My soft gold pillar killer move was created specifically for your reverse flow protection seal, how does it feel?" Fang Yuan nodded, "This move's power is hidden internally, it actually has a mystical impact force. When it collided with reverse flow protection seal, it actually penetrated and shook my reverse flow river, thus disrupting the entire reverse flow protection seal's operation. But unfortunately, this move still has room for improvement, it has not been fully created yet. Otherwise, I would not have calmed the chaotic reverse flow river so quickly." Giant Sun Immortal nodded, he felt some regret about this. Maybe if he gave up on Light Emperor and kept this move, it might become a killer move against Fang Yuan in the future. But Giant Sun Immortal would not make such a choice. He would rather expose himself in advance to protect his son's life. "I was rash this time, to think that a rank 9 immortal goo would be involved," Giant Sun Immortal said to Light Emperor. "Father, what is the point of saying this now? Let's quickly think of a way to escape. All the hairs on my body are standing on end." Light Emperor quickly replied. Even though he returned to Giant Sun Immortal's side, his legs were still trembling. He was on guard. "Didn't you create the light body inheritance? Your entire body is covered in light path Dao marks, you don't even have a single hair?" Giant Sun Immortal asked curiously. The Light Emperor rolled his eyes and shouted, "Dad, now is not the time to care about this. The situation is bad, we need to think of a way to escape." Giant Sun Immortal suddenly laughed loudly, "Then let's go." Saying so, he grabbed Light Emperor and Yu Tianguang as he retreated rapidly. "You want to leave? Not so easy. Giant Sun, please leave your immortal goo behind." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Great Love Immortal Venerable attacked. The Giant Sun Immortal roared and clashed with the two Venerables, causing the two fragments to explode. At the center of the explosion, under the terrifying power of the killer move, nothing existed. Even the Supreme Ancient Two Heavens were destroyed, forming a void. In the next moment, the surrounding fragments of the two heavens instantly filled up the void like seawater flowing backwards. Using this chance, a golden path flew out from the depths of northern plains. This was Calamity Luck Altar's strongest technique, luck-changing golden light path. Giant Sun Immortal purposely left Calamity Luck Altar in Longevity Heaven and left his will and a batch of 9 revolutions immortal essence. At this moment, with the amplification of a vast number of Luck Path Dao marks in Longevity Heaven, Luck Golden Light Great Path Killer Move's power rose sharply. It shot from Northern Plains Longevity Heaven to the battlefield. Giant Sun Immortal brought Light Monarch and Yu Tianguang with him as he stepped onto the path. His speed increased explosively, and in the blink of an eye, he had already flown to the horizon. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Great Love Immortal Venerable were not willing to let this go. But their attacks were constantly running out of energy due to all sorts of accidents around the Golden Path. Even if a Venerable attacked alone, under the chaotic situation of the two heavens, they would either be obstructed by soul beast groups or black-white overturning clouds. This was the power of Luck Golden Light Great Path. Fang Yuan had attacked several times, but he almost caused an accident in the refinement of Heavenly Secret Goo. Fang Yuan had seen Luck Golden Light Great Path Killer move before, but this killer move was so difficult to deal with because it was amplified by Longevity Heaven's vast number of Luck Path Dao marks. Boom! The two Venerables chased into Northern Plains, but they still destroyed Luck Golden Light Great Path in the end. But at this moment, Giant Sun Immortal brought Light Monarch and Yu Tianguang down. From start to finish, he did not find a good opportunity to open his Immortal Aperture's entrance. Giant Sun Immortal had been attacking with all his strength, protecting Luck Golden Light Great Path and blocking all sorts of attacks from the two Venerables. The intensity of the battle was clear to see. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable fully displayed the power of Wisdom Path. She did not give Giant Sun Immortal even a chance. There was another reason. Giant Sun Immortal did not dare to rashly put Yu Tianguang into his Immortal Aperture. The wild rank 9 light goo was on Yu Tianguang's body. It sensed that Giant Sun Immortal's rank 9 aura was very close to it. It was very uneasy. Once Giant Sun Immortal made a move, light goo would immediately jump up in agitation. It would act against Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal had no choice but to bring Light Monarch and Yu Tianguang towards Longevity Heaven. Heavenly Secret Goo's refinement is already at the final few steps. Fang Yuan was secretly happy, but he became more anxious on the surface. He shouted, "Giant Sun, leave behind the rank 9 Immortal Goo. I will not let you succeed." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's gaze was extremely resolute. She did not say anything, but her attacks became sharper. The battle of the three Venerables had finally extended to the vicinity of Longevity Heaven. Light Monarch laughed loudly. Victory was in sight. He shouted, "Father, you are so powerful." Longevity Heaven opened the Immortal Aperture's entrance. At the final moment, Giant Sun Immortal had a solemn expression. he did not show any carelessness or flaws. The moment he entered the Immortal Aperture's entrance, rank 9 Wild Light Goo sensed something amiss. It suddenly exploded and wanted to escape. Giant Sun Immortal snorted coldly. He was already prepared. He immediately used his methods to suppress it. But right at this time, Fang Yuan also activated a refinement path killer move. Giant Sun Immortal defended against it, but this refinement path killer move had already been prepared by Fang Yuan for a long time. Its power was profound. The killer move affected rank 9 Light Goo. Crack. With a soft sound, Light Goo's surface cracked. Oh no! Light Monarch cried out. But thankfully, Light Goo was only injured. It survived and was not destroyed by Fang Yuan's attack. Giant Sun Immortal finally stepped into Longevity Heaven. He looked at Fang Yuan angrily. Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. Good method. What is the name of this move? Fang Yuan smiled coldly. You have soft gold impact pillar. I will return you an incomplete refinement move. All kinds of fire immortal materials were gathered by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's methods. They were all stored in Celestial Court's secret treasury. The Starry Sky calculation formation was not disrupted too much. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was satisfied with this. To her, this battle was very sudden. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable expended a lot of immortal essence, but she also had many gains. Even though Giant Sun obtained rank 9 Light Goo, it is an injured immortal Goo. Giant Sun cultivates Light Path and Blood Path. He cannot use Light Goo. Rank 9 Light Goo is not great development Goo. The latter does not need to be refined, while the former can only be used after refinement. Giant Sun needs to expend some immortal essence. It is possible that Fang Yuan created the remnant refinement killer move during the battle, but it is more likely that he was restricted by his immortal essence, thus he did not use it much. But in the end, he was in a rush to destroy Light Goo and expose the remnant refinement killer move. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at the two heavens again. Without the sun, the two heavens were dark and gloomy. In the depths of the two heavens, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was bathed in fire. He screamed in pain. Rank 9 Fire Goo was not so easy to swallow. This might be another opportunity. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes shined with starlight. She paid closer attention to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Chapter 23:15. Spectral Soul Annihilation. The fight between the three venerables started and ended abruptly. The influence of this fight was spreading to the whole 5 regions. Southern border. Such a huge free fire. The rank 4 Goo Master Xiao Yan was dodging with all his strength. A huge lump of orange fire surged towards him. It was as large as an elephant, trying to devour him. Just as Xiao Yan was about to take action and collect this free fire, a Goo Master suddenly attacked. Bam! With a loud explosion, Xiao Yan was sent flying. Who is it? This is Shang clan's territory. Xiao Yan shouted. Not only did he fail to collect the free fire, he was also heavily injured. He. You are so proud of being a dog of Shang clan? A demonic Goo Master walked out of the shadows. He also had rank 4 cultivation. Xiao Yan's pupils shrunk. So it is you, fiery star Bao Tong. He immediately understood why Bao Tong attacked him. He also cultivated fire path. He was definitely interested in this free fire. Bam bam bam. The two fought intensely. Sparks flew and explosions occurred continuously. Initially, the two were evenly matched, but gradually, Xiao Yan gained the upper hand. Bao Tong became angrier as he fought. Xiao Yan was only a rising star. To think that he could fight to a draw with him, and even show signs of suppressing him. This was the benefit of having a large force behind him. A moment later, Bao Tong spat out blood as he retreated. holding his chest. The soot on his face could not hide his ugly expression. It seems that the rumors are true. You actually have so many rank 4 gu. You are a subordinate that Shang clan leader Shang Xianxia slept with, right? Xiao Yan was furious. Scoundrel, you dare to slander clan leader. Xiao Yan had wanted to let Bao Tong go. He did not want to pursue him, but now, he was filled with anger. He pounced at Bao Tong. Bao Tong thought to himself, he was forced to retreat under Xiao Yan's ferocious attacks. The situation was dangerous. In another dark corner, there was another Gu master quietly observing this battle. This Gu master had rank 5 cultivation. His face and body were blurry. He was shrouded in fog. Shang Xianxia. The rank 5 Gu master gritted his teeth. He had deep hatred towards Shang Xianxia. A will occupied his mind. Little Tian, don't be impulsive. Shang Xianxia is a Gu immortal seed of Shang clan. It was not easy for you to escape and hide your identity. What he needed to do now was to hide in the dark and cultivate diligently. I will strive to break through the limits of mortals and become a rank 6 Chi Path Gu immortal. The rank 5 Gu master was Kong Ri Tian, and the will in his mind was Kong Sheng's will of providence. Back then, when Kong Ri Tian inherited Sheng Tian's true inheritance, Wu Ji, Shang Xianxia and the others fought over it. He swore that he would take revenge in the future. Kong Ri Tian gritted his teeth. But ancestor, I'm very confident that I can ascend to immortality. But didn't you advise me not to ascend as an immortal for the time being and not to miss the exceptional opportunity to learn from nature? Kong Sheng explained, spectral soul succeeded in destroying the sun and destroyed a large number of white heaven path nodes, heaven pillars, heavenly chasms, and so on. The primordial white heaven would be rapidly swallowed by the primordial black heaven. The confusion of the two heavens and the chaos of providence would not last for long. Once providence stabilizes, it will be time for you to undergo your immortal ascension. So that's it, I really can't wait. Kong Ri Tian snickered. At the next moment, he suddenly attacked. Since I can't take revenge on Shang Xianxia for now, I'll find her subordinates and kill her lover, Xiao Yan. I'll let her have a taste of pain. Kong Ri Tian's mind was filled with killing intent. You. Don't worry, after I kill Xiao Yan, I will frame Bao Tong. I am very familiar with this method. Kong Ri Tian secretly pounced towards Xiao Yan, but the latter was completely focused on Bao Tong and did not sense anything. Sigh. Then you must end this quickly. Kong Sheng Tian's will sighed helplessly. That night, golden flames burned the entire mountain. Countless living beings were buried in the sea of fire. The flames soared to the sky and were near Shangliang Mountain. Shang Xianxia quickly discovered them. Oh no, something happened on Xiao Yan's side. A pure natural fire does not have such power. Shang Xianxia's heart sank. She could not help but worry about Xiao Yan's safety. Even though she only had rank 5 cultivation level now, she had great foresight. She could tell that this was an immortal material flame from the flames. Shang Xianxia did not send reinforcements to Xiao Yan, because immortal materials were no longer mortal matters. Shang clan's Gu immortals would definitely go and deal with them. Shang Xianxia looked at the sky. Without the sun, the sky was pitch black. This gentle and kind woman sighed deeply. Her expression was filled with worry. I wonder how many people are suffering and torment at this very moment. Even though I am Shang clan's leader, I am still too weak. The change in the world caused people's hearts to tremble. In southern borders Gu Master World, the demonic path became very rampant. Shang Xianxia had already tried her best to save them, but against natural and man-made disasters, her efforts were just a drop in the bucket. Eastern Sea. White Crane Sea Area. Nangong Yuan was trying his best to gather the crane group. Far away from where the sky and sea intersected, vast frost energy swept over, causing the surrounding temperature to fall rapidly. White Crane Sea area was originally owned by Eastern Sea lone immortal Qin Baihe. After Qin Baihe was killed by Fang Yuan, White Crane Sea area was taken over by the nearest super force, Nangong clan. Nangong clan invested a lot of resources and built a formation. They wanted to manage it properly, but the sun was destroyed by spectral soul. Once the sun went out, the 5 regions' temperature continued to fall. White Crane Sea area was next to Icy Sea area. It suffered even more. In the last few days, Icy Sea area had already expanded by 4 times. White Crane Sea area was about to be devoured by Icy Sea area. The world is changing. This is truly an unprecedented chaotic era. Nangong Yuan sighed. Nangong clan's situation was still good. Su clan controlled Light Wave Sea. Once the sun went out, the value of the entire sea area plummeted. Su clan was extremely busy. Of course, there were also super forces that took the chance to make huge profits. For example, Eastern Sea's Hua clan. Hua clan's rank 8 immortal Gu House Jade Cloud Fireworks warship entered the 2 heavens many times, collecting a vast amount of Cloud Path resources. Eastern Sea's Righteous Path was very envious. The world was changing, not to mention mortals and Gu masters, even super forces and Gu immortal experts were affected. They were in a state of unrest. Some were overjoyed, some were worried, some decided to leave their homes and start anew. In the darkness of the night, Lu Qingming and Su Guang had already flown to the border of Northern Plains and Western Desert. They were originally 2 of the traveling 3 elites, but after Han Dong's death, there were only 2 elites left. They were Northern Plains lone immortals, but they were not willing to join the Huang Jin tribes, Chu Du, Heavenly Lord Baizu, or Fairy Black Moon. In the huge Gu cultivation world, people had their own hearts. There will always be people who prefer more freedom. As Longevity Heaven continued to work hard, Northern Plains living space for lone cultivators became smaller and smaller. The situation forced Lu Qingming and Su Guang to leave Northern Plains. They were not willing to go to Central Continent or Eastern Sea. Western Desert and Southern Border were more suitable for them. Because Lu Qingming cultivated Wind Path, while Su Guang cultivated Light Path, they were more suited for Western Desert's environment. Sigh, we have to leave Northern Plains after all. At this moment, I feel that it is hard to leave my homeland. Lu Qingming sighed deeply. Su Guang said, Western Desert is in chaos, and Fang clan attracted its attention. It is more suitable for us to cultivate. Let's go. The 5 regional walls have vanished, the 2 heavens have fused into one. Heaven and earth are our home. He he. Lu Qingming laughed, you are more carefree than me. But at the next moment, their expressions changed. A terrifying pitch-black darkness suddenly descended. The 2 immortals could not resist. They were grabbed by the mysterious expert, unable to move. Lu Qingming and Su Guang were filled with fear. Because the one who captured them was not a Gu immortal, but a legendary immemorial desolate beast. This legendary immemorial beast was like a giant. Its body was black as ink. A head of jet black, thick hair hung down to his waist like a cloak. Its eyes were huge, emitting a bloody light. At this moment, 2 huge claws were grabbing Lu Qingming and Su Guang. It was Zuoyi Hui. Zuoyi Hui's voice was deep and hoarse. 2 Northern Plains Gu immortals, you can lead the way. Tell me, Longevity Heaven, how do I infiltrate it? Lu Qingming and Su Guang heard this and their faces turned pale, without a trace of blood. Western Desert. An extremely short confrontation had come to an end. Flower petals fell and gathered, forming Wan Zihong's complete immortal body. She looked at Ling Husu's disappearing figure as she smiled. Ling Husu, interesting, interesting. Zhou Xianxian's expression was ugly. This Ling Husu deserves to die. If he did not use Fang clan's name to steal, would we have been misled by him? Zhou Xianxian wanted to find Fang clan's hiding location, but to think that he followed the wrong clues. Ling Hu Su was a rare theft path Gu immortal. He had once stolen Fang Dongshi's soul core in Sand Heap Blessed Land. Evidently, he did not just obtain the soul core, he even used it to disguise himself as Fang clan's item. While spectral soul destruction was in a state of panic, he committed crimes everywhere, purposely leaving behind clues and placing the blame on Fang clan. In the end, Zhou Xianxia exposed him. Back then, the pursuit was very short. Ling Hu Su only had rank 7 cultivation level, but he used a strange theft path method to escape from the 2 rank 8 experts of Celestial Court. In the sky of Central Continent, many Gu immortals' gazes were gathered on Gu immortal Jianghu. Jianghu successfully placed the final immortal Gu. Good, prepare to activate the formation. Inform the Gu immortals of the 2 heavens Grotto heavens to pay attention to the Grotto heavens formations. Friends in the formation cores, please check again. After arranging everything in an orderly manner, the Starry Sky Precision Calculation Array was finally activated. First, a star shone with dazzling starlight, then the second star, the third star. After more than 10 breaths of time, millions of stars shone brightly in the sky of Central Continent, forming a beautiful star chart. The Starry Sky Calculation Formation is finally complete. Li Xiaobai sighed internally at this sight. Not long ago, Fang Yuan's main body had secretly contacted him. As profound literature Grotto Heaven turned to Celestial Court, this move of Li Xiaobai's became extremely valuable. But at the same time, Fang Yuan had to be careful. Li Xiaobai was his clone after all. If his identity was exposed and he was captured, it would become a huge weakness of Fang Yuan's main body. Chapter 23:16. Millions of stars filled the sky, forming a sea of stars that floated above Central Continent. The blue radiance of the stars interweaved, creating a dreamlike scene. If one looked at the 5 regions now, Northern Plains, Southern Border, Eastern Sea, and Western Desert were all shrouded in darkness, only a few special areas were shining brightly. In stark contrast to the 4 regions, only Central Continent was shrouded in light. Central Continent, which was filled with stars. Compared to Giant Sun Immortal, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable understood Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's situation very well. She had already made arrangements. Even Fang Yuan was lagging behind Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He was gradually understanding Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's true state. This was Wisdom Path's forte in preparing for a rainy day. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was inside Embroidered Tower. She was multitasking now. She was refining Central Continent's natural wisdom path Dao marks while healing her injuries. She was controlling the Starry Sky Calculation Formation, and a portion of her attention was placed inside Celestial Court. This was also the advantage of Wisdom Path. Thoughts were plentiful. The Starry Sky Actuarial Array was operating slowly. Everything was normal. This formation only had some basic offensive and defensive abilities. It was not even at pseudo-venerable level. But precisely because of this, Great Love Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal gave up on them. They chose to transact with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and seek their own benefits. Giant Sun Immortal had a strong need for Blood Path, while Fang Yuan obtained a batch of Primordial Domain. The Starry Sky Calculation Formation's main ability was to cover the whole of Central Continent. It could gather information from all over Central Continent, and make deductions to mobilize Central Continent's Gu Immortals to cooperate more precisely. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was number 1 in Wisdom Path. Wisdom Path was created by her. She was still the number 1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal in the current world. No one understood the essence of Wisdom Path better than her. Wisdom Path emphasized control. It was the research of fixed numbers. Wisdom Path had 3 essential elements: thoughts, will, and emotions. Thoughts were ever-changing, wills were fierce, and emotions were disturbing. Wisdom Path Cultivation advocated for Gu cultivators to control these 3 aspects. This was the most basic. Thus, Wisdom Path Gu cultivators were usually very calm and self-disciplined. They knew how to control and adjust themselves. On this foundation, Wisdom Path Gu cultivators were good at memorizing information and understanding the current situation. This was controlling the present. Furthermore, Wisdom Path Gu cultivators could use all sorts of clues and information to deduce certain possibilities based on the rules of heaven and earth and common sense. This was controlling the future. This was the essence of Wisdom Path. Precisely because of this, star constellation Immortal Venerable was the only venerable in history to become one with the Tao. She interfered with providence and affected fate Gu because fate was the greatest determinant in the world. In this aspect, star constellation Immortal Venerable was the most unique. Countless pieces of information flowed out of the starry sky calculation formation like streams, entering star constellation Immortal Venerable's mind. This information included the most basic topography of mountains and rivers, weather changes, the distribution of the various Gu cultivation forces, and even the specific locations of Gu immortals, their current conditions, and so on. A vast amount of information poured into star constellation Immortal Venerable's mind like rivers flowing into the sea. Furthermore, Heavenly Secret Gu's Immortal Gu recipe was outstanding to begin with. After Fang Yuan's modification, it had reached a certain extreme. But looking back at the entire process, the difficulty was quite high. If not for Fang Yuan risking his life, he might have failed miserably. With rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu completed, Fang Yuan's next step was to modify Obscured Heavenly Secret. This step was not difficult at all. Fang Yuan was very confident. He had already accumulated a lot of experience in modifying Heavenly Secret Gu. Obscured Heavenly Secret was also outstanding enough, it was the most stable foundation. I need to find a chance to meet Li Xiaobai and use the rank 9 Obscured Heavenly Secret Killer move on him. That way, he will be able to hide peacefully. Maybe I can use this chance of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Longevity Heaven. Giant Sun Immortal was doing his best to heal his injuries. Using the vast amount of luck path Tao marks in Longevity Heaven, he was slowly whittling away at his star path, wisdom path, and refinement path Tao marks. Even though he obtained rank 9 Light Gu, he felt an even greater sense of urgency. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable swallowed a wild rank 9 Fire Gu. He is truly foolish. His mind is not clear, there is no way he can refine Fire Gu. Right now, Fire Gu is fighting desperately in his body to protect itself, it is whittling away at the soul path Tao marks in Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body. Once Spectral Soul Demon Venerable weakens to his limit, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable will definitely take action, there will be another intense battle by then. Giant Sun Immortal did not use his investigative killer move. He needed to start storing immortal essence. This time, in order to protect Emperor Light and rank 9 Light Gu, he had to fight against two venerables at the same time. He expended a lot of immortal essence. If they fought against 3 venerables because of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, because of the advantage of rank 9 Light Gu, he might be targeted by the other 2 venerables. Rank 9 Light Gu was obtained by Giant Sun Immortal, but it was a hot potato. No matter what, this derivation immortal formation is too amazing. In just half a day, because of it, the whole of human path in heaven and earth experienced a huge breakthrough and development. Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is indeed the #1 wisdom path person in history. The eyes of the 10 children of human path shined, they were willing to submit. They really wanted to enter the formation again, but they were not allowed. It was not that the derivation immortal formation's power was limited, but that they themselves had reached their limits. The essence of the derivation immortal formation was to fuse the human path research results of the 10 children of human path with the inheritances and thoughts left behind by generations of Gu immortal experts, then create sparks and create brand new human path research results. The 10 children of human path had only cultivated human path for a short period of time. They were also mortals who were only rank 5 Gu masters. Their foundation was very limited. They had already squeezed out all of their potential. If they entered again, they would be corroded by other inheritances and thoughts. It would severely affect, restrict their original path and hopes. They were like seedlings. After being stimulated once, they needed to rest for a long time. Otherwise, they would be pulling up the seedlings to help them grow. They would no longer have their own unique thoughts and human path. Their originally unimaginable future would become dim and unworthy of any expectations. Chapter 23:18. Immortal Killer Move, Obscured Heavenly Secret. Everything happened silently. But Fang Yuan knew clearly how much immortal essence he expended after activating this rank 9 killer move. 360 beads of rank 9 immortal essence. After Heavenly Secret Gu advanced to rank 9, Obscured Heavenly Secret was modified by Fang Yuan into a complete rank 9 killer move. Compared to the original rank 8 Obscured Heavenly Secret, the rank 9 killer move expended a lot more immortal essence. The activation time was 10 times longer. The activation steps were also 5 to 6 times more complicated. Fang Yuan's thoughts were also expended more intensely. After paying a huge price, rank 9 Obscured Heavenly Secret's power had become much stronger. This strength was not a quantitative change, it was a qualitative change. Originally, rank 8 Obscured Heavenly Secret Killer Move could form a fishnet-like temporary heaven path Dao marks. They were layered and complex, covering Fang Yuan's entire body. For example, it was like a silkworm using silk threads to weave a thick, dense, and bloated cocoon. Right now, the heaven path Dao marks were still in the shape of a fishnet, but they were denser. They were not layered. There was only one layer. This layer of fishnet heaven path Dao marks were not temporary Dao marks. They were fixed, forming a certain state. Fang Yuan knew about this. He used investigative killer moves to observe and barely sense this layer of heavenly secret fishnet. It was almost like it existed and did not exist. This fishnet's shape made Fang Yuan immediately think of thieving heaven demon Venerable's ghostly concealment killer move. Truthfully speaking, heavenly secret fishnet was still inferior to ghostly concealment. But Fang Yuan could clearly sense that the two had a certain similarity. Ghostly concealment did not expend immortal essence, it could be maintained for a long time. Heavenly secret fishnet was the same. But heavenly secret fishnet was slightly inferior to ghostly concealment. Even though it could be stabilized, it could be expended. As long as the outside world surveillance was strong enough, the heaven's fate fishing net would be damaged in order to resist the surveillance. This damage would be greater than the net's self-recovery speed. Then, the balance of the heaven's fate fishing net would gradually be broken, like a sinking ship. Of course, ghostly concealment had its weakness too. However, its recovery speed and defensive capabilities were much higher than the heaven fate fishing net. But because Fang Yuan had ghostly concealment, his enemies already knew about it. They targeted and countered him. The true value of ghostly concealment was far inferior to obscured heavenly secret. Even though ghostly concealment was much better than obscured heavenly secret, it was already outdated. Other than the increase in power and qualitative change, obscured heavenly secret had another benefit, that was the consumption of heaven path immortal materials to activate it fell drastically. All of a sudden, it was reduced to the previous 20%. This reduction in the consumption of heavenly law immortal materials would be of great help to Fang Yuan's future accumulation of heavenly law immortal materials. Heavenly law immortal materials were not that easy to obtain. It was only during the past 2 days that Fang Yuan had such a good opportunity. In fact, The reason why Heaven Path immortal materials could appear in such a large scale was also because of the delirious spectral soul demon Venerable. This was an extremely rare opportunity. Rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu and the Rank 9 Obscured Heavenly Secret Killer move were extremely important to Fang Yuan. This was a sprint. If the sprint failed, after Fang Yuan was exposed, he would be attacked by the two Venerables. Just look at how Star Constellation Immortal Venerable dealt with Giant Sun Immortal because of Rank 9 Light Gu. She was very forceful and aggressive. Eventually, Giant Sun Immortal brought Light Emperor to hide in Longevity Heaven, only then did Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stop. Once Fang Yuan was exposed, he would be using two Rank 9 Immortal Gu. He did not have headquarters like Longevity Heaven or Celestial Court. But if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal worked together, they would be even more terrifying. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Wisdom Path controlled fate. Giant Sun Immortal's Luck Path controlled variables. The two could be said to be restraining each other, but once they worked together, they could complement each other. Fang Yuan could not resist their combined strength. After all, Fang Yuan did not have any Rank 9 offensive methods. Even if Fang Yuan resisted them, the external situation of the three Venerables would be extremely disadvantageous to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not have enough strength to wipe out Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable were in an invincible position. If they deepened their cooperation, it was very likely that they would create some trouble. One could say, once Fang Yuan was exposed, he would fall into a very passive situation. But now, everything was fine. With Rank 9 Obscured Heavenly Secret Killer move, he stabilized the situation at the final juncture. Raising the Rank 9 Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu was not hard, but Fang Yuan risked his life to succeed. He succeeded in raising the Rank 9 Immortal Gu on the first try. There was some luck involved. This was the turning point of the three Venerables' confrontation. Right now, Fang Yuan's Heaven Path Foundation was at Grandmaster attainment level. He had all sorts of killer moves like Heaven's Jealousy of Heroic Geniuses, Heavenly Net, Emotionless Heaven and Earth, Heavenly Order and Earthly Norm, Obscured Heavenly Secret, and so on. He also had Immortal Gu like Heavenly Secret Gu, Heavenly Web Gu, Heaven's Envy Gu, and Heavenly Birth Gu. He also had the Truthful Floating Ice. By now, the Truthful Floating Ice had already cleared a little more than half of its inventory. What was worth mentioning was that after Fang Yuan became a Heaven Path Grandmaster, the speed at which he cleared the Truthful Floating Ice also increased greatly. This was easy to understand. Fang Yuan's Heaven Path attainment level rose, his foundation also rose. He could understand and comprehend the other Heaven Path profundities in the Truthful Floating Ice even faster. Back then, during the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable obtained the Truthful Floating Ice. He digested it very quickly and almost became a Heaven Path Venerable. However, I only managed to raise my Heaven Path attainment level to Grandmaster after consuming more than half of the Truthful Floating Ice. He did not refine the Wild Fire Gu, but the Fire Gu no longer attacked or repelled him. Instead, they formed a strange symbiotic relationship in his body. They were helping each other. Huff, 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 Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's breathing slowed down. The grayish-blue flames around him gradually retracted until there was nothing left. His entire body seemed to have turned into a tombstone, emitting an endless sense of deathly stillness and coldness. At the next moment, rumble. The flames surged and suddenly erupted. In an instant, they swept out for thousands of miles and rapidly expanded in all directions. Everywhere it went, all living beings disintegrated and burned to ashes. Their soul essence was rapidly absorbed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable like rivers flowing into the sea. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's injuries healed quickly, his body grew larger and larger. Then, why did Star Constellation Immortal Venerable not pursue Feng Jioge? Why did she give Feng Kim Hong the cold shoulder? It was as if she had forgotten about her. What was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's plan? Spring-autumn cicada could not be used, Feng Yuan had not reborn, there were many secrets and secrets that he did not know. And because he lacked investigative methods against venerables, and he had to pretend to be weak, Feng Yuan could only make guesses now. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had finished healing her injuries, she left Celestial Court. Over the last few days, she had been refining Central Continent's Wisdom Path Dao marks. At the same time, she was making deductions. Feng Jioge, Destiny Song, I cultivate Wisdom Path, I control fate. Giant Sun Immortal cultivates Luck Path, he studies variables. This Destiny Song contains fate and variables, it involves Heaven Path and Human Path at the same time. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable recalled her own experiences, and even looked at the history of humanity and variant humans. She felt that in terms of talent, Feng Jioge was definitely in the top 10. Feng Jioge had interacted with Fairy Myrtle and the rest, he might have even helped them. Now that he is helping Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, his actions are likely to be very helpful to his Destiny Song killer move. The pursuers of Celestial Court had failed. They could not capture Fairy Myrtle and the rest. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used all sorts of clues and deductions to deduce the truth. At this moment, inside Celestial Court, the derivation formation was still operating slowly. Che Wei and several other Gu Immortals were waiting in front of the formation. The 10 children of Human Path had already left Celestial Court, their memories had all been erased. This step was done by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable herself. She did not erase their memories crudely, she made ingenious changes. The 10 children of Human Path would have a burst of inspiration in the following period of time, they would create related Gu recipes and so on. Feng Yuan was a vigilant person, but Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was even more strict in this aspect. She would deal with any living being that interacted with the derivation formation like this. This way, as long as their wisdom path attainment could not match her, no one would be able to obtain information about the derivation formation from the 10 children of Human Path. The derivation formation was too important to Celestial Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had thought of all ways to keep this a secret. Ruan Dan flew out of the derivation formation. Che Wei and the rest immediately went up and asked in concern. Ruan Dan's expression soon returned to normal, he had an expression of wild joy. Amazing, this derivation formation is too amazing. Immortal formation derivation's effect was not only to help Human Path, Pill Path, and Weapon Path develop rapidly, it could also extract the essence of each path's research results and condense them into new paths. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable did not leave behind any painting path inheritance for his bloodline descendants. But through immortal formation derivation, Celestial Court could directly nurture painting path Gu Immortals. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth, while man was the spirit of all living beings. There was no meaning in talking about Gu worms being the strongest, but Gu Immortals did. The nurturing, use, and refinement of Gu worms depended on one's heart. Limitless Demon Venerable used rank 9 derivation Immortal Gu and the other cores to set up the crazed demon formation. He created the truthful floating ice and tried to create eternal life research results, but he failed. Most of the truthful floating ice was lost. The remaining truthful floating ice was divided by Feng Yuan and the other 2 venerables. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used derivation Immortal Gu to create the immortal formation derivation, allowing all paths to erupt and produce a vast number of research results. She saved a lot of time and also prevented a huge flaw from spreading too much. If Giant Sun Immortal had such a method back then, he would not have sent the Blood Sea clone to spread a vast number of blood path inheritances. Right now, if Giant Sun Immortal had a rank 9 Luck Path Immortal Goo, he would be able to modify a rank 9 investigative killer move. He would be able to determine who posed the greatest threat to him. Giant Sun Immortal did not have a rank 9 Luck Path Immortal Goo now. Even if he used investigative killer moves and obtained the amplification of Longevity Heaven's vast amount of Luck Path Dao marks, he could only see the general trend of Luck Path. The three venerables were in a standoff. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was in a delirious state. There were also pseudo-venerables like Feng Jioga, as well as the schemes of the other venerables. All of these luck were intertwined. Giant Sun Immortal could not distinguish the details, he could only see the vague general trend. Rank 9 Immortal Goo were very important. They often brought about a qualitative change. No matter how much the Luck Path Dao mark amplification was, it was just a quantitative change. Maybe I have made the most progress among the three venerables. This change in luck is likely because of the rank 9 Light Goo. The other venerables decided to work together to deal with me. That is why their luck surpasses mine. Of course, there is another possibility. I have already been surpassed. My advantage is gone. But in this situation, who is the hidden person? Similar to how Feng Yuan thought about Feng Jioga and Celestial Court, Giant Sun Immortal could only guess, he could not deduce the truth. Giant Sun Immortal only left Longevity Heaven and continued to refine Northern Plains Dao marks. After completely refining Northern Plains Luck Path Dao marks, Giant Sun Immortal expanded his base from Longevity Heaven to the whole of Northern Plains. There were many benefits to this. For example, Giant Sun Immortal was attacked by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Great Love Immortal Venerable again. He did not need to escape to Longevity Heaven. As long as he entered Northern Plains, he would receive a huge amplification. Even though this amplification was inferior to Longevity Heaven, it was enough to deal with the two venerables. At the same time, Northern Plains was under Giant Sun Immortal's control. Giant Sun Immortal could specially nurture Goo Immortal descendants. He would not have to worry about some shameless venerable slaughtering the Huang Jin tribes, while Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not have a good way to stop them. Giant Sun Immortal understood deeply. As time passed, the Venerable's strength would continue to grow, they would become stronger, their immortal essence would become more abundant. During the initial stage of the conflict, the Venerables did not have enough immortal essence to use. This was the best time to refine the natural Dao marks of heaven and earth. If they missed this opportunity, it would be difficult. When refining natural Dao marks, if there was any disturbance, the progress would be very slow. If other venerables gained the upper hand, it would be even worse. For example, if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable refined the Wisdom Path Dao marks of a place first, her strength would rise greatly in that place. At that time, if Giant Sun Immortal wanted to refine the Luck Path Dao marks of this place and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacked, retreating would be the logical choice for Giant Sun Immortal. Not counting the unconscious Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, among the three venerables, Giant Sun Immortal's advantage was still very clear. He had refined the largest number of Luck Path Dao marks. Once he refined all of Northern Plains Luck Path Dao marks, he would not allow other venerables to get their hands on it. Be it Star Constellation Immortal Venerable who wanted to refine Northern Plains Wisdom Path Dao marks, or Feng Yuan who wanted to refine Northern Plains Refinement Path Dao marks, they would face a heavy blow from Giant Sun Immortal. Thus, now was the most suitable time to refine natural Dao marks. After this period, the difficulty would rise sharply. Other than this reason, there was an even more crucial secret that urged the venerables to refine Dao marks as soon as possible. That was, only by completely refining all of the natural Dao marks in the world could one maintain their attainment level. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable let out icy blue fire as he slaughtered the two heavens. The other three venerables were refining their own natural Dao marks. The 5 regions Gu immortal world fell into temporary peace again. Countless beast groups escaped from confusion 2 heavens, landing in the 5 regions. The super forces of the 5 regions were in a terrible situation. Gu immortals moved out to defend their territories. Most of the beast groups perished in the icy blue fire. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body continued to grow, his aura surged like the sea. After a period of time, his ice-cold blue flame completely covered the entire 2 heavens. Under the attention of the 3 venerables and the gazes of countless living beings in the 5 regions, the blue fire burned for 2 days and 2 nights. Countless fragments of white heaven and black heaven in confusion 2 heavens fused together in this blue fire, becoming one. A new heaven appeared. People called it Spectral Heaven. With immemorial black heaven as the leader, immemorial white heaven was completely conquered and annexed, while Spectral Soul Demon Venerable who devoured black heaven's spirit became the ruler. His body was like a mountain or a sea, he was not inferior to the sun from before. The blue fire gradually extinguished everywhere in Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, only the surface of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body was burning quietly, even the weakest fire was tens of feet tall. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable became the biggest source of light in Spectral Heaven. He emitted a vast cold killing intent towards the 5 regions at all times. This was an unprecedented change. Even in the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, there was no such change. The entire Gu cultivation world's environment was changing under Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's control. Light path was suppressed, dark path was growing. Battles and casualties rose all over the world. Most living beings and even Gu masters could not escape from the influence of killing intent. Soul beasts started to proliferate all over the world. But at the same time, providence also stabilized. Eastern Sea. A rank 5 female Gu master looked at Spectral Heaven, at the grand existence at the center of Spectral Heaven. She only looked at it for a while before lowering her head and retracting her gaze. In such a short period of time, the killing intent in her heart had accumulated to the peak, almost breaking through her own limits, making her dizzy with killing intent. She had to slaughter wantonly in order to slightly calm down and ease it. The female Gu master was old, she was 93 years old, her name was Hua Ben Cry, she had just left her position as the leader of Eastern Sea's Hua clan. She purposely stared at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. When her killing intent dissipated, Hua Ben Cry started the biggest attempt of her life. Ascending to Immortal as a mortal. First step, shattering aperture. Heaven and earth chi burst out, forming a grand tribulation. Hua Ben Cry had a solemn expression. Even though she had Hua clan's detailed information, facing the Immortal Ascension tribulation, her mind and body were shaken. Second step, taking in chi. Heaven, earth, and human chi enveloped her. Hua Ben Cry concentrated, trying her best to balance the 3 chi. At the same time, it was natural inspiration. As for the tribulations in the outside world, Hua clan's Gu immortals would resist them. This was the benefit of being a super force. Third step, releasing Gu. The vital Gu was released into the 3 chi mixed essence chi lump. There was a loud explosion, heaven and earth were split apart. At this moment, Hua Ben Cry had a rank 6 immortal aperture, she succeeded in her immortal ascension. A high-grade blessed land. But there was no excess heaven and earth chi left to refine her vital Gu. But Hua Ben Cry was already very satisfied. She could not calm the excitement in her heart. When using natural inspiration, she had great gains. The killer move that she was most proud of in her life's accumulation had already undergone a qualitative change, it had become an immortal killer move. As long as she used this move and sat on any immortal goo house, crying out in pain, the target immortal goo house would suffer huge losses. The reputation of the goo immortals inside the immortal goo house would also fall. Literature Library. At that time, if we help you together, there will be more hope. Big brother is right, then I will wait. Mo Shirkwang listened to the advice and reluctantly changed his mind. But he did not know that Lu Wenwu was sighing inwardly. In the early years, Lu Wenwu was only a goo master and did not have high standards, thus he became sworn brothers with Mo Shirkwang. But after becoming a goo immortal, Lu Wenwu discovered that the world was dominated by humans. All variant humans had to stand aside. Mo Shirkwang's Inkman identity became even more sensitive. Lu Wenwu helped Ouyang Bai Sang become an immortal, and Ouyang Bai Sang became Lu tribe's external supreme elder, becoming Lu Wenwu's supporter and a member of the same political faction. Ouyang Bai Sang was a pure human. Lu tribe's internal factions would still take the chance to cause trouble. Lu Wenwu, did not nurture Lu tribe's goo masters, but instead nurtured an outsider? And if Mo Shirkwang became an immortal with Lu Wenwu's help, and became a member of a political faction, that would be even worse. This would become a weakness of other factions. Sometimes, Lu Wenwu envied Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Most of the supreme elders of these ancient sects would create new sects in their own name, recruiting and dividing Central Continent's resource points. If they were lucky enough to nurture a goo immortal, they would become his capable subordinates and companions. This method was also one of the ingenious policies used by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects to control Central Continent. But such a method could not be used in a super tribe. Secretly dividing the tribe was a taboo. In Giant Sun Immortal's previous life, he had brought up the idea of the world as one, to unify the whole world. Eastern Seas Hua Ben Ku, Central Continent's Mu Huai, Northern Plains Ouyang Bai Sang, super forces had deep foundations and were familiar with the secrets of immortal ascension, thus related goo immortal seeds ascended one after another. Southern Border. Oh no! Yi Peng's expression was grim as he watched the three chi masses of heaven, earth, and human gradually lose their balance. The goo master Yi Peng's immortal ascension failed, and when the three chi masses dissipated, he was almost shredded into jerky, his limbs were gone, and his body was badly mutilated. Calamities and tribulations could be helped by others, but the coordination of the three chi had to be completed by the goo master himself. Others were powerless. Sigh. You were too engrossed in the opportunity of natural inspiration. I told you not to be too greedy. Yi Peng landed beside Yi Chong, sighing in regret. Yi Chong did not move. After a few breaths of time, he died. Half a month later. In a nameless valley in Central Continent, Ben Duo Yi succeeded in his immortal ascension. I finally became a rank 6 goo immortal. He had a complex expression. There was excitement and joy, but also regret. As Wu Clan's first supreme elder, Wu Yong had to maintain the stability of Wu Clan. If Wu Clan had too many internal conflicts and internal friction, it would be better to maintain the status quo. Central Continent. Shao Qixing descended from the sky. His white robe was only slightly stained with dust. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, his posture was straight like a spear, and his expression was stern and stern, emitting an intense arrogance. Good, good, good. Goo Immortal Xiao Baihong stroked his beard and laughed, looking at Shao Qixing with an admiring gaze, as expected of my great-grandson. You passed the tribulation and ascended to immortal with your own strength. Shao Qixing said, Great-grandfather, this is nothing to be proud of. Many lone cultivators can do it, why can't I, Shao Qixing? Moreover, a mere rank 6 is only a new starting point. Ha ha ha, well said. Xiao Baihong laughed even louder. Xiao Qixing asked the others about the 9 children of human path. What? Sun Yuanhua, Gu Ting, and the others might have become rank 6 Gu immortals, but their vital Gu have not advanced to immortal Gu? Hehe, truly a bunch of trash. Different from the others, the 10 children of human path succeeded in their immortal ascension and kept it a secret. They were crucial figures in the development of Central Continent's human path. They were the pillars of human path in the future. Before they grew to a certain extent, it was better to keep a low profile. Some people succeeded in their immortal ascension, but even more Gu masters who took risks failed. Some brought glory to their ancestors and shook a region, while some continued to work hard and kept a low profile. Some did not attempt to ascend to immortal, like Feng Kim Hong. Some did not even have the qualifications to try, like Southern Borders Xia Cha and Ba Shirba. Some were still preparing to ascend to immortal, like Western Desert's Mo Li Guyue Fang Xiang, who was inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Writing pen Chinese net. Chapter 23-22. Southern Border. Deep in a certain earth trench. Kong Ri Tian inspected the Gu formation one last time, confirming that there were no problems. In the last dozen or so days, he had carefully chosen this location, and had even set up several Gu formations in the surrounding 10 li. Even though I am not skilled in formation path, I can still set up mortal Gu formations. With these Gu formations, you will be able to detect any abnormalities in the surroundings. With my guidance, you have a high chance of passing the tribulation. Kong Sheng's will of providence appeared in Kong Ri Tian's mind. He said with a smug tone. Kong Ri Tian nodded. Ancestor, do you have any other advice for me? Kong Sheng Tian thought about it. Don't be greedy, but make good use of it. You walk the Qi path. When you ask about providence, ask about Qi path. Don't ask about the secrets of other paths. You will get much less than Qi path. There is a limit to what I can learn. You cannot ask for unlimited things. Furthermore, don't ask about Qi path's questions that are too broad and high level. Don't ask about rank 8 or 9 Qi path immortal Gu recipes. You will not get all of them. Even if you get an incomplete immortal Gu recipe, it will not even contain half of the contents. Kong Ri Tian engraved these words in his heart as he nodded. Then I will ask some questions that are related to Qi path, but are questions that are currently within my reach. That is the right thing to do. Kong Sheng Tian laughed heartily. Kong Ri Tian began to undergo the tribulation. Heaven and earth Qi fluctuated, forming a 3 heavens flying wheel tribulation. The flying wheel was powerful. It flew in the sky for 3 days and 3 nights. Kong Ri Tian endured it with difficulty. He became a rank 6 Gu immortal and obtained a high-grade blessed land. Kong Sheng's will of providence sighed. Your luck is terrible. You actually encountered such a tribulation. This tribulation is special. It will last for 3 days and 3 nights. Even if you destroy the flying wheel, it will regenerate again. To protect you, I expended almost all of my immortal essence. I have already warned you not to go and provoke Xiao Yan. Kong Ri Tian was confused. What does this have to do with Xiao Yan? Kong Sheng Tian said, that Xiao Yan's luck is like you before you obtain Sheng Tian's true inheritance. It is not bad. More importantly, he was Shang Xin's subordinate. This girl's luck is no small matter. If you deal with Xiao Yan, your own luck will first be exhausted against Xiao Yan's and Shang Xin's luck. Your fate Qi is low, so you triggered the 3 heavens flying wheel tribulation when you went through the tribulation, which almost exhausted all the celestial essence I had left. Kong Ri Tian's face darkened. Back then, he attacked Xiao Yan and tried to frame another demonic path Gu master, Bao Tong. In the end, it caused an accident. He didn't expect that the flames of nature actually contained another layer of immortal material flames. Kong Ri Tian was not a Gu master back then. He did not want to expend his precious immortal essence to let Kong Sheng Providence use his Gu immortal methods, but in the intense battle, he destroyed the free will fire and ignited the immortal material inside. The flames of the immortal ingredients burned the entire mountain range. The situation was out of control. Xiao Yan and Bao Tong were trapped in the fire. With the help of Kong Sheng's will of providence, Kong Ri Tian managed to break through. He did not expect that the after-effects of this conflict would affect his immortal ascension. Kong Sheng Tian sighed, "It seems that I underestimated Shang Xianxia. Unless your cultivation level and strength completely surpass her, do not go against her. Even the people close to her shouldn't act rashly." Kong Ri Tian gritted his teeth, "Ancestor, aren't you exaggerating a little?" "Humph, ignorant child." If you want to refine Immortal Gu, transact with him directly. Wait. You want me to transact with him in jewel yellow skies? Aren't you afraid? Before Kong Ri Tian finished, Kong Sheng Tian rebuked, "It is just a rank 6 Immortal Gu, do you think a great venerable would care about it? I know what you are worried about, aren't you worried that Fang Yuan had a relationship with Shang Xianxia? You did nothing to Shang Xianxia." Kong Ri Tian heard this and thought back, he felt a stab in his heart. Kong Sheng's will of providence was right. Kong Ri Tian and Shang Xianxia had interacted several times, he had suffered losses. Previously, he was chased by Shang Xianxia and Wu Ji because of Sheng Tian's true inheritance. Next time, he had suffered a huge loss during the tribulation against Xiao Yan. Shang Xianxia was living well, but he, Kong Sheng Tian, suffered more and more. Then let's go to Jewel Yellow Skies and talk to Fang Yuan's will. Eventually, Kong Ri Tian said in a muffled voice. Western Desert. The sandstorm had stopped. Mo Li had rank 6 cultivation level, he bowed deeply to the Featherman Gu immortals in front of him. "Thank you for your help, friends from Yi Clan, otherwise, would not have been able to become a Gu immortal alone." Mo Li thanked sincerely. After the battle for Sand Heap Blessed Land, he was saved by Western Desert's mysterious super force, Yi Clan. Mo Li came to Yi Clan's headquarters. After interacting with them, he found that Yi Clan's Gu immortals were all Featherman. This time, with the help of Yi Clan's Gu immortals, Mo Li succeeded in his immortal ascension. Yi Clan Gu immortal Zhou Yi said, "Mo Li, you are too polite. You are the inheritor of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance, you are Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritor." Back then, Yi Clan's ancestors were able to survive because of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's help. And because of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's methods, Yi Clan was able to conceal Yi Clan for so many years. Our Yi Clan is greatly indebted to Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. We have always believed that Lord Demon Venerable would not die quietly. This time, we help you because we want to repay Lord Thieving Heaven's kindness. If one day, Lord Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable revives, our Yi Clan will definitely follow him. So you and I are on the same side. Mo Li felt a surge of warmth when he heard the Featherman Gu immortal Zhou Yi's words. Central Continent. Wei Wuxiang stared at the chi lump in his immortal aperture with a heated gaze. Just earlier, he had passed the tribulation and became a human path Gu immortal. He obtained a high-grade blessed land, and the remaining heaven and earth chi was enough for him to refine his vital immortal Gu. His vital Gu was Thief Gu, it was already surrounded by heaven and earth chi. I heard that even though Gu Ting, Sun Yuan Hua, and the rest advanced to immortal, they did not refine human path immortal Gu. But I am different. A few days ago, I was sleeping at night when I suddenly had the urge to pee, I was forced to wake up. But I had a burst of inspiration and actually comprehended Thief Gu's immortal Gu recipe. With this immortal recipe and so much heaven and earth chi left, I can definitely obtain Thief immortal Gu. Ha ha ha, it was not a waste to comprehend the immortal recipe despite wetting my bed. Even though Wei Wuxiang had entered the derivation immortal formation, his memories were changed, he thought that he had truly comprehended Thief Gu's Immortal Gu recipe with inspiration. However, after the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, Wei Wuxiang grunted. The heaven and earth qi were completely exhausted, his vital gu was heavily damaged and fell. I actually failed the gu refinement? This is impossible. Wei Wuxiang could not believe it. I used heaven and earth qi to advance my vital gu. This is using the power of heaven and earth to refine gu, it has nothing to do with my refinement path attainment. How could I fail? Wei Wuxiang could only think of one explanation. Don't tell me, because immortal gu are unique, I failed? Wei Wuxiang thought of this and shook his head. In his opinion, this was even more impossible. Because this meant that someone had already refined Thief Immortal Gu. Thief Immortal Gu was created by me, who could be ahead of me? Unless, the world itself has Thief Immortal Gu. Strange, the human path of heaven and earth should not have developed so deeply. Wei Wuxiang fell into deep confusion. It would be better to directly order the Gu Master to ask him the questions he had set when he was in a natural state. But this was all in the past. The current situation had undergone an earth-shattering change. The reason was Rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu. Where did Rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu's recipe come from? Truthful floating ice. This was Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangement. It was the Crazed Demon Formation's grand achievement after absorbing the chaos outside the world. From the 8th layer onwards, Crazed Demon Cave was isolated from the 5 regions. The Crazed Demon Formation was no exception. And during the process of Fong Yuan refining Rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu, he did it in his sovereign immortal aperture, isolated from the 5 regions. That was to say, the Gu cultivation world did not have the recipe of Rank 9 Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu. Fong Yuan had Rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu. In this aspect, he was above the entire universe. Rank 8 Thieving Heaven Secret Killer Move had limited power, but Rank 9 Thieving Heaven Secret Killer Move was above the universe, it was above providence. Every time Fong Yuan used natural inspiration from other Gu masters, he would use Rank 9 Thieving Heaven Secret Killer Move. The gains were unimaginable to outsiders. As long as something happened in the world, Fong Yuan would have a chance to learn about it. Under normal circumstances, Gu masters' natural inspiration was limited, this was because of providence's restriction. But Fong Yuan's Thieving Heaven Secret Killer Move directly stole it. Whether Providence was willing or not, it had to get lost. Thus, even if Derivation Immortal Gu was wild, it was not a problem. Celestial Court was not like this. Celestial Court had annexed too many immemorial 9 heavens fragments, it was filled with providence, it was the largest heaven vein node of the 2 heavens. During the confusion of the 2 heavens, Celestial Court mobilized countless Rank 8 experts and sent all of its immortal Gu houses to defend it. In the end, after Star Constellation Immortal Venerable refined Celestial Court's wisdom path Dao marks, she made an emergency move and stabilized the situation, preventing Spectral Soul Demon Venerable from finding them. But the Derivation Immortal Formation was located in Celestial Court, it was noticed by Providence. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not conceal this providence. As long as it was in Celestial Court, Providence was one of the foundations of Celestial Court. But other than Celestial Court, where else could she place the Derivation Immortal Formation? None. At least not in Central Continent. Thus, everything that happened in the derivation immortal formation happened between heaven and earth. It was not that star constellation Immortal Venerable did not notice this, she knew about it long ago. But it was not a problem. At least, it was not a problem in her opinion. Why? Because Providence did not want to see any Venerable in the current era. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had revived. How could Providence allow the dead to revive? Not to mention Feng Yuan, he was an otherworldly demon, a complete otherworldly demon, he was one of the culprits who destroyed Fate Gu. Only Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was favored by Providence. But his mind was not clear, even if he wanted to deal with Celestial Court was tightly shut, he could not find or enter. If he entered, with the amplification of Celestial Court's wisdom path Dao marks, would Star Constellation Immortal Venerable be afraid of him? She could use this chance to eliminate him. Just like how Feng Yuan did not expect the derivation Immortal formation, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also did not know that Feng Yuan had rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu. And most importantly, Feng Yuan created the killer move Thieving Heavenly Secret. Whether Providence was willing or not, as long as Feng Yuan used natural inspiration, he could wantonly steal heavenly secrets. The 3 Qi enveloped Guyue, he was starting to use natural inspiration now. Seeing this, Feng Yuan stopped his distracting thoughts. What heavenly secret should I steal this time? He thought about it, maybe I can ask for information about Celestial Court. No matter how Star Constellation Immortal Venerable tries to conceal it, my Thieving Heavenly Secret Killer move is at rank 9 level. If she wants to resist it, she will need to have a qualitative change in her rank 9 Wisdom Path Immortal Gu. If the Gu Immortal had excess strength, the Luck Path Killer move would increase the power of the calamities and tribulations. After passing the tribulation, the Gu Immortal would obtain more Dao marks. On the contrary, it would weaken the calamities and tribulations, ensuring that the Gu Immortal could pass the tribulation safely. This Luck Path Killer move was Giant Sun Immortal's latest modification. It involved the profundities of heaven and earth luck and all living beings' luck. In the future, it could be linked with other self-luck killer moves. It had incredible power. When Giant Sun Immortal refined most of Northern Plains Luck Path Dao marks, the entire Huang Jin tribes of Northern Plains benefited from him. The mystical power of Luck Path was also being displayed on a large scale. In the future, Giant Sun Immortal planned to use all sorts of Luck Path killer moves to strengthen the whole of Northern Plains. It would allow himself, Longevity Heaven, and the Huang Jin tribes of all sizes to not just undergo tribulations, they would also have good variables in everything they did. It was good luck path. If the Gu Cultivator had the ability, they would first experience bitterness before sweetness, they would first be suppressed, then they would gain even greater benefits. However, these luck path killer moves need to be modified, I need to consider them carefully. Giant Sun Immortal pondered. These luck path killer moves could not be used too often. Killer moves would leave Dao marks on them. If they were used too often, the whole of Northern Plains would turn into a luck path environment. This method had a huge flaw. Under the conflict of Dao marks, other paths would be greatly suppressed. It would be disadvantageous to the growth of other Gu immortals. Thus, this was a delicate situation. Giant Sun Immortal had to find a balance. This matter is not urgent, I need to consider it carefully. Giant Sun Immortal thought as he activated his investigative killer move again. This time, he was not investigating the Venerables, he was investigating Northern Plains. Soon, a vague map of the luck distribution appeared in Giant Sun Immortal's mind. Giant Sun Immortal frowned slightly. In his first life, he used this killer move, the effect was quite good. But now that he used it, it was much more blurry, especially at the borders. Previously, the 5 regions were separated, they were not closely connected. Thus, it was easier to investigate a region's luck. But now, the 5 regions are united, the 2 heavens have become dark realms. To reach the investigative level of my previous life, I might need to refine all of the luck path Dao marks in the 5 regions. Giant Sun Immortal came to a conclusion. He quickly stopped using his killer move. He used 2 immortal killer moves consecutively. They expended a lot of immortal essence. His immortal essence reserves reached a critical level again. He needed to rest for some time before he could continue refining Northern Plains Dao marks, otherwise, if the Venerables fought, he would be in danger. Furthermore, he had to stop frequently, giving off a feeling of lacking immortal essence and being half dead. He sent his divine sense into the sovereign immortal aperture. Recently, another huge project had been completed in the immortal aperture. For this project, Fang Yuan had excavated all of his subordinates' immortal material reserves, among which, Eastern Sea's Hua clan made the most contributions, earning a huge sum of contribution points. As for the construction method of the brocade cloud lump, Fang Yuan had to use Thieving Heaven's secret to explore Providence's background before he succeeded in modifying it. This huge brocade cloud lump was 10 li in size. It slowly floated in the mini-9 heavens. Every once in a while, they would travel from one day to another. Brocade cloud was an immortal material. It ranged from rank 6 to rank 9. The brocade cloud that Fang Yuan had right now could be seen as an accumulation of similar immortal materials. Most of them were rank 6, 30% were rank 7, less than 10% were rank 8, and there were almost none at rank 9. And the feeding of rank 9 heavenly secret immortal goo required a large number of rank 9 brocade clouds. Fang Yuan was still far from the standard of a single feeding. But it was not a problem. The higher the rank of the immortal goo, the lower the feeding frequency. According to the current situation, there was still a long time before they could be fed. This period of time was enough for these brocade clouds to grow. There was plenty of time. Goo nurturing, refining, and feeding rank 9 immortal goo was a test that Fang Yuan had to face. He had 3 rank 9 immortal goo now. They were Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, Advanced Refinement, and Heavenly Secret. The first 2 were closer to the people, they were easier to feed, while the final Heavenly Secret goo was more troublesome. But Fang Yuan had already taken precautions. He had already resolved this problem. All in all, feeding rank 9 immortal goo was not the biggest problem for Fang Yuan now. He just needed to work hard. After all, he was already a venerable. He had Eastern Sea, one of the 5 regions, and a super force with variant humans in the 2 heavens. Through his declaration twice, the highest end business in Jewel Yellow Skies was his immortal goo refinement business. Adding on the sovereign immortal aperture's deep foundation, perhaps only Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court were stronger than the sovereign immortal aperture. The Blue Dragon Whale's Grotto Heaven immortal aperture, Fang Yuan had already seen it. Jewel Yellow Skies was a special grotto heaven. It mainly traded with goo immortals. Its foundation could not compare to the sovereign immortal aperture. After this period of development, the sovereign immortal aperture was gradually going through a qualitative change. The stolen killer moves, combat systems, and other precious information will be of great help in modifying killer moves and creating combat systems. However, since Providence knows about it, it must have happened in the world, others might know about it too. And Providence also has many things that it does not know about. For example, the true inheritances of venerables. Providence can remember them, but it cannot modify killer moves on its own. The gains I obtained in Painting Path, Human Path, Pill Path, and other aspects were mainly because of the formation derivation. Stealing Heaven's secret could be used for investigation. It could save Fang Yuan's energy and time in deductions. The effect was excellent, but there were still flaws. Fang Yuan still had needs for information path and wisdom path. But this need was mostly satisfied, it was not as urgent as before. Stealing Heaven's Secret Killer move mainly relied on rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo. Once rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo's recipe is known by Providence, the Heavenly Dao will react and steal Heaven's Secret Killer move's effect would not be as strong. Stealing Heaven's Secret also relied on natural inspiration, it could not be used freely. Fang Yuan was already planning to nurture the Goo cultivators in his immortal aperture, he would nurture and accumulate Goo immortal seeds. At every crucial moment, he would let a group of them ascend to immortal. Back in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already used it to fight against other Venerables. This was the Wisdom Path Secluded Domain, Mental Realm. The legends of Renzu had records of it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable placed her mental realm inside the Starry Sky Calculation Formation. Using the power of the formation, she secretly extracted emotions. As long as they were negative towards the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent or the Celestial Court, they would be absorbed into her mental realm. Using this method, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable ingeniously made countless living beings in Central Continent feel more positive towards the Celestial Court and the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. This undoubtedly raised the cohesiveness of Central Continent to a higher level. The mental realm needs to store emotions, the more emotions there are, the greater the power of this secluded domain of heaven and earth. But it also needs to be controlled. Sometimes, having too many emotions is as bad as going too far, you will be misled by the mental realm. Just like the legends of Renzu wrote, it is best to have calmness Goo and determination Goo to suppress the mental realm. Unfortunately, I only have calmness Goo, I lack determination Goo. Thus, there is an obvious upper limit to the amount of emotions that can be stored in the mental realm. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had to activate it secretly to prevent it from being exposed to the other Venerables and causing trouble. By then, even if Fang Yuan lacked immortal essence, he could use the chance to extort Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. This was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's intention in setting up the Starry Sky Calculation Formation. She managed to deceive the other two Venerables. After all, the other Venerables could only see the rough details of the Starry Sky Calculation Formation. After the inspection was completed, good news reached Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Oh! Among the 10 children of Human Path, someone has already raised Musician Goo to an Immortal Goo? Very good. It seems that the reason why they all failed was because of Providence's interference. Raising the rank of Immortal Goo during the Immortal Ascension Tribulation is essentially using Providence to help one refine Goo. Maybe because of Human Path, Providence was not willing to help. But the artificial refinement after that was a success. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable relaxed. When she found out that the 10 children of Human Path had all failed, she had many doubts. Including the fact that there was a traitor in Celestial Court, the problem with Derivation Immortal Formation, the other Venerables hiding in Celestial Court, Providence being exposed, and so on. But after knowing this news, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's doubts were greatly reduced. Carefree Wisdom Heart took out a cage at this time and held it in her hand. This is the mental realm that I created, let us place our emotions inside. Renzu and Great Strength True Marshal agreed. They placed their emotions inside the mental realm. Immediately, the truthful floating ice revealed its original shape in front of the trio's eyes. They were just pieces of floating ice. The three had the same feeling towards the floating ice. A person's emotions had nothing to do with anything else, only their mental realm. What is this? Carefree Wisdom Heart found the goo worm in the floating ice. The goo worm replied, I am calm goo. The truth was cold and quiet. This was the most appropriate attitude when facing the truth. Renzu and the other two finally arrived at the center of the truthful floating ice. But they did not find self-goo. So self-goo is not here. Renzu was disappointed. Initially, people would think that they were the center of everything, but that was not the case. The center of the truthful floating ice did not have self-goo, but there were three other goo. The first was rule goo, the second was convention goo, and the third was practice goo. Rules and convention goo had been with Renzu for a long time. After Renzu's heart was eaten by the predicaments, rules and convention goo thought that Renzu was dead and left. They came here to create the truthful floating ice with practice goo. Any truth had to follow the rules of heaven and earth. The three goo continued to create the truthful floating ice, then watched as these floating ice floated away under the influence of time goo, gradually sinking. Rules and convention goo saw Renzu and was shocked. Oh human, so you did not die. Renzu asked them how to find his own goo. Rules and convention goo pointed at practice goo and said, it can help you. Practice goo replied, oh human, you have experienced too many things, after such a long time, you have all changed. Self-goo is the same, even if it is right in front of you, it is very unfamiliar, you will not be able to recognize it. What do we do? Renzu was very vexed. This is actually very simple. Practice goo smiled, isn't it enough to know yourself? That's right. Renzu and the other two's eyes shined. Practice goo continued, for humans, knowing themselves is the most important and also the most difficult thing in the world. Great strength true martial, you are an expert with ability, if we work together, there is a high chance of success. Ability goo smiled, doing practical things can make me stronger. Carefree Wisdom Heart was very supportive, she lent serious goo to Great Strength True Martial. Great Strength True Martial and Practice goo worked together and started to work. They first created a floating ice, it was very small, like a ball, it enveloped Great Strength True Martial and Practice goo, there was a layer of light around the ice ball. Renzu and Carefree Wisdom Heart stood on the ice ball as they floated, they saw your goo. Is this self-goo? Renzu asked. Great Strength True Martial shook his head, no, self-goo is smaller than it. They continued to work inside the ice ball, ability goo got stronger, the floating ice ball became bigger, there was a layer of water around it. While floating, Renzu saw moon goo. Is this self-goo? Renzu asked. Great Strength True Martial shook his head, no, self-goo is smaller than it. Great Strength True Martial and Practice goo continued to work hard, ability goo got stronger again, the floating ice ball became bigger, there was a layer of water around it. Renzu saw day goo. Is this self-goo? Renzu asked. Great Strength True Martial shook his head, no, self-goo is smaller than it. The stronger the ability, the more minuscule it was. Finally, the floating ice ball became the biggest, there was a layer of water around it. Renzu and the other two floated along the ice ball and found self-goo. So self-goo is so small. Renzu's heart shook. As for second aperture goo, it is only the icing on the cake. Fang Yuan could not refine rank 6 second aperture immortal goo to nurture them, he could at most take out rank 1 to rank 5 mortal goo. Right now, second aperture goo was clearly a heaven path goo worm. Rank 6 second aperture goo needed lifespan goo as a goo material, and lifespan goo was the most classic heaven path goo worm, containing heaven path Dao marks. Rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus goo used the 10 extreme physiques as the goo material. It was an immortal fetus and not an immortal aperture, thus it was a human path immortal goo. Fang Yuan concluded that he needed to accumulate goo immortal seeds. He first needed a large number of people. Variant humans and humans did not matter. Fang Yuan did not plan to purchase outsiders for the time being. It was better to nurture goo immortal seeds in the sovereign immortal aperture, they were more loyal. Variant humans were naturally the most loyal. Fang Yuan was more at ease with variant humans. With more people, there would be more goo masters. But to have goo immortal seeds, the goo master's aptitude had to be raised. This required the mortals to not only have many children, they also had to have many siblings and relatives. It would be convenient for a large-scale massacre in the future. It would be best if they had more twins. That way, during the massacre, they could also refine bone-flesh unity goo. Twins. Fang Yuan pondered, it seems I need to find Giant Sun Immortal. I've told you many times, he is most proficient in giving birth. Yao Huang was somewhat impatient. Even if we cannot achieve the same effect, as long as there is an endless supply of immortal Yuan stone, it is extremely beneficial to longevity heaven. Senior Fei, how can we produce immortal Yuan stone? Fei Wu waved his hand again, no rush, listen to me. To produce primeval essence, we need a person's will and aperture. To produce immortal essence, we need a person's will and immortal aperture. To produce Yuan stone, we need providence and spirit spring. What about producing immortal Yuan stone? Yao Huang blinked. To produce immortal Yuan stone, do we need providence and immortal aperture, or providence and immortal essence spring? Fei Wu shook his head. Many rank 8 goo immortals do not have the confidence to undergo tribulation again, so they annex the immemorial 9 heavens fragments. From then on, the immortal aperture will turn into a grotto heaven, and rank 8 goo immortals will become caged birds, unable to take a step out of the grotto heaven. These grotto heavens all have providence and immortal apertures, why can't they produce immortal Yuan stone? As for providence and immortal essence spring? This is the conjecture of Celestial Court's immortal Yuan stone. They think that Celestial Court obtained the only immortal essence spring in the world. But the truth is, this is not true. There is no such thing as an immortal essence spring in the world. Yao Huang sighed, Senior Fei, don't keep us in suspense. Even Giant Sun Immortal said, just say it. Fei Wu did not dare to disobey Giant Sun Immortal's orders. He sighed with regret, then I will say it. According to my research, a spirit spring is essentially an ordinary heaven path resource point. It contains heaven path, water path, and earth path Dao marks, thus it has the appearance of providence and spring water, and produces Yuan stone that is hard and solidified. The heavenly Dao seeks to balance all living beings. It will absolutely not produce a resource point like immortal Yuan stone. Immortal essence is the most basic. Without immortal essence, no matter how many immortal goo you have, they cannot display their power. And the widespread circulation of immortal Yuan stone greatly increases the chances of Gu Immortal surviving calamities and tribulations. The production of immortal Yuan stone can only be done by humans. However, even if it is done by humans, it cannot bypass providence. It needs the infusion of providence for immortal Yuan stone to be produced. Thus, a dead knot is formed. Fei Wu clearly pointed out that to produce immortal Yuan stone, providence was the most crucial factor. If providence were to take the initiative and be willing to do it, it would go against the fundamental principles of the heavenly Tao. It was clearly impossible. But this was not absolute. In history, Celestial Court was able to do it. During Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's era, it used the uniqueness of Yi Chi Z to produce immortal Yuan stone. During Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's era, Yi Chi Z committed suicide, but Star Constellation Immortal Venerable fused with the Tao in her later years and altered providence, allowing providence and Celestial Court to cooperate and continue to produce immortal Yuan stone. So, what is so special about Yi Chi Z? Since he has already committed suicide, how can he revive? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable asked directly. Fei Wu immediately answered, Yi Chi Z is not his full name, his full name should be Primordial Yi Chi Z. He is a very special legendary immemorial desolate beast, similar to Di Zongsheng that appeared in the future. When a Gu master ascends to Gu Immortal, there is a crucial step, that is to absorb heaven and earth Qi, using human Qi to mix and harmonize the three Qi. If the harmonization of the three Qi succeeds, the three Qi lump will be compressed continuously, becoming smaller and smaller until it reaches its limit. This lump is primordial Qi. This is the foundation of primordial Yi Chi Z. As long as a Gu master ascends to Gu Immortal and produces primordial Qi, even if he is destroyed, he can revive. Initially, during the immemorial era, he was discovered and enlightened by a beastman expert. Thus, he obtained an immortal aperture and his strength rose all the way until he became a legendary immemorial beast. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable went on an expedition against variant humans. Yi Chi Z fought with the Immortal Venerable and was defeated and captured. But Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable announced that he had already killed him. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable imprisoned Yi Chi Z and used it to produce immortal Yuan stone. Yi Chi Z lost his freedom, he was extremely unwilling and tried to break free. He tried many methods, but they all failed in front of Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. After Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, it was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable who took over. The latter was more skilled in scheming than the former, she was extremely shrewd. Yi Chi Z could only commit suicide in despair. This was the reason why he once committed suicide in Celestial Court. Yao Huang did not understand, then how did he produce immortal Yuan stone? Giant Sun Immortal's eyes shined with bright light, he muttered to himself, so that's it. At this moment, Giant Sun Immortal finally understood why the killer move Arise of Time resulted in Fei Wu's revival. Because his revival could indirectly replenish Giant Sun Immortal's immortal essence. This was more practical and beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal than rank 9 Light Gu. It was just that luck path itself was a variable. Giant Sun Immortal could make variables beneficial to him happen, but he could not control the specifics. That was because it involved the fates. Fei clan was exterminated, but the primordial Qi seed was also trapped by our Fei clan's method. If there is no mistake, he is still hiding in his original location, Ancestor only needs to use him. Giant Sun Immortal nodded and immediately brought Fei Wu to Jade Ring Forbidden Area. Northern Plains' 10 great forbidden areas had countless desolate beast groups, immemorial desolate beasts and immemorial desolate plants were not rare either. Super forces had the ability to expand, but if they made a mistake, they might trigger a terrifying beast tide. Fei Clan was an example of a failed exploration of a forbidden area. Jade Ring Forbidden Area had towering ancient trees. From the outside to the inside, there were more than a dozen rings. The deeper they went, the more dangerous the environment would be. The primordial chi seed was hidden in the sixth ring. With Giant Sun Immortal personally taking action, he could easily reach it. Fei Wu had just revived and did not have any goo worms, but he could guide him. Facing his ancestor, he did not hide anything, he revealed everything. After some deductions, Giant Sun Immortal came up with a luck path modified killer move. Using this move would affect Fei Clan's arrangements. After removing the arrangements, Giant Sun Immortal took out a large black bead from the depths of the ground. The black bead was as large as an elephant, its surface was smooth and its aura was deeply concealed. This is the result of my Fei Clan's efforts, even a legendary immemorial would be sealed by my clan. Fei Wu sighed deeply when he saw the primordial chi seed again. His grand ambitions were in vain, Fei Clan was exterminated, but he was fortunate enough to revive. All his efforts in life to help his ancestor were not in vain. Giant Sun Immortal analyzed for a while and combined with Fei Wu's information, he understood the primordial chi seed's details. The primordial chi seed was a lump of primordial chi. But when its consciousness completely recovered, it would turn into a human form, it would be extremely lifelike, indistinguishable from a normal person. And when it did not harmonize the three chi, when the three chi were in chaos, it would be a lump of primordial chi. When the heaven chi was abundant, it would float up. When there was more earth chi, it would sink into the ground. When he fought with Fei Clan, he had not completely recovered his consciousness and could not display his full strength. Fei Wu and the rest had indeed made ample preparations. The killer move they deduced was especially effective against the primordial chi seed, thus it was able to imprison him. Although Fei Wu only had rank 7 cultivation, Fei Clan had many rank 8s, they had immortal goo houses and the foundation of a super force. Of course, the most important thing was that the primordial chi seed did not have consciousness, its strength had fallen sharply. Rank 5 blood skull goo only needed to extract a certain amount of bloodline from a relative. It was not like rank 4 blood skull goo, which needed to be slaughtered. There was also the method to produce twins. Giant Sun Immortal had no choice but to reveal the results of his yin-yang path, that he had secretly researched. Back then, in 88-point Jianghu Tower, there was the Giant Sun Immortal inheritance of yin-yang path. The content was for 2 goo immortals to cooperate and prolong one's lifespan through intercourse. But this method had a flaw. If one side's lifespan was extended, the other side's lifespan would be reduced. In other words, it was transferring one side's lifespan to the other. Right now, the yin-yang path research results that Giant Sun Immortal traded with Fang Yuan were far more comprehensive and complete than those in 88-point Jianghu Tower. Giant Sun Immortal had great ambitions in creating this path. He wanted to use yin-yang to explain all things in the world. This was similar to how Feng Jioge wanted to use sound path to sing about all living beings in the world. But as Giant Sun Immortal's strength and vision continued to rise, he realized that his yin-yang concept was too crude. He eventually gave up on it and did not continue creating it. Even though there were some results in yin-yang path, it was far from a qualitative change and could not truly become a brand new path. At most, there were only many paths mixed in, as well as some scattered small results occasionally. The yin-yang coitus life extension method was one of these small results. As for abortion goo, placate fetus goo, multiple births goo, pregnancy goo, reincarnation goo, dead fetus goo, and so on, they were other small results. Multiple births goo was what Fang Yuan wanted. Rank 1 was 1 birth goo, it could give birth to a second child. Rank 2 was second birth goo, it could give birth to twins at once. Rank 3 was triplets, rank 4 was quadruplets, Rank 5 was quintuplets. You're tuning in to the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.